This is Audible.
Old Thot Next Door. Written by Quan Millz. Narrated by Karma. Chapter 1. Baby, let me tell you one motherfucking thing. I don't give a damn what you think about me and my age. Yeah, I might be 76 years old, but this big, thick pussy between my toned brown legs don't act like it. Don't let the gray hairs fool you now. My name is Vernita Ernestine Washington, and I ain't ashamed to admit that I love to drink brown liquor, smoke good reefer, and most definitely get my fuck on. Uh-huh. You heard that right. Yep. I loves to ride me a big old black dick. Age ain't nothing but a number, baby doll. My body feels like I'm still 40, and you best believe I fuck like I'm still 40. If you're blessed to live a long life, you'll see just exactly what I mean. Now, for all you young folks out there, I can let you in on the secret if you're wondering what I do to stay so young and vibrant. If you think going to the health club every day is my secret, then you guessed wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. I do get my little workout in at the health club to stay in shape. But truth be told, I really go to look at them fine young men's they be having up in there. If you think my secret is watching what I eat, then you guessed wrong again. Baby, I gets down in the kitchen, and I sure love me some Popeye's chicken. Baby, give me a 2-piece dog, spicy with a side of Cajun rice after a good dig down, and my sexy ass will be in heaven. And speaking of heaven, no, my secret to being youthful ain't staying prayed up. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the Lord and I pay my tithes, but I don't mess with church folk like that. Shit, half of them act like they 90 years old, and most, if not all, the people that go to my church are way younger than me. Baby, let me tell you what my number one secret is. You ready? Hold on now, get a little closer. My number one secret to living a long, happy, healthy life is making sure I surround myself with some young folks. And by young folks, I mean some young dicks. And when I say young, I ain't talking 50 or 40. Baby, I'm talking young, between the ages of 20 and 30. Call me a nasty woman. Call me a predator if you want to. But riding some young dick is truly what regulates my blood pressure and keeps my cholesterol down. And that is why I have me not one, but 2 young dicks on their way to my place. Whoop, there it is. That was my doorbell. Coming! I yelled as I hopped off my couch, sprinting toward the front door. Just right on time, 'cause my pussy was ready to get this party started. I didn't even bother to put no real clothes on this early Saturday evening. I was already in my nice, sexy black lingerie I had ordered off the Amazon. I knew this outfit would mess up Markel's young, gullible mind once I opened this door, too. Peeping out the peephole, I took a quick scan just to make sure it was my double-dick appointment. And surely it was. Hallelujah! Baby, I was blessed and highly favored to have these 2 fine-looking young men come lay their burden down on me. I quickly swung the front door to my townhouse open. Afternoon, I uttered with a big-ass smile stretched across my face. Child, you should have seen how suddenly Markel and this other sexy-ass young man looked surprised. Guess they didn't think I'd opened the door already ready to get my fuck on. This sexy-ass nigga gasped, clutching his mouth. Yo, damn, it's like that? Markel smilingly exclaimed, rubbing his hard, muscular hands together. He scanned me up and down. His eyes were glued to every square inch of my body. Yo, this who we finna tag? The other sexy young man chimed in as he too clutched his mouth with his right fist. Man, she old as fuck. All of a sudden, I could feel my blood boiling, and a look of anger instantly grew on my face. I know they saw how mad I suddenly got. Old? Boy, your mammy is old. I ain't old. Markel smacked his teeth and said, Man, chill the fuck out, Will. Trust me, Miss Vernita on point, bruh. The other young nigga shook his head. I don't know about this, though. Shit, this gonna be weird as fuck. Can we have this conversation on the inside at least? I said. Y'all letting all my cool air out. Markel glanced over at this Will friend of his, nodding affirmatively. Come on, bruh, trust me. We finna have some fun. Miss Vanita a vet. Fine. Will reluctantly muttered, and then the two of them walked inside my place. Although it was nearly 6 p.m., it was the middle of August, so the sun was blazing. Chicago felt like it was on fire. As long as I'd been living, I ain't never felt the city to get this hot. But baby, I wasn't gonna let this hot-ass weather deter me from getting what I needed at the moment. I was perfectly content with staying in my place and riding these dicks for hours and hours, you hear me? Both Markel and Will were wearing black tank tops, exposing their tatted-up muscular arms and shoulders. They looked like some straight-up gang members. But ooh, baby, Miss Vanita just loved her some roughneck street niggas. Straight out of jail, too. I want that first post-release nut. Markel and Will had a little sweat glinting from their round shoulders, so I presumed they'd just come back from the gym. Markel was a little old chocolate stallion with Pacific Ocean waves sitting on top of his head. He had broad shoulders, cut-up arms, and a chest that looked like it was harder than steel. Standing at around 5'10", his young, sexy ass looked like he was a good 200 pounds of all muscle. And baby, let me tell you, that dick of his weighed about a good 200 pounds, too. Ooh, child, I was getting moist just thinking about the good time I was about to have. This other young man, Will, reminded me of that sexy, fine, light-skinned boy that plays on that show that comes on cable. What's the name of it again? Power. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That drug dealer boy with the beard. Ghost. Yeah, that's right. That's his name. I almost forgot. Child, before I forget, I need to take my fish oil and ginkgo biloba pills. You know, when you get up in age, your memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. With the both of them in front of me, we marched straight into my living room. Y'all sit down and make yourself comfortable. I'm finna go get the reefer and the Henny. Y'all smoking, right? Will's hazel eyes shot wide open in shock. He looked at Markel. Oh, she for real? Yes, bruh, she cool. I'm telling you, bruh. Will looked at me smiling. Damn, hell yeah, I'm smoking. What you got, some joints or something? I raised my brow. Nigga, don't try me. I might be old, but baby, I smokes nothing but blunts. Backwoods, matter of fact. I got them Russian creams in the back. Speaking of cream, I could feel my pussy getting juicier than a fresh pot roast. Oh, shit, Granny a Thot, Will shouted, jumping up and down. What did you say? I turned my face up. I'd be damned if this young nigga was gonna disrespect me in my house. Markel nudged Will in his shoulder. Bruh. Will quickly got his act together and stood still. My bad. He apologized. That's what I thought. Anyways, I'm finna go run to my room right quick and get the reefer. Y'all make yourself comfortable, I said as I spun on my high heels and sauntered down my hallway to my bedroom. Now, you might be wondering how I met Markel. Well, let me give you the backstory. I met Markel at my fitness club, the LA Fitness right there on 47th Street in Kenwood. That's the south side of Chicago. He was the personal training sales manager. Funny thing was, he tried to run game on me and thought he was going to get me with those expensive-ass training packages, but baby, I wasn't going. Not at all. Yeah, I might be getting a nice little pension from the DMV and Social Security, but I'd be damned if I was going to spend $1,200 a month for some personal training sessions. Shit, I was fine with just walking on the treadmill and doing my calisthenics. However, Markel was a little hustler, so he offered me home personal training sessions on the side, so long as I didn't run my mouth to corporate. He said he could get in big trouble if they found out he was training people on the side. So I agreed. But I only agreed because I could see in Markel's eyes that I could make him a victim to my good, tender pussy. Lo and behold, 2 home training sessions later, I seduced his ass and put this moist pink monkey of mine's on him. Child, I had to let that young man know Miss Vanita still had that snapback. Since then, Markel had been my #1 boo thing. Anyways, now that I was back in my room, I quickly made my way over to my walk-in closet. I walked all the way down to where I kept my safe. Although I smoke reefer every day, for some odd reason I couldn't just have it all out in the open like that, especially since that stuff was so pungent. That shit'll have my whole entire house smelling foul. Once I opened my safe, I grabbed my favorite kind of reefer, a pack of backwoods cigars, and my lighter. I dashed over into my bathroom just to make sure I still looked dazzling. Now staring at myself in the mirror, I grabbed my brush off my marble bathroom countertop and lightly ran it through my silver hair. I'm gonna have to call Keisha to have her give me a touch-up, I commented to myself. I then leaned close into the mirror and analyzed my makeup. My mascara, foundation, and lipstick was still on point. I looked left, glanced right. Yes, Lord, I look good. Ha ha! I chuckled, sticking my tongue out. Quickly dashing out of the bathroom, I heard my cell phone buzzing as it charged on my nightstand. I froze for a moment, tempted to answer it. But fuck it. Baby, I ain't got time to check that. Whoever was calling me at the moment was just gonna have to wait because I was ready to get high, drunk, and suck some big nigga dicks. I might even eat their asses today. I was ready to let it all go this afternoon. I turned my nose up and sexily sauntered through my bedroom with the reefer, cigars, and lighter gripped in my hand. Should have called me earlier. I snickered at whoever was calling on my cell. I then made my way out of the bedroom, and now I was back in the hallway. Just feet away from my living room, I came to an abrupt stop when I noticed Markel and Will were already completely naked, sitting on my nice white Italian leather living room couch. Baby, my mouth shot wide open in shock. But it wasn't them being naked that had me stunned. They were making out. Yes! Kissing each other, tongues all deep down in each other's throats. Their eyes were closed and everything as if they were in love. And they were stroking each other's already hard dicks. What? Child, I was about to pass out. Take me home now, Lord Jesus. What in the hell are y'all doing? I screamed to the top of my lungs. Chapter 2. What in the hell are y'all doing? Still standing there shocked, I couldn't believe what my wide eyes were observing. These young niggas were crazy as hell if they thought this was okay. I did not get down like this. At all. I was still a bit old school. Oh, shit, Markel said, suddenly pulling himself off Will. But then a gigantic smile came across my face. Y'all don't need to stop. I loves it. This is going to be very, very interesting. Guess there was a first time for everything. Ooh, woo! Now that was a first for me. I ain't never did no nasty, freaky stuff like that before in my life. 2 men at the same time? 2 bisexual men at that. Ooh, child. My deceased husband, Clarence, was probably rolling over in his grave right now if he saw what I did. I felt like I was in one of them pornos. Baby, let me tell you, I had those young boys scared for their life, too. Not to be TMI, but I did what them young folks call the DPDA. Dick in the pussy, dick in the ass. Them fellas thought they was gonna mess me up and have me in the hospital when I suggested we try something a little different. I don't know about that, Vanita. You sure you ready for all that? Boy, Miss Vanita is a vet. My hoes can handle all types of meat. I spat right back at him. You know I really hated when a nigga underestimated me. Now, I can't lie. Them dicks had Vanita shooketh to a degree. Nevertheless, with that strong reefer and Henny running through my veins, something came over me and relaxed me, slid right up in me with ease. Ha! Now that I think about it, Clarence could never. His baby dick was shameful. I can't believe I wasted nearly 50 years married to that. His ass ain't never gave me the satisfaction I needed. I could count on one hand how many times he did something freaky to me, and I had to pull teeth just to get him to try that new shit. Oh, fat motherfucker. As horrible as this may sound, I was so glad his ass was dead. I didn't have to be bothered with him no more. He passed away from a stroke about 3 years ago, and since then I've been getting my fuck on like none other. Vanita gotta make up for lost time. And that's exactly why I'm getting ready for hopefully another rendezvous with some young dick. After Markel and Will did me in and did me right, hours later I was back in my bathroom getting ready to hang out with one of my friends, Alice. She and I used to work together at the Department of Motor Vehicles. I had recently retired from them after a good 50 years of service. Alice used to live right next door to me in Hyde Park, but now she's living over in Bronzeville. Apparently she's going to introduce me to one of her cousin's friends. I had to ask how old this dude was. I told Alice straight up, I ain't messing with anyone over 50. I asked to see a picture, but supposedly tonight was supposed to be a blind date. After taking a long hot shower, I was now putting on my makeup and getting my face ready for tonight. Some moments later, my face was beat to perfection as usual, and I was ready to show out. I tell you this, though, Alice had better not be setting me up with some limp dick nigga, or her and I were gonna have it out. See, one thing about Vanita is that I really don't give a damn about anyone's opinions. Life is too short to be caught up on how people think of you. You got to do you, child. Shit, you got one life to live. Live it to the fullest. Ain't nobody got time to be wasting time. I absolutely do not do bullshit. So, with that being said, I got to turn some eyes tonight. In the event that this date falls through, oh, Miss Vanita bringing back some dick. You better believe that. That being said, I'm not the type of woman that dresses for her age. I refuse to live up to those old woman expectations. So, I threw on a black leather Gucci bodysuit and some matching pumps. I made sure to buy my outfit a little extra tight, too. I want the nigga to see this fat cat of mine. With 2 splashes of Chanel No. 5, I checked myself in the mirror one last time. I grabbed my phone and purse, then stepped out of my townhouse, expeditiously making my way over to Paulette, my ruby red drop-top 2019 Ford Mustang. I chucked up the engine, and immediately my favorite music started blaring through the humid air. Do it, baby, stick it, baby, move it, baby, lick it, baby, suck up on that clit until that pussy got a hickey, baby. I loves me some rap music, especially them city girls. That song Twerk is my jam. I already know what you're thinking, but baby, I refuse to be some old Anita Baker, Gladys Knight, Aretha Franklin listening type of bitch. Fuck that. This right here is the type of music that'll keep you young. Once I got Paulette on Lakeshore Drive, I sped my way up to 35th Street. The plan tonight was for me to pick Alice up, and then the two of us were going to head back south to this club over in South Shore called The Dating Game. It was a very popular steppers lounge. That already gave me bad vibes because no one below the age of 45 went to steppers lounges like that. But Alice gave me her word that this mystery date was only 47. I really think the bitch lying to me, but we gon' see. A good 10 minutes later, I pulled Paulette up to Alice's house. She lived in a nice 3-story brownstone. I whipped out my celly and gave her a dial. Hey, girl, I'm downstairs. Okay, I'll be down in a minute. A minute on the dot later, Alice came bumbling out of her building and walked slowly up to my car. As she got closer, I could see she had a weird semi-frown on her face. What's wrong, Alice? I had to ask. Vernita, I said we were going out for a few cocktails and maybe some wings. You dress like you're going to hang out with my grandbabies, she huffed. Alice was about a decade younger than me, but I swear she acted like she was somebody's great-granny sometimes. In fact, right now, she was dressed like somebody's great-granny. She could be such a nicer-looking woman if she took a bit better care of herself. She kind of reminded me of a thicker Tamala man. The only difference was, Tamala looked good, but Alice looked like Tamala's busted-down twin that worked at some school cafeteria making $6 an hour. Alice already knew how I rolled when I was in these streets, yet she was dressed like she bought her entire outfit off the clearance rack at Walmart. This was actually quite embarrassing. No wonder her husband left her raggedy ass years ago. In fact, I don't even know why I'm hanging out with this heifer tonight. Girl, don't do me like that. You already know when I step out of my house, I gotta look right. I think you may need to go change your outfit. Girl, you look like you about to go to somebody's damn family reunion. You ain't got nothing better to put on.
No. Girl, don't you go there. Don't get mad at me because you overdress everywhere we go. Girl, just last week when we went to the Red Lobster, you were dressed like one of those scandalous young girls. What's going on with you?
I rolled my eyes. Going on with me? Really? See, now I was beginning to get mad. The nerve of her. Ain't nothing going on with me, girl. All I know is these men out here ain't like how they used to be when we were younger. They want you to come with it. I said back to her, hoping she realized how raggedy she looked. I kind of felt bad for Alice, though, because her husband wasn't no good and he used to beat her ass like a runaway slave. I tried to get her to leave him for years, but her self-esteem was so shot that she swore he'd eventually change. Well, he changed all right. Changed his address. Guess once he realized Alice was getting too old for his liking, he straight up left her for some young nasty bitch. Clarence and I may have had a dull sex life, but I'd be damned if I would ever allow a nigga to put his hands on me. The only thing a nigga can beat up on me is this here pussy. Otherwise, he'd mess around and buy a one-way ticket to his grave.
Yeah, they different, all right. But a man should like you for your mind and heart, not what you got on.
Oh, okay. Well, you keep on believing that. All I know is this nigga you hooking me up with better look like Shamar Moore, and he better have a big old black dick. I hate getting my time wasted.
Vernita, that is so crude and unladylike,
Alice shouted. I shrugged my shoulders. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I got my taste and you got yours. And just to make sure, you did say this man was 48, not 58, right? And he knows I'm 76, right?
Yeah, he knows, but...
But what?
Nothing.
No, girl, you better tell me. Something wrong with this nigga?
Child, let's go and see what this blind date working with. I don't know what I'm getting into either, but I know my expectations are realistic, unlike others.
Alice said sarcastically. Whatever, girl. Watch and see. If this nigga ain't on shit, oh, I'm getting me somebody. Not saying anything back, she just shook her head. I turned the music up, and soon as the city girls filled the air, Alice looked at me.
Really? You ain't got no better music? This music is just foul as hell. Put on some Patti LaBelle or something. Hell, even Luther or the Isley Brothers.
Girl, that's your problem now. You acting too much like your age.
And what's wrong with that? I'm 66, not 26.
You need to act like you're 26. Age ain't nothing but a number.
No, girl, I'm good. And you need to be acting your age, too. We eventually all get old, if we lucky enough to live that long.
Yeah. Girl, just sit back and enjoy the music. I laughed, playfully rolling my eyes to the dark purplish skies. You so tight sometimes. Before I die, I swear I'ma get you right.
Child, bye. You got it all messed up. You keep on going after these young guys if you want to. At the end of the day, you can do all the things you want to do with them, but they'll always run back to one of their peers. Then what you gonna do after that? You think one of these boys want to be laid up with somebody who gonna be in a home in less than a decade?
Girl, enough already. You so negative sometimes. See, Now she was gonna make me say something that I was gonna regret. But I'm gonna keep my cool. She can act like an old hag all she wants, but not me. I refuse to let my age dictate the dicks I want. And all the young guys I ever messed with never broke my heart to link up with a younger hoe. Besides, who said I even wanted a relationship? I was married for 50 years. Companionship sounded nice and all, but for right now, all I want is to just have a good time. Chapter 3. Just what I thought. My worst fear was confirmed. This blind date was a hot-ass mess. Baby, I was ready to curse Alice to the high heavens. I just knew this no-good bitch was lying her motherfucking ass off. We hadn't even been at the lounge for an hour and I was ready to go. Baby, I was pissed. You hear me? Me, Alice, her cousin Samantha, and these three other guys, Nathaniel, Gerald, and Robert, were sitting down at the table inside this stiff-ass lounge. As all five of them smacked on chicken wings and threw spaghetti in their mouths, I sat there quiet and occasionally sipped on some water. As they conversed amongst each other, I was so terribly disgusted as I stared at my blind date Gerald through the corner of my eye. Although he was sitting to my left, I hadn't said a word to him the entire time we'd been here. I swear, part of me was just ready to pop off on Alice right then and there, but I knew I had to keep my cool. Plus, I didn't get down like that. Perhaps Alice didn't know how this guy looked, but I had a feeling her big ugly ass knew all along how the nigga looked. From the moment I was introduced to him, I was completely turned off. My pussy dried up within seconds. Got drier than the damn Sahara. Ha! 48 my ass. Child, them dark circles and that big-ass pregnant belly of his let me know that nigga was pushing at least 60. Maybe a good 30 years ago he looked good, but his apparent age was definitely a turnoff. He reminded me so much of my deceased husband, Clarence. He was light-skinned, had light green hazel eyes, and visible streaks of gray throughout his hot-top fade. I caught another quick glance at him, and just looking at this slimy-ass nigga, I knew his black ass wasn't no goddamn 48. Fat motherfucker looked at least 68. Hell, I was damn near 78 and I looked better than his ass. As some horrible-ass male waiter song blared from the club speakers, I sat back in my seat with my arms folded, silent, staring off at the thick crowd dancing on the dance floor. "You mighty quiet over there," said James. Although he was old as hell, too, he looked like he was in better shape than Gerald. Robert kind of reminded me of Billy D. Williams, minus the permed hair. I was never into Billy D. like that. There was always something off about that man. Anyways, I glanced over at James and produced the fakest smile I could. "I'm just taking in the scene, that's all," I replied, and then threw my eyes back onto the dance floor. "You don't want to eat no chicken? They got good wings." Gerald laughed, smacking loudly on those over-sauced and probably over-fried chicken wings. There was nothing more embarrassing than sitting next to a bunch of old-ass niggas, listening to them smack on greasy-ass wings and reminisce about shit that happened 30 and 40 years ago.
She just a little tired,
Alice said.
"Them shots hitting you hard, Vanita?"
I looked over at her trifling ass. "Girl, I had half a shot, and this is water I'm sipping on now. I'm fine." I couldn't take the bullshit no more, so I quickly stood up and adjusted my outfit. "I'm about to go use the ladies' room for a moment." From the gawk on Alice's face, I guess she sensed I wasn't in the mood and wasn't feeling this Gerald nigga at all. She looked at me and said,
"Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom too. I'll follow you."
"Don't y'all be in there too long. We got some dancing to do." "I'm gonna request the DJ to play some Luther." Gerald chuckled. My eyes grew big, but I had to catch myself and quickly walk off. Luther? Hell to the no. Somebody better put some Trick Daddy or Future on. Got me all the way fucked up. Strolling off to the bathroom, I made my way through the thick crowd on the dimly lit dance floor. Although the dating gang was not that big of an establishment, there had to be at least 100 people crammed up in here. All black folks. Old-ass black folks, too. No one looked younger than 50. Excuse me, I politely said when I rudely cut past this old-ass couple dancing to that stale-ass Mare Waters song. Although I hadn't said a word to her, I knew Alice was trailing me. Ooh, baby, you better believe she was gonna get it as soon as I made my way inside the bathroom. And as soon as I made it inside the bathroom, I went straight to one of the sinks and ran the water cold. You got me fucked up, Alice. You really do. I spat as I sprinkled some drops on my face to wake me the fuck up.
What's your problem, girl? Why you acting all funny and shit? That is so wrong. Robert is nice looking and is right up your alley.
Alice said back to me as she stood off to the side. Guilt was written all over her face. 48? Child, that man is not 48. You played me. You played me big time. I'm so fucking mad at you right now, I exclaimed as I turned the faucet off.
Okay, so I lied a little bit. I knew if I told you his real age, you wouldn't come out. I'm just trying to hook you up with someone a bit more in your lane, that's all.
My face suddenly twisted in shock. My lane? Girl, I don't need you to help me find someone in my lane. Truth be told, I only came out to support you. I was trying to help you find a man. I don't need no damn man. All I want is dick and that's it. And not no old limp, need 5 Viagra shrimp dick either. That man probably can't even see his dick. His stomach is so big, nigga look like he's pregnant with triplets. I looked in the mirror and saw this young chocolate woman emerging from one of the stalls. She had a huge smirk on her face and was fighting hard to contain her laughter. She walked up to one of the sinks next to me. Girl, your name must be Stella 'cause you trying to get your groove back. I lightly chuckled. No, my name Vanita and I need a big Peter.
I know that's right. You remind me so much of my auntie. She was hilarious. But you look good for your age, girl. I want to look like that when I get older.
A smirk came across my face. How old do you think I am?
No older than 60.
You hear that, Alice? Young girl guessed right. Alice huffed and shook her head, not saying anything. Anyways, I said, playfully rolling my eyes, I'm gonna leave this boring-ass club, Alice. You have your future nigga take you home. I'll be damned if I'm gonna waste my night, I said.
Yeah, it is kind of dead in here. Shit, what club you going to?
The young chocolate sister asked. She reminded me so much of Venus Williams, except she was a bit slimmer. My favorite club up in South Loop, Tantrum.
Well, shit, let's go together. I'm Denitra, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Denitra.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll holler at you later, Vanita,
Alice said as she spun around and headed out the bathroom.
That's your friend?
Yeah, she my girl, but she on some other shit tonight. Girl, let's head out so we can get there before 10. You want to ride with me?
Sure.
Now, any other time I went out, I usually like rolling by myself, and I didn't fuck with new bitches like that. I was way too old to make new friends. But tonight was gonna be an exception because I was getting good vibes from Miss Denitra. We made our way back onto the dance floor and cut through the crowd. This time, some R. Kelly song was playing, and all the steppers in the club were on the dance floor stepping their old asses off. I caught a glance of Alice and the rest of the group, and just like some typical-ass old folks, they were sitting back in their seats looking full and tired from all that food they just ate.
Where's your car?
Denitra asked as we made it out into the dimly lit parking lot. Girl, over there. I'm in the red drop-top Mustang, I said, pointing over to Paulette.
Damn, sis, that's you?
Yes, girl. Paulette is my baby.
Paulette? You got a name for her and everything? Girl, you seem like a lot of fun. I can't wait to see you show out on this club floor.
I smiled as I was completely flattered. Watch and see. Baby, I can keep up with you young folks. Suddenly, I felt my phone vibrating in my pocketbook. I reached inside and glanced at the phone number, which I didn't completely recognize. Who is this calling me? I mumbled to myself. I swiped right on my iPhone. Hello? Who is this? Bitch, where the fuck you at? The deep voice replied. All of a sudden, I got nervous as hell. "Excuse me?" I replied, clutching my chest. "And who are you? I think you got the wrong phone number." "Bitch, don't play no fucking games with me. Vanita, you better have your motherfucking ass back at the crib in 20 minutes or I'ma kill your motherfucking ass." "Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. I'm just right around the corner." "Yeah, you better be, bitch. Got me fucked up." I hung up the phone and threw a fake polite smile at Denitra. "Listen, girl, I hate to do this, but that was my son on the phone. He got into a bad car wreck and he needs me to come pick him up from the hospital." "Oh my God, no! I'm so sorry to hear that, Miss Vanita. Is everything all right?" "Yeah, he just got a little scratch on his head. That's all. I didn't recognize his voice at first. He sounds like he needs me."
Oh, okay. Well, it was nice meeting you. Maybe one day we'll run into each other again and we can hang out. You seem cool."
"Yes, girl. Let's exchange numbers." After Denitra and I exchanged numbers, I hopped into my Mustang and expeditiously made my way back home. Gulping and completely racked with terror, I had already recognized who this was on the phone. It was my husband. My other husband, Percy. Chapter 4. Soon as I recognized Percy's voice, I knew I had to rush my sexy ass back home. And oh God, with what I had on, I knew he was gonna have some words for my ass. Being fully aware of what he was capable of doing to me, I thought possibly of stopping somewhere to change out my outfit. I usually brought an extra outfit with me anytime I went out, especially if I was gonna snatch me up some new dick and stay at a nigga's house for the night. But at this time of night, there was absolutely nowhere safe I could stop other than a gas station to change, and I'd be damned if I was gonna do that. I felt kind of bad for having to lie to Denitra. She really did seem like a nice girl. However, I had no other choice but to get back home in a timely fashion. Otherwise, Percy was definitely gonna put his hands on me. Some 10 or 11 minutes later, after breaking all the damn speed laws in the city of Chicago, I made it quickly back to my townhouse. I pulled into my driveway, and there Percy was, standing there smoking a square, smoke pouring from his nostrils. My throat and chest got tight. I quickly turned the car off and got out. I slowly trekked up to him as his beady eyes latched on to me. "When you got out?" I asked as I held tight to my purse. "I thought you weren't getting released until next month." "Bitch, you knew I was getting out today. Why the fuck you kept ignoring my phone calls?" "I forgot, baby. I swear I did. What's today? Friday? You know I'm up in age. I be forgetting things now." I lied, as I stood there nervous more than ever. Yeah, I knew Percy was getting out of prison today, but I had been avoiding him for some weeks now. He was the one who was calling me earlier before I had that dig-down session with Markel and his buddy. Now, you might be wondering, how in the hell do I have a second husband? Well, let me explain. See, right before Clarence passed away, I had been creeping around. Percy was actually my first side nigga that I had met some years back. Funny how we met, too. He was a CNA working for a long-term care facility out in Oaklawn, a suburb touching the city. When Clarence got ill, the doctors had recommended he move into that nursing facility to have 24/7 support. Percy and I started off as friends at first. Although he was a CNA by day, he was a certified street nigga at night. I used to buy weed from him on the side to help me deal with all the stress and bullshit with Clarence being sick. 6 months later, as Clarence's condition continued to deteriorate, Percy and I became closer. Well, you already know how stories like this went. One night, after I was in a tiff about some other personal stuff, Percy invited me out to go have a drink with him. And, well, a few drinks later, I was back at his apartment, slurping and riding his big, thick, veiny anaconda. Let me tell you, though, child, this boy got some dick, you hear me? A year after our little entanglement, Percy's crazy ass ended up getting locked up and serving 6 years down in Joliet prison for armed robbery. While he was locked up, I was still missing my baby, and I made the stupid decision to get married to him. Nobody actually knew about this, and now I kind of regretted doing it. You might also be wondering just exactly how old Mr. Percy is. Well, you already know how I gets down. Percy just turned 38, and when I met him, he was just turning 32. But now that I had the opportunity to get a real good look at him, I was turned off by his looks. Prison really did age him. Although he wasn't even 40 yet, prison added an additional 10 years to him. Thankfully, he still had a nice little frame to him. He was still tall and sturdy, looking just like my chocolate Hollywood crush Wesley Snipes. Percy had a gold grill in his mouth and long dreads flowing down his neck. But boy, he must have had some sleepless nights in prison because he had some dark circles under his eyes. Out of nowhere, Percy lunged at me and grabbed me by my throat. "You cheating on me with another nigga, ain't you? Bitch, don't be lying to me." "Percy, let me go. Don't do this right here. You're gonna get the cops called on us." I screamed to the top of my lungs. "Fuck the motherfucking police. Bitch, I ain't afraid of going back to prison." Oh, Lord. This boy was gonna have Chicago police at my door at any moment if the neighbors heard us arguing. "Calm down, baby. Let's just go inside and talk." I tried to plead with him. I didn't want any of these nosy motherfuckers up in my business. "I'ma knock your ass out. Let me find out you fucking around on me with another nigga." "I swear I ain't." I lied once more, and now I was beginning to panic. I was legit concerned that I didn't do a good job of cleaning up behind the little session I had earlier this afternoon. Suddenly, Percy let go of me, and I stood back for a second with my hands in the air. "Percy, you're scaring me now. Let's just go inside and I can make you a meal and run a hot bath for you. You just need to relax." "All right. But I swear to God I'm gonna go crazy if I find out somebody else been in my pussy." My nerves fired up with anxiety. I strolled up to my front door and opened it up. With Percy trailing closely behind me, we walked into the dark foyer, and I just hoped my house didn't reek of ass, pussy, or dick, or a combination of all three. About a half hour later, Percy and I were sitting down at the dining room table. After going back and forth about him suspecting I was cheating, I managed to simmer his rowdy nerves. So the fuck what? I was cheating. What was I supposed to do? But of course I wouldn't dare confess that to his crazy ass. I fixed him up a plate of some leftovers and watched him devour the meal as if he was on death row eating his last dinner. After all that fussing and carrying on he was just doing, he better get ready to devour this ass and pussy. "So, baby, tell me what's the plan now that you're out?" I asked, as I watched him eat the leftover oxtails, greens, rice, and cornbread I had made. I was gonna have to whip up another batch because I actually had made these plates for Markel and his friend. I already done forgot that other boy's name. Shit, I don't even know. Probably hit up a few car washes and shit. A nigga ain't got time to be making no minimum wage. Shit, I might just link up with one of the guys and see if I can get back to moving a package. Nothing too serious, though, because the nigga ain't trying to go back to prison. I huffed and rolled my eyes. "Baby, do you think that's a good idea and all? You really want to go back to selling drugs? That is just too risky for that little bit of money you can make. And it's too dangerous out here in these streets now. Every time I turn on the television, I'm always hearing about some young boy getting killed and getting killed over nothing. Please don't do that. I'll hold you down until you can get something. I can even talk to—" "I hate when you do that shit." Percy suddenly interjected and smacked his teeth. "Hated when I do what?" I asked, my face screwed into confusion. "You be on that mama shit with me. You my wife, not my mama." "No, it ain't like that, Percy. I'm just saying." "You ain't saying shit. Now let me finish this meal. These oxtails fire as fuck, by the way. I'm glad I'm out now, cause that food in the joint disgusting as fuck." I nervously smiled. "I can tell. You lost a little weight." Percy stopped munching and then mumbled, "Yeah, well, if you would have visited me more, maybe you would have seen the difference." "Nah, baby. You know you were on lockdown most of the time. Don't do that to me." "Yeah, I was on lockdown, all right. Go make yourself useful and run me a hot-ass bath. And put some of that Epsom salt shit in the tub, too, cause my muscles aching and shit." "All right, baby. I'ma get the kitchen cleaned up first and... Nah, bitch, go run my bath right now. I'ma be done in a minute. I ain't got time to waste. Do what the fuck I say. Okay, Percy, I'm getting right to it, I said, and didn't hesitate in making my way down the hallway and into my bedroom. Now, anyone could be thinking that I was crazy for putting myself in this twisted, abusive relationship, but Percy was truly a good man. And although he did some things in the past, I believe he still had a lot of room for growth. I just wish I would have never gotten married to him because I didn't like being locked down to one dick. Truth be told, the only thing that kept me in love with this young nigga was that I kind of liked his roughneck nature. I loved me a nigga that would occasionally talk rough to me and put me in my place. That was what a real man was supposed to do. Clarence was the complete opposite of that, and often in our marriage, I felt like I had to be more of the aggressor. But on another note, ooh, child, I was getting wet just thinking about that thick dick Percy was about to give me. That was his only saving grace at the moment. I can't lie, but I got a thing for felons. Markel got him a couple of felonies, too. Once inside the bathroom, I ran the hot water in the jacuzzi tub and poured some Epsom salt and lavender into the tub. I also added in just a tiny amount of bubble bath to make things a bit more intimate. Once the water filled the tub, I made my way back into the bathroom and changed into some sexy lingerie. I hoped that despite the fact we had a rocky start to our reunion, Percy would bless me with some bomb-ass dick. Some moments later, I hadn't heard a word from Percy. Getting quite curious, I sauntered back out into the living room, and there I saw him laid out on the couch, snoring hard. His snores were so loud they overpowered the ESPN playing on the television. I walked over to him and lightly shook his shoulder. Percy? Percy, your bath is ready, baby. He didn't budge. Damn, he was getting some good-ass sleep. I couldn't blame him. I just knew sleep must have been different when he was locked up. I would have been paranoid 24/7. Not wanting to disturb him, I retreated back to my bedroom and made my way into the bathroom. I didn't want the bath to go to waste, so I slipped out of my robe and then began to take off my lingerie. Damn, with Percy's sleep, this meant I wasn't going to get any of that dick. I exhaled at the thought of knowing my night initially went to waste. But before I fully got out of my bra, I felt a hot, heavy presence lean up against me. Then I could feel the pulsation of a dick jump between my ass cheeks. You ready for me to drop this dick off up in you? Percy moaned into my ear. My eyes instantly widened with shock, and I swear this nigga almost made me go into a heart attack. My heart skipped like 100 beats feeling that anaconda thick dick. I was just gonna let you get some rest, I mumbled. Sounded like you needed it. Nah, I just needed a little nightcap. But now I'm ready to work this pussy. Shut the fuck up and bend over, he demanded. And just like that, I did what he commanded. I bent over and he pulled off my thong. Before I could even get the damn thong fully off my ankles, I felt his long tongue slither inside my booty hole. Ooh, shit. Shit. I groaned aloud. Nigga almost made me have a seizure, as I didn't see any of this coming. At all. Just like I hoped, Percy slurped all of my insides from the back for the next 5 minutes. I didn't know how he was able to do it, but his tongue magically traveled back and forth between my ass and clit. Baby, let me tell you something. Age don't mean your coochie gon' dry up. And I say that 'cause my juices, along with his saliva, was running all down my leg. Every couple of seconds I had an orgasm. He sent me off even more when he stuffed 2 of his fingers deep inside my pussy while he sucked on my ass. None of my side niggas ever got me right like this. Even Markel's freaky ass. Speaking of which, I wondered if Percy was gonna notice my ass was a bit loose. But that fear quickly slipped away into oblivion as he stood me up and turned me around. Percy wiped his mouth, and I looked down, staring at his thick-ass Peter. I gently got down on my knees and began to slurp on that motherfucker. Man, I just loved me a pretty black dick. Now, I done had my fair share of dicks in my life, but this one right here was by far the prettiest dick I'd ever laid my eyes on. And Percy had a big sack of nuts. That turned me all the way on. I love sucking a nigga's balls. Ladies, just make sure you be a bit careful when you attempt to put a nut or two in your mouth. Gots to be very, very gentle. Shit. Damn, Vanita. Slow that shit down before you make me bust. Percy cried. Not saying anything, I just continued to devour that dick, stuffing that bad boy all the way down my throat. I let my tonsils dance on that dickhead until I took that motherfucker all the way out. A trail of my spit hung from his dick, and before it dropped to the floor, I caught it with my mouth wide open. You a nasty little hoe. Damn, stand up. I'm ready for the pussy now. Percy commanded, and I was ready for the dick, too. On my knees, I immediately shot up from the floor. Percy quickly turned me around and bent me over. He slid the pipe all the way up into my slippery guts, and my walls conformed to his veiny girth. Ah, fuck, he groaned as my sugar walls tightened around that dick. I didn't even hesitate in throwing this pussy back on his rod, and I could feel myself cream all over his shaft. Both of our moans together filled the dimly lit bathroom as I hung to the edge of the sink. Ooh, you got me coming so hard, I cried with my mouth hung wide open, my tongue drooping to the side. Yeah, I can see. You creaming all over the dick, he said, and then suddenly I felt his finger or thumb go inside my booty hole. Oh, shit, yeah, just like that, I cried once more. The feeling of having that thumb up in my ass, along with his dick sliding in and out of me, had me ready to go meet King Jesus in the air. My legs shivered and I swear it felt like my pussy was getting wider and wider, allowing more and more dick to fill me up. Now, Markel and his friends were working with some dick, but this dick right here was damn near giving Vanita a hysterectomy. This nigga was gonna bust up all these fibroids I had on my uterus. I heard 3 loud booms coming all the way from my front door, and then the doorbell began ringing nonstop. Vanita! Vanita! I heard a man's voice call out all the way from the front door. I didn't know who that was. Was that Markel? Percy's dick pumps came to an abrupt stop, and he pulled out of me. Yo, who the fuck is that? Percy grilled as he turned me around and grabbed me by my shoulders. Shit, I don't know, I said back to him, scared as shit. Please, oh Lord, don't let that be Markel or any other nigga I've been messing with over the past couple of months, I kept thinking to myself. Bitch, you motherfucking know. I knew you had another nigga in him. I'ma kill you and that nigga. Vanita, open up, it's Markel. I forgot something. I gasped, and my eyes widened with fear. Markel. Percy's eyes instantly filled with rage. Chapter 5. Oh, shit. I already knew what time it was. I was a dead old bitch. Percy's arms twitched, and that was my cue that this situation was about to get really nasty if I didn't think quickly on my feet. Baby, that's Markel. That's my personal trainer. Remember I told you about the young guy who's been coming by to help me out with getting my body toned? I tried to explain. I hope I sounded believable. Percy stood there with his fists clenched tightly, and his breathing intensified. With his unblinking eyes latched on to me, there was part of me that just knew he knew I was lying my ass off. Bitch, I swear on my mama's grave you better not be fucking lying to me. I got the blick on me too, and if you lying to me, I'ma put a bullet in both y'all heads. Blick? I had to think for a second what exactly he was talking about. You know, sometimes these young folks be using these words and I don't even know what the hell they mean. Blick, my gun. Shit, now that I'm back out here in these streets, I gotta stay pulled up. Baby, no, it's not that serious. I tried to plead once again with him. Oh my motherfucking goodness. What in the world did I land myself into messing around with this young crazy nigga? Once Percy quickly put his boxers back on, he rudely shoved past me, then stormed out of the bathroom. I grabbed my robe off the chilly bathroom floor and quickly threw it on. Percy by now was already out in the living room. Like a crazy in love bitch, I chased right behind his ass because I didn't want any drama to go down between both of my boos. Once I made my way out into the living room, I saw Percy rummaging through his sole piece of luggage. He pulled out his blick, and you already know my eyes quickly grew with terror. "No, baby, please, don't do this," I kept begging. "Stand the fuck back, bitch. Your old ass gonna die if you fucking lying to me," he growled, and then lunged up to the door and looked out the peephole. "Wait one fucking minute." He quickly unlocked the door and tucked the gun in his back waist. "Hey, this my nigga Kellz. I ain't know this was the nigga you was talking about." Percy opened the door and stood there with his arms wide open. "My nigga, fuck is you doing around here?" He then went in to give Markel a hug. My anxiety simmered a bit and I clutched my chest. "Damn, Percy. Nigga, I ain't seen you in some years. When the fuck did you get out?" Markel responded with a big-ass smile etched on his face. I stood back a moment just to make sure nothing crazy suddenly started. "Shit, I just got out today. My woman was supposed to pick me up and shit, but her ass was tweaking." "Bruh, I ain't know you was the nigga training my old girl. Come the fuck in." "Nah, it's cool, bruh. I was just swinging by because I had left one of my dumbbells in the crib and shit." Markel said back, laughing. "Man, come in," Percy said. Markel stepped in the door, and already knowing protocol, he took his shoes off and made his way near me. "Hey, Vernita. Sorry I came over late, but I had left my dumbbells and I need them for a morning session. I would have called, but your phone kept going straight to voicemail." He then walked over near the corner of the living room where we kept our workout equipment. "Oh, no worries," I said back nervously. From the look he was giving me and the sudden smirk he had on his face, I guess he already knew what time it was. "Kell's one of the guys. We went to elementary school together. Grew up on the same block, right there on 64th and Ellis." Percy laughed as he walked up to me. It was just so strange because Markel didn't act as if he was at all shocked that Percy would be in my house this time of night. Any normal person would have suspected that something weird was going on between us, and obviously, from the look he gave me just seconds ago, he must have already knew I was bouncing on Percy's dick. Shit, he knew how I got down. But damn, he could have acted a bit shocked not to make it seem so obvious that he was kind of aware what I had going on with his friend. Then again, I could have been making all types of assumptions. But Percy, bruh, shit, let me know if you need a gig. The gym always hiring. We could use a new trainer on the team. I can get you certified ASAP and have you working out clients and shit like tomorrow," Markel said as he picked up a few dumbbells and made his way back over to the foyer. "For real, bruh? Hook a nigga up then," Percy exclaimed. "But only thing is, shit, you really think I could train people?" Markel laughed. Yeah. Man, these folks out here so out of shape. You can make one of these motherfuckers just raise their hands up in the air and they fat asses will be out of breath. You good, bruh. "Well, all right, then. I'm going to swing by the gym tomorrow. What time you going to be there?" Percy asked. "Man, just swing by any time. I'll be there all day after 8 a.m. Markel replied, and then threw a smile at the both of us. "All right, Mr. Markel. We still on for our session next Tuesday, right?" "Yes, ma'am," he politely responded, and then made his way out of the door. Ooh, child, that was a close one. Percy turned and looked at me smiling. "Yeah, that's my nigga," he muttered. "Can we finish what we started?" I had to ask. Without hesitation, Percy grabbed me by my waist and smacked my ass from behind. Hell yeah. The following morning, after a long dig-down session, I was in the kitchen making my man some cheese grits, eggs, bacon, fried catfish, hot link sausage, and some pancakes. It was 8:10, and the sun was shining deep into my kitchen. I had some Shirley Caesar playing from my phone while I whipped up this big, soulful breakfast. But let me tell you something here. After I got done cooking, I was going to take a hot bath and let this pussy soak in some Epsom salt because I sure was feeling mighty sore. Between Markel and his friend, and then Percy, my insides felt like I got skinned like this catfish I was about to fry up to go with these here grits. Some moments later, I heard Percy rumbling through the kitchen. I spun around and noticed he was dressed like he was ready to head out of the house. He didn't even seem fazed by the delectable smells wafting in the air. "Damn, baby, where you going? I made you this big breakfast," I exclaimed, giving him a somewhat disappointed stare. "Oh, sorry, babe, but remember I gotta go meet up with Kels about that job and shit," he explained as he lunged up to the fridge, opened it, and pulled out a carton of some orange juice. He took the carton back to the head. "Damn, you could at least use a glass. Besides, Markel said he was gonna be there all day. Why you gotta leave now? With all this food I made, the least you could do is attempt to eat some of it." I was really upset. Had I known he was gonna wake up and try to leave the house immediately, I would have just kept my tired ass in the bed. This nigga was really starting to get on my motherfucking nerves. "Sorry, babe, but you know I gotta do what I gotta do. Plus, I was still gonna link up with a few of the guys to see about some other shit." I just shook my head. "Please don't tell me you are still gonna try to run in those streets. I already done told you I think that's a bad idea." "Bitch, back the fuck off me, like, for real," Percy suddenly bellowed. "Nigga, don't you raise your fucking voice in my house. I'm just trying to help you." "Man, whatever, I'm out. I'll holler at you later, Vanita." Shaking to my core, I watched this trifling nigga literally toss the orange juice carton back into the fridge and then run out of the kitchen. Seconds later, I heard the front door open and slam shut. I absolutely couldn't believe this right now. What in the fuck was I really thinking messing around with this crazy boy? Clutching my chest, I had to sit down for a second in the dining room just to gather my thoughts. This wasn't a good situation at all. Granted, I had a thing for Percy and something in me kind of loved him, but being married to him was one crazy, impulsive decision. I let my loneliness get the best of me. Shit, I didn't know why. It wasn't like I couldn't get a man. As I continued to sit there, I dazed off for a second and suddenly my mind went blank. I was at a complete loss of words. Who am I? Why am I here? What's going on? My mind continued to fill with this weird sense of emptiness, and before you know it, I completely blanked out. I stared off at nothing, forgetting everything about myself and where I was currently. What was going on? Some moments later, I stood up and made my way over to the kitchen. Then the smoke alarm inside of my house began to go off. I snapped out of the daze I was in, not realizing how long I had been out of it. Damn it! I screamed when I realized I had let the pot of grease cook for too long, and now my entire house was filled with the blackest smoke. Suddenly, I heard 3 loud knocks at my front door, and then my doorbell kept going off. Getting scared, I tried to quickly gather myself. The entire kitchen was still smoky, and now I was wondering if my alarm had set off the fire department to come to my house. Whoever was at my door kept pounding hard, and my doorbell kept firing off. Maybe it was one of my neighbors. "Coming!" I shouted as I opened up one of my kitchen windows to let the smoke out. Once I finally got the window open and the smoke began to quickly pour out of the window, I marched over to the front door and looked out the peephole. Just as I thought, it was one of my neighbors, Mr. Kilpatrick. He was this older white man that I think was probably in his 50s. I opened the door and greeted him. "Hey, Mr. Kilpatrick." "Hey, Vernita, is everything okay? I heard your smoke alarm going off for a few minutes and I was getting ready to call the fire department." "Oh, yeah, everything is fine. I was just about to..." My mind began to draw blanks again, but this time, an intense dizziness came over me. I was just about to...
Vernita? Is everything all right?"
All of a sudden, everything went dark, and I fell to the floor.
Chapter 6. Miss Washington? Miss Washington, how are you feeling, dear?
I slowly opened my eyes and noticed that I wasn't at home anymore. I was lying in a hospital bed. The sound of all sorts of medical machines were chirping in the background. Glancing around, I noticed I had a slow-dripping IV pumping cool liquid in my arm. I had absolutely no idea why I was brought here. Didn't even know what hospital I was at. Where am I? Why am I here? I said as I kept glancing around. No one else was in the room other than a tall, mahogany-toned man who I presumed to be the doctor. I didn't have my glasses on me, but I squeezed my pupils to stare at his name tag. Dr. James McKnight. I scanned Dr. McKnight up and down, and ooh, child, he was one sexy hunk of a man. I was getting hot and bothered just thinking of how delicious he looked. I'm Dr. McKnight, Miss Washington. You passed out earlier at your house and your neighbor immediately called 911, he explained. He pulled out a small flashlight from his right pocket and began to scan my eyes with it. The light was very blinding, but that didn't distract me from taking in this man's overpowering sexiness. My eyes quickly jetted down toward his lower half, and I wanted to see if Dr. McKnight had him a bulge. I was good at analyzing a man's size just based on the bulge. I didn't quite make out a bulge, but that was probably because I needed my glasses. Why did I pass out? I asked. That's what we're trying to determine, he replied as he checked off a few things on a clipboard gripped in his hands. How long have I been unconscious? Well, you just woke up. We actually had you on a sedative because when you came in earlier, your blood pressure was really low and we didn't know if you had a stroke or not. But based on your vitals, you didn't have a stroke or a heart attack. Actually, your blood test came back all good. Are you taking any medications or anything, Miss Washington? No, not at all. When's the last time you've been to a doctor? Well, I just had my annual physical not too long ago. Everything checked out okay, I explained. Well, I think we might need to run some more tests on you. Should I have a nurse try to contact some family members? A husband? Children? I'm not married. My husband passed away, I replied. But then, just like that, I quickly remembered I was technically married to Percy. But I didn't want to bring him up. The last thing I wanted was for these folks to be judging me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. McKnight said as he stuffed his pen back into his coat pocket. Okay, well, just let the nurse know if you want us to contact any family members to be here with you. I'm actually going to order a CAT scan and some other tests just to check everything out. But honestly, it just sounds like maybe you just had an unexpected drop in blood pressure. It happens from time to time, especially when you get older. Boy, don't put that on me, I said, laughing. Put what on you? Age. I might be 76, but my body feels like I'm in my 40s. Is that right? Dr. McKnight replied with a smile. I like your attitude. Well, thank you. I smiled back. Dr. McKnight, if you don't mind, can you have the nurse dial one of my friends? Her name is Alice. I can give you her number. She also has a key to my place in case of an emergency. I need my reading glasses because I can barely see a thing. My left eye is really giving me problems, it seems. Now that I think about it, that usually isn't the case. Now I was starting to get a bit nervous because this was the first time ever I started to notice my vision in my left eye was extremely hazy. Usually I could do fine without my reading glasses, but now I felt like I was damn near Stevie Wonder blind. Okay, sure thing. What's her number? Dr. McKnight asked as he pulled out his ink pen. I told him Alice's number and he jotted it down and quickly made his way out of the room. Some seconds later, the nurse, a young Hispanic-looking girl, walked in and said, Okay, Miss Washington, I called your friend Alice and told her what happened. She said she's on her way. But in the meantime, Dr. McKnight ordered a CAT scan for you. So I'm going to get you prepped for that, she said. Okay. Anxiety began to rise in my throat and my body grew a tad tight. What exactly is a CAT scan used for? I had to ask as I sat up in the bed. Well, it's a diagnostic exam that can be used to diagnose a bunch of things. But don't worry, I think based on your vitals, everything is going to be fine. Okay. I didn't like the sound of that, but I guess I had no control over it at the moment. By the way, what hospital am I at? University of Chicago, she responded as she helped me into another gown. Some moments later, another hospital worker stumbled into the room. He was an older black fellow with a shiny bald head. "Miss Washington?"
Mrs. Washington?
"That's me." I smiled.
I'm Donovan. I'm the x-ray tech that'll be helping you out with your CAT scan,"
he said. He looked over at the nurse and then said,
"I can take it from here."
Some moments later, after both Donovan, the x-ray tech, and the nurse got me situated into a wheelchair, I was taken down to another part of the hospital for the CAT scan. Once we got inside the room, I swear my entire insides filled with a million butterflies. "Is this gonna put a lot of radiation and stuff in me?" I asked. "Well, yes, but you should be fine. No more radiation than the radiation you get exposed to when you go through one of those TSA scanners at the airport. Those nuke people all the time and people don't even realize it," Donovan said as he helped me out of the wheelchair and then walked me over to a flat table. "Now, lay down on this and hold your hands to your side. The test isn't going to take no longer than 5 minutes. I'll have you back in your room in no time, Miss Washington." "Okie dokie," I replied with fake enthusiasm. I couldn't help but think something may have been seriously wrong with me. Once Donovan helped me lay down on the table, I laid still, staring up at the ceiling of the dimly lit room. All I could hear was the faint rumbling of a machine. This reminded me so much of when Clarence was in the hospital. All of a sudden, the fear of dying filled my mind, and this weird sense of fear gripped every inch of my body. But I had to stay calm. Nothing is wrong with me. Nothing is wrong with me. Nothing is wrong with me. I kept repeating that in my head as I heard the table move, and then Donovan said, "Now just lay still and close your eyes." Doing as he said, I closed my eyes shut and just thought about my life and all the things I missed out on wasting my time with Clarence. I thought about the future family I could have had. I thought about the future grandchildren I could have been playing with right now. At the end of the day, although I had a bunch of young guys to fuck around with, I really had nobody. Trying to hold back tears, there was a part of me that wished I could pay to go back in time. If I could do it all over again, I'd definitely avoid Clarence like the plague. My tears of sadness turned to tears of rage, and I was glad I did what I did when he was sick. Some may label me a bad wife, but I had to do what was right for me. My sex drive had been bottled up for so many years, and I felt repressed. I heard the whooshing sound of the machine circulating around me, and the guilt of doing what I did to Clarence escaped. Good riddance, I thought to myself. I got lost in my sea of thoughts, and before you know it, I was out of the CAT scan machine. Donovan walked over and helped me up. "See, I told you it wouldn't take that long," he uttered with a big grin plastered on his chubby chocolate face. Boy, he sure was ugly, but he was such a nice man. Bless his heart. Anyways, after he helped me up and put me back into the wheelchair, he wheeled me back to my room. Soon as he opened the door, I saw Alice sitting down in one of the 2 chairs inside the room. "Girl, oh my God, I was getting nervous for a second. What happened?" Alice growled, her voice sounding like she was getting ready to break down and cry. "Girl, calm down. It ain't that serious. I just passed out and the doctor just think my blood pressure dropped too low. I was cooking and I think I inhaled too much smoke," I said as I got up from the wheelchair and lay back down in the bed. Alice pulled out a pair of my glasses from her purse and handed them over to me.
"The doctor called and said you needed these."
"Thank you, girl. You always looking out for me." She rolled her eyes and huffed.
"I know. I am. Like last night."
"Child, don't even start. You already know how I feel about men. Don't play me like that."
"Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just glad there's nothing seriously wrong with you. Girl, I know sometimes we get into our little arguments, but you know at the end of the day, you my best friend. I can't let anything happen to my girl. I love you."
Alice was indeed right. Although we had our occasional disagreements, she was still my friend, and she was someone I could count on when things got bad. Hearing her say those words made me a bit emotional, and I had to look away to let out a few more tears.
What's wrong?
Alice asked once she noticed how I quickly went quiet. Oh, nothing. Just reminiscing, that's all.
About Clarence?
She inquired in somewhat of a nervous tone. I glanced over at her. Yeah.
You miss him?
Honestly, yes. I lied. Miss him every day. Of course, I couldn't let her know how I truly felt about the nigga.
Yeah? Sometimes I wonder what life would have been like if I had a husband for that long who I truly loved and cared for like that. Clarence was a good man. Just count yourself lucky you had someone like that for such a long time. Not everyone is blessed to have a long-lasting, happy marriage,
she said, dozing off into space. Although I was cringing at every word she said, I understood why Alice felt the way she felt. Hell, I'd be feeling the same way too if I wasted my time being with the nigga who knocked me across the head every now and then just for not making his meatloaf right. Some moments later, the door to my room opened and Dr. McKnight strolled in with his lips pursed. He had this weird, solemn look on his face. "Excuse me, but can I have a word with Miss Washington?" he asked Alice.
"Sure thing. I'll be outside,"
Alice said as she quickly stood up and made her way out of the door. Once the door was shut, Dr. McKnight's sexy ass coolly strolled over to my bedside and rumbled through some papers on a clipboard. He reminded me so much of Blair Underwood. I loves me some Blair Underwood. Except when he was knocking that little light-skinned girl out in that Tyler Perry movie. Unfortunately, I have some bad news, Miss Washington. Billions of butterflies filled the empty pits of my stomach, and I felt like the walls inside the hospital room were closing in. What is it? Chapter 7. You have brain cancer. Huh? My face twisted with confusion. I had to have him repeat what he just said. I just knew he didn't say what I thought he said. Yes, Miss Washington. Unfortunately, we suspect you have brain cancer. The radiologist detected a large growing tumor on the right lobe of your brain. It's spreading to the point where you are becoming symptomatic, which might mean you might be at stage 3 or possibly 4. My eyes widened with fear and I clutched my chest out of shock. Cancer? Like, cancer? Yes, cancer. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. So does this mean I'm going to die soon? I don't know, Dr. McKnight muttered. Laying there, I didn't know what else to say. So many thoughts flooded my mind that I couldn't even squeeze out another question. Well, based on the CAT scan, we think there is a hope for a treatment. We're going to refer you to the top oncologist here. Cancer is not always a death sentence. We have newer treatments, but at my age, I interrupted. I'm in my late 70s. What kind of real treatment is out there that would really work for someone in my age bracket? Is it even worth it? You never know, Miss Washington. The best thing you can do right now, though, is remain optimistic. He continued. I'll leave you some time to process everything, and I'll go ahead and get into contact with the oncology department to have an appointment set up for you as soon as possible. Okay, was all I could respond as the doctor made his way out of the door. Alice then strolled in right after him.
"So what's wrong?"
she asked. I have cancer. Brain cancer. Alice suddenly clasped her mouth and her eyes widened to the size of 2 big moons.
"Cancer?"
Yes, cancer.
"No!
No!
No!
She exploded into tears as she made her way over to me.
This ain't right! This ain't right!"
She kept repeating herself as she leaned in to give me a hug.
"We gotta get you to another doctor ASAP. I mean,
How do they even know for sure you got cancer? They could just be telling you anything. You should get a second opinion. Alice, calm down, I said, trying to reassure her, but I was just as nervous and scared as she was. The doctor said he's going to refer me over to an oncologist. Hopefully, I can get an appointment first thing in the morning. As Alice managed to calm herself, she and I continued to talk until the doctor came back into the room. After running a few lighter tests, the hospital discharged me and Alice took me back home. As we hit the city streets, it was so crazy how such a beautiful sunny Sunday gave birth to such sad news. My life was coming to an end. Sitting in the passenger seat and staring out of the window, I just wanted to explode into tears, but I had to hold myself together. Although the doctor told me to remain optimistic, there was no way in hell I had it in me to survive something as horrible as cancer. Alice pulled her Camry into the driveway of my townhouse, and as the two of us got out, I could hear some loud bass-heavy music rumbling. Alice threw a look of confusion at me and asked, "What in the hell is that noise?" I threw a glance of shock right back at her and shrugged my shoulders. "Hell, I don't know." "I'ma call the police," Alice shouted as she quickly rummaged through her purse. "Wait, don't do that. I forgot. That's my sister's son. I forgot I left him a key." Confusion suddenly swamped Alice's face. "Your sister's son? You got a sister? I thought you only had a brother." "Girl, I got a half-sister that I didn't really tell anyone about. My father was a Rolling Stone. You know how that goes." I fibbed. I had to make some shit up quick. "Oh, damn," Alice mumbled, then got quiet. She trailed me as I made my way up to the front door. Once I unlocked the door and opened it, a plume of smoke escaped the front door. The smoke was thicker than molasses and it reeked of weed. "Percy! Percy!" I screeched out. "Cut that goddamn music off. We got company. The hell is wrong with you?" "Girl, is everything all right? You sure you don't want me to call the police?" Alice asked as her voice turned high-pitched and filled with nervousness. "No, don't do that. I'ma get his ass right." I couldn't believe Percy was doing this to me right now. I hadn't even been gone the entire day and this trifling nigga was already turning my house into a pigsty. The music was so loud. When I made my way past the foyer and into the living room, I noticed the music was playing from my television and a speaker system was hooked up to it. I didn't even realize them speakers could get that damn loud. "Percy, bring your ass out here right now," I yelled. "Calm down, Vernita. You don't want to get yourself too worked up," Alice pleaded, but her words went through one ear and out the other. I was ready to kill this nigga. This was just entirely too disrespectful. From the way he'd been talking to me, to him not wanting my breakfast, then to add fuel to the fire, I was now walking around with a motherfucking tumor in my head that could kill me at any moment. Although he'd only been out of prison for less than a day, I wanted his ass gone already. First thing I was gonna do once I left the doctor's office tomorrow morning was run my ass down to a lawyer and get this marriage annulled and serve this crazy nigga divorce papers. "Percy!" I yelled again to the top of my lungs. Then I lunged over to the television and cut the music off. "What, bitch?" I heard him yell as he stormed out into the living room without a damn thing on his body. He was fully naked, and his big old dick was hanging down to his kneecaps. "Percy, put some clothes on," I screamed. "Oh my God!" exclaimed Alice as she clasped her mouth and spun around. "I'm so sorry about that," I apologized, feeling so embarrassed that this was happening right now. "Man, who the fuck this bitch is? Why she up in my house?" Percy asked as he stood his naked ass there with no shame. She act like she ain't seen a dick before. Percy, have some motherfucking respect or you need to pack your shit up and get the hell up out my house. This ain't your house. Look, I think I should just leave, girl. I'ma holler at you later, Alice said as she quickly made her way out the door. I am so sorry about this, Alice, but thank you for helping me out. I'll call you later. I need to get this bastard straight.
Okay, well, holler at me and call me if you need anything,
she muttered as she zipped out of the front door. Pissed, I dashed down the hallway and made my way into my bedroom, where I saw this nigga casually putting some clothes on. Why in the fuck do you got my house smelling like this? And why did you have that music blasting to the high heavens? Who in the hell do you think you are? Nigga, this is my house. My house. I paid the mortgage for this motherfucker. Bitch, you must have forgot I'm married to your ass. This my house, too. Nigga, you lost your motherfucking mind. This is not your house. Let's get that straight right now, partner. I screamed. Why was I even continuing to bother with this fool? No. Fuck that. He needed to get all of his shit and leave immediately. In fact, you know what? I'm done, I yelled, throwing my hands up in surrender. We don't need to be married. You don't have the slightest respect for me or what I've done for you. You need to pack up all of your shit and get the hell up out of my house. Now, nickel. Suddenly, without hesitation, Percy lunged at me, grabbed me, and slammed me up against the wall. Bitch, I'll kill you. I ain't going no motherfucking where. Let me go. Oh, ho, I ain't letting nothing go. Shit, you lucky I'm even fucking your old wrinkled ass. Dry ass pussy ain't even that good any damn way. Now go in there and fix me something to eat, old bitch. Old bitch? First, this nigga disrespects me by talking all types of shit to me. Then he puts his hands on me? Not to mention he even disrespected my friend. But even worse, he called me an old bitch? I don't know what came over me, but all I saw was red. You hear me, old bitch? I said go fix me something to eat. A nigga hungry. All right. I'ma fix you something. Just calm down, I said softly. Here I was, standing in front of this man, and he didn't even bother to ask me where I'd been at all day. I was fresh out of the hospital, freshly diagnosed with brain cancer, and all he wanted was some food. I got his food all right. So you're not even gonna ask me where I've been at all day? I had to ask before I left out of the room. Smacking his teeth, he growled. No, I don't give a fuck. You was probably out playing bingo or some shit. Now hurry up and go fix me something to eat so I can put this wood up in you. Maybe then you'll get off my fucking nerves. Just like that, I already knew what I had to do. I coolly strolled into the kitchen and noticed how the breakfast I had been making earlier was all still out. The kitchen was an absolute mess. I spent the next hour or so cleaning up before I started whipping up a quick lunch. I already had the perfect meal in mind, too. Shrimp and grits. I just knew Percy was gonna love them. I pulled down a box of grits, measured out 2 cups, and then threw them in a pot of boiling water. Once they finished, I stirred them gently and set the oven on low. It wasn't gonna take long to make the shrimp, so I ran into the bedroom to the bathroom real quick. Percy was laying down in the bed watching ESPN while he smoked on a joint. My food almost ready yet, woman? He sternly asked. Yes, baby, it's almost done. I just got a tinkle, I replied as I strolled into the bathroom. All right, good, 'cause I got other shit to do tonight. Once I closed the bathroom door and locked it, I rummaged through the medicine cabinet and pulled out an old bottle of some medicine I had last year for my blood pressure. I quickly checked the bottle to see how many pills I had left. Too many to count, but enough to put Percy in his rightful place. I closed the bottle and stuffed it in my bra. Once I took a tinkle, I made my way back into the kitchen and pulled the bottle out of my bra. I took my food processor out of the cabinet and threw the entire bottle of pills into it. Once I crushed the pills up into a fine powder, I stirred them gently into the grits and then added some seasonings and other spices to cover up the taste. Some moments later, I finished making the Cajun shrimp and bacon medley to go on top of the grits. I scooped out a generous serving on top of the grits and then sprinkled some chopped green onion on top of it. "Percy, the food is ready," I called out with a big smile on my face. Not even a half minute later, Percy came strolling into the kitchen. "Finally, a nigga hungry as fuck," he groaned and sat down at the dining room table. I sat the heavy bowl of shrimp and grits before him. "What you want to drink? I can make you a little nice cocktail to go with those shrimp and grits." "Like what?" "I can take this leftover peach lemonade and mix it with the whiskey and some vodka. It'll calm your nerves down real good." "Well, fix me one, but don't add too much vodka because I said I got some shit to do tonight," he grunted and then dived right into the food. "Damn, this shit good. Your old ass still good for something." "Yes, I am. I sure am," I smiled. Chapter 8. 6 months later. It's crazy how life can suddenly turn, and turn for the worse. Just when I thought I was living out my best life, I got hit with cancer. And then my love life started to go into shambles. Crazy thing was, after I tried to put Percy to sleep for good by putting a bunch of blood pressure meds in his grits, that nigga just slept it off and woke up the next day feeling like $1,000. Soon afterwards, like the trifling nigga I kind of always knew he was, he left me after he told me he got some young girl pregnant. I can't say I was devastated when he told me what he did. After all, I wanted him to leave anyways. But I was truly broken, knowing that I wasted time messing around with some young kid who treated me like dirt and made it his mission to constantly remind me that I was nothing more than a piece of old ass, shelter, and a home-cooked meal. That truly hurt, especially now that I was living with this cancer and I had no real man who truly loved me to look after my being. To make matters worse, soon after Percy left me to go be with his little young pregnant bitch, Markel decided to up and leave Chicago for Atlanta. Guess he wanted to be in a space where he felt a bit more comfortable with his real self. The day after I found out I had brain cancer, I ended up going to an oncologist who told me that I had an inoperable tumor and that there was nothing I could do other than potentially try some experimental treatments. But the doctor told me that at my age, those treatments might end up doing more damage than good. So, left with no other choices, the doctor told me that the cancer was terminal and that I had no more than a year, 2 at the max, left to live. Honestly, I can say since Clarence died, I had spent the few years after his death trying to make up for lost time, and it was a good run. But now, as I stood here in my bathroom mirror, looking at my poor old self begin to slowly deteriorate, I just knew it was a matter of time before my health would take a much more serious turn. The one thing I can honestly say I truly regretted was not taking heed to Alice's advice and actually settling down with a man who was right in my age range. God, she was so right. I should have just stayed in my lane and found me an older man who was more mature and had his stuff together. I would have had me somebody right now to look after me. I was so lonely. Crazy as it may seem, shortly after my cancer diagnosis, Alice ended up finding her a man, and now she was living her best life. She lost 100 pounds, got an entire makeover, and now she was looking better than ever. I, on the other hand, was beginning to look like a dried-up prune that nobody wanted. Some of my hair was beginning to fall out. My muscles ached damn near every day. My bones felt so brittle, and every time I went somewhere, I had to pause just to catch my breath. My oncologist had me taking a few prescriptions to manage the vertigo and occasional nausea I'd have. He told me, though, that within a few months I should expect my condition to get worse and that I better start getting my affairs in order. He even told me to consider checking myself into a hospice where I'd have 24/7 support and I could make some friends as I began to transition. There was a part of me, though, that still couldn't believe any of this, but I guess I had to realize that at the end of the day, we all have to meet our eventual end. Life isn't forever. We all have to die one day. But damn, why did I have to go out like this? I always imagined I'd go out in my sleep, soft as cream. But no, I had to suffer in this agony, and any day now I was just expecting myself to further devolve into absolute pain and the horror of cancer. It was late December, and snow was falling hard from the skies. Although I'd been in my house all this week, I could feel that it was so somberly gray outside. It was something about this weather that just made me so sad. I used to love winter so much. Now it was just a bittersweet reminder of how eventually I'd one day end up frozen in a morgue somewhere, getting ready to be buried in some grave. Alice called me earlier and asked me if I wanted to hang out. Although she had been coming by occasionally to check on me, her new relationship had occupied a lot of her time. I honestly thought she would have been a bit more supportive in helping me out, but then again, could I blame her? This was the first time in her life she truly felt loved. I was so happy for her, but at the same time so envious. One thing I came to realize was that although I'd had my fair share of young men's, none of them actually loved me. They just wanted me and my sex. They just wanted my money, wanted my cooking. None of them wanted my heart. None of them wanted my love. And though I never wanted to admit it, all I wanted was their love, their affection. All this time I'd been living in delusion. Anyways, I had to get myself out of this funk, because life obviously was way too short. As I finished getting ready, I wanted to put on one of my sexy outfits just for old time's sake. I wanted to prove to myself I could still get it. I had no idea where Alice was taking me, but she wanted to tell me she had a big surprise for me. Some moments later, after I got finished doing my hair and putting on my makeup, I put on one of my sexy dresses and sprinkled some of my favorite perfume all over my body. Damn, I look good. I congratulated myself for looking so marvelous, but deep down I was truly a mess. I had to stop myself from crying. Get it together, Vanita. Don't do this right now. Everything's gonna be all right. God is still in control. Everything's gonna be all right. Just breathe. I took in a deep breath and exhaled. Breathe in. Breathe out. While I tried my best to simmer my nerves, I still couldn't help but let out a single tear. As it quickly escaped the corner of my left eye, I grabbed a tissue and gently wiped the tear away so I wouldn't ruin my makeup. Then I heard my phone vibrating on the edge of the bathroom countertop. That had to be Alice, so I quickly yanked the phone and answered. Hey, girl, you almost here? Yeah, girl, I'm just pulling up. Okay, I'll meet you outside then, I replied, and then hung up. I grabbed my purse, phone, and turned off all the lights. Soon as I got outside, I saw a shiny black brand new Lincoln Town car pulling up into my driveway. My mouth flung wide open. I saw Alice in the driver's seat and then she waved at me. Once I got into the passenger seat, the smell of a fresh new car filled my nose. Ooh, I just love the smell of a new car. Girl, when you bought this? I had to ask. I just got this yesterday. Lamar gave me the down payment for it and everything. Oh, wow. I see you and Lamar getting real serious. We sure are, she replied with a big, ecstatic smile stretched across her face. It was amazing how losing all that weight made her look younger. Looked like she took about 20 years off her face. Whatever she was doing, I had to do it too. I had to commend her because she was doing such a wonderful job. You looking good, Alice. Girl, I need to do whatever you doing. Oh, stop it, Renita. No, but for real. I'm so proud of you, girl. You look like $1,000,000. Well, thank you. You still looking good yourself, though. I would never even think you had cancer. How's everything going with that? Are you still going to at least try out the other treatment options that the doctor told you? I sat there silent for a second. I honestly didn't know how to reply. Probably not. I don't think I should proceed, Alice. It just seems like the cons outweigh the pros. Besides, even if the treatment does work, what's the point of even living anymore? I lived my life.
Oh, no. Vernita, please don't say that. No. You have a lot to live for.
Like what?
Like me. I want you to live. All of your friends want you to live. Your family wants you to live,
Alice cried.
You're gonna make me really cry. Please don't give up hope.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, seems like I ain't got no more friends or family. You got a man now and you living your best life. I don't really talk to my own blood like that. Never really did.
Oh, no. Vernita, is that how you really feel? I'm sorry I couldn't be any more supportive, but you know I'm always going to try my best to be here to help you out. Now, you know you need to get out of this funk right now because it's just not healthy. It ain't right, and it ain't going to do you no good thinking this way.
Well, how can I help but to feel any different? I didn't want to guilt trip Alice, and truth be told, she was right to an extent. If I kept thinking this way, I was going to hasten my demise. But how could I not feel depressed? How would you feel if a doctor told you that you had less than 2 years left to live? Every day I had to walk around knowing this very bitter fact. You know what, though? You're right. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit in a tizzy right now. I just feel so down because I never thought 6 months ago my life would suddenly turn for the worse like this, I explained. My head hung low. Once again, I tried to keep myself from crying. But suddenly this burst of energy filled me and I shot my head up. But you're right. I can't keep thinking this way. Sorry I even sound down like this.
No, it's okay. You gotta get it out.
Yeah? But just forget I'm even acting this way. I just want to hear this surprise of yours. Where are you taking me?
I want to take you to this seafood spot out in the suburbs called Papados. You ever been there before? Lamar took me there a few weeks ago and it was so good. They got good shrimp.
I chuckled. Yeah, I've been to Papados before. I love their drinks. I had to laugh, remembering one of my little dips used to work there. Terrence was his name. He was a little sexy yellow thing. Reminded me of Shamar Moore, just a bit brawnier. And I'll never forget how he tossed my salad in the back seat of Paulette in the parking lot. As Alice and I continued our conversation, she pulled out of my driveway. We hopped onto Lakeshore Drive and I swear my mood shifted. The sun began to peek through the thickness of the gray clouds and I had a glimmer of hope that perhaps things would be a bit different. Perhaps I should get a second opinion about my health. In fact, I planned to go to the doctor first thing in the morning. Find me a new doctor. I didn't like that cracker of a doctor I had any damn way. Chapter 9. An hour later, after a long journey on the highway, we had finally made it to the restaurant. I swear black folks love them some seafood. And I say that because it seems like every nigga and their mammy was at this damn seafood restaurant. Papados was like a fancier Red Lobster. Luckily, Alice got us reservations. Otherwise, we would have been waiting for what seemed like a good hour just to get a table. It was just 20 past noon, and she and I were sitting down at the table eating some bread and butter. She was strict about counting her calories, so she was eating tiny bits of bread, but I was devouring the entire loaf by myself as I sipped on this huge drink called the Swamp Thing. It was a mix of all different types of liquor, and baby, as that alcohol began to swim in my veins, I was starting to feel mighty different. I hadn't felt like this in a while, and I swore I was beginning to feel like my old self. Shit, now that I thought about it, maybe that was just what I needed to do to relax my nerves. Have me a nice cocktail here and there. That doctor told me not to drink, but hell, what did he really know? Besides, if there was nothing else I could do to cure this cancer, why not have a drink? Fuck him. I'ma live my life. So you need to go ahead and tell me what this big surprise is, I mumbled to Alice as I stuffed a big piece of bread in my mouth, then took a gulp from my drink. Well, you already know Lamar and I are getting real serious. She took a deep breath and I already knew what she was about to say. Last night, Lamar proposed to me, Alice confessed. My eyes widened. Girl, congratulations! Why you had to wait to tell me this? I'm so happy for you. I quickly looked at her hand and didn't even realize she had this beautiful, big-ass ring on her finger. How did I not notice that earlier? Gosh, I was so out of it. I'm surprised you didn't notice my ring, she then said as she held her left hand toward me and showed off what had to be at least a 3 or 4 carat ring. Wow, this Lamar got some money. Girl, you struck gold, I see. Everything is lining up for you. Yeah, well, here's the other surprise, she said, and then her smile went a bit flat. What's that? My brow raised out of curiosity. I know this might not be what you want to hear, Vanita, but Lamar wants to move to the Bahamas. He bought some land down in Nassau and built this nice house. He wants to move in a month or so, she said. So, you're gonna move out of Chicago? For good? Well, that would be the plan, so yes. But what? I just don't know. Know about what? Well, you know, our friendship and with everything you got going on. I don't know how I feel about just upping and moving, leaving you here by yourself. Child, listen, do not worry about me, I said, smacking my teeth. Don't let what I got going on hold you back. You gotta do you, boo. But Vanita, I just want to be here for you. I mean, we just talked about friendship in the car and whatnot and how important it is. You really gonna be okay with me just moving away like that? I didn't want to come off as crass and being selfish, but to an extent, I was feeling a certain type of way that she would just drop all of this on me. But what would I look like being so upset that she was getting married and then moving away? I should be elated that my friend was finding true love and happiness. Among the laughing, conversations, and clicking of dishes inside of the restaurant, I started to feel nauseous and my vertigo began to kick in. My stomach rumbled a bit and I wondered if I had too much to drink. Suddenly, I hung my head low and went quiet. Everything all right, Vanita? Alice sounded very concerned as she leaned in and rubbed my back. Girl, I think you may have had too much to drink, she said. I'm fine. I just need to use the bathroom right quick, I replied as I slowly stood up and leaned against the table for a moment. Is everything all right, ma'am? I heard our waiter say from behind me. I'm fine. I just think I had too much to drink, I said as I stood myself up. I just need to use the ladies' room. Where is it at? It's over near the far end of the bar, ma'am. You need me to help you, Vanita? Alice asked. She has brain cancer and I think some of her symptoms are beginning to flare up, she said aloud. My eyes instantly grew wide with embarrassment and slight rage. Why in the hell would she reveal my damn medical history to the gay-looking white boy? How dare she? There was a part of me that suddenly wanted to grab this plate of bread and smack her across the head with it. No, I'm fine, Alice. I'll be right back, I said back to her, my tone a bit angry. Making my way through the crowded restaurant, I flew inside the ladies' restroom and then made my way down to the handicap stall. I quickly locked it and began pacing inside the stall, punching the air. All types of rage filled my mind, and honestly, I wasn't doing good right now. I wasn't dizzy or anything from cancer. I was dizzy because I couldn't believe that ex-fat-ass bitch was getting married and moving away. Fuck her. I was supposed to be the one getting good news, not her. That bitch made all sorts of stupid decisions in her life, especially to stay with a crazy, abusive-ass nigga that cheated on her and beat her ass. But no, here I was, the one dying from cancer, and this flabby arms-having bitch was getting all the good news. And yeah, I lied to her motherfucking ass. She didn't look good at all. She looked like pure shit. She looked like Bozo the Clown did her makeup, and that cheap-ass wig she had stitched in her head was a pure mess. She probably let that ratchet-ass daughter of hers do her hair and makeup. Got her out here embarrassing me and shit. Quickly trying to get myself together, I took a few deep breaths as I clutched my chest and closed my eyes. Calm down, Vanita. Just calm down. You doing the most right now. You got yourself all worked up, I said to myself, hoping my words would soothe this inner rage. I made my way out of the stall and strolled up to the sink just to sprinkle a few drops of water on my face. Ooh, child, I was so red in the face. Nah, this couldn't be the way I was gonna go out. Fuck that. I needed to get my motherfucking mojo back. Yes, ma'am. I was gonna die riding me a big black dick. Chuckling at myself as I stared in the mirror, I couldn't believe I was getting so envious of Alice's newfound happiness. But fuck her, fat ass bitch. Yeah, she was my friend and she was being supportive, but I didn't want any friends right now. I wanted me a man with a big heart, big pockets, and most importantly, a big-ass dick. If Alice could find someone and be happy, and I had 2 years left to live, well, damn it, I needed to find the same. The doors to the bathroom opened, and lo and behold, Alice stumbled in, scanning me up and down.
Vernita, is everything okay? I was getting worried for a second.
Yeah, girl, I just vomited a little, but I took my medicine. I'm fine now. Ooh, child, I almost thought I was gonna have to call 911.
We can still go to the hospital if you need to.
I shook my head. No, I'm fine. I just need to not have another drink, I said.
Okay, well, do you want to get the food to go and just go back to your place and relax?
She asked. No, we can eat here, girl. Don't worry about me. I just want to learn more about your plans, I said as I turned the faucet off and wiped my face with a piece of paper towel. The two of us strolled out of the bathroom and made our way back to our table. The waiter came moments later, took our orders, and then she and I went back to talking about her future plans. So, I still have yet to meet this Mr. Lamar. When am I going to have a chance to finally meet him?
Well,
Alice grinned hard and then said,
I was hoping we could all go out maybe in a few days. I think you will really like him.
Yeah, well, I want to see for myself. I can't just let my friend marry any and everybody. Don't want to make that mistake twice, I said, winking.
Yeah, you're right. You and I both know that for sure,
she said back to me. Although I kept smiling, all I kept thinking was I couldn't believe this heifer had the nerve to compare my marriage to Clarence with that low-life nigga she was married to. Clarence may have been a bust, but when it came to the bedroom, at least he wasn't beating my ass and fucking every fast-tail hussy in Chicago. I was over hearing about Lamar and Alice's joy, so after our food came, I made up some bullshit and told Alice I wasn't feeling well and that we should just get the food to go. And that we did. Less than 2 hours later, I was back at my house and I didn't even want her company anymore. All right, girl. Thank you so much for everything. I just need to take me a nap. I'll call you when I wake up, I lied.
You sure you don't want me to stay behind just in case?
Alice asked. Nah, girl, I don't want to bother you, I replied as I got out of the car with my food in my hand. I didn't even want this over-fried, nasty-ass shit. I'd rather get me some catfish from Chicago Chicken and Waffles than eat this bullshit.
All right, well, give me a call,
she said. Once I got out of the car, she quickly took off and I made my way back inside. Now that the old Vernita was back, I needed to get this back cracked. This tender pussy ain't been touched or ate in nearly half a year, and it was definitely time to get my fuck on. I may have had 2 years left to live, but that didn't mean I couldn't go out with a bang. No pun intended. I sexily sauntered through my kitchen and threw the food straight in the garbage. Fuck this moping and complaining. I was gonna live it up until the wheels fell off this pussy. So with that being said, I dashed into my bedroom and began looking for a new outfit to put on. Although it was Sunday and the streets were a bit quiet, Vanita was gonna go out tonight and snatch me up some dick. A part of me wanted to call up Percy and tempt him with cash so I can just get some quick dick. But fuck that. I wanted some new dick. I wanted to see if I still had it in me to make a nigga crave this body. After a few minutes or so, I found the exact outfit I was looking for. This all-black, thigh-high slit gown to reveal these sexy, succulent, toned brown legs of mine. Ooh, and baby, the neck to the dress was open to reveal these nice, firm titties that I worked so hard to get, thanks to Markel. Although my hair was starting to look a bit patchy, I had the best wig to make a nigga's head turn. I had a blonde bob wig with china bangs. It was now approaching 2 p.m. and I didn't want to hit the streets until around 9 or so. So in the meantime, I was gonna lay down, relax, and get me in a nice nap. In fact, before I did that, I wanted to smoke some good-ass reefer to get my mind right. I pulled out my phone from my purse and called up one of my dealers. 20 minutes later, he came through and dropped me off a big bag of that reefer. Once I rolled me up a nice blunt, I laid down and took a sip of some Hennessy I had left over from months back. The night was gonna be nice. Chapter 10. Club Sanctuary was one of these young folks' nightclubs over in the West Loop, which was like West downtown Chicago. Although it was Sunday night, surprisingly the club was packed to the brim. The air was bitter and cold, but my sexy ass was protected by this heavy chinchilla fur draping down to my ankles. This tall, big, thick security guard nigga, who was darker than midnight, checked me for weapons. Then, like the cocky, bad bitch I was, I sauntered through the doors of the club as the loud music blasted and rumbled the walls and floor. Sparkling orbs of neon light illuminated the entire nightclub. A bitch could feel all the eyes on me, but I didn't know if the stares were good or bad. Honestly, I didn't give a good goddamn. Baby, I was just here to have me a few drinks, meet a couple niggas, and hopefully bring some young dick back to my place of residence. The song blasting from the speaker sounded a bit dated, but it sure was giving my ass life. I think it was Crime Mob. Anyway, I had my stilettos on. My pumps click-clacked against the floor as I made my way over to the bar. I eyed an empty seat next to this man. Guessing he felt my presence, the young gentleman looked over his shoulder and then quickly pulled an empty seat back for me to sit on. "Oh, thank you, darling," I said to him with the biggest grin on my face. "No problems, ma'am," he replied as he scanned me up and down. With a weird smirk on his face, I knew he had to be curious about who I was and what I looked like under this fur coat. And just like that, I slipped out of the fur coat, revealing to every curious nigga in the club what I had on. I was bedazzling, you hear me? I had my pearls and diamonds on too. "Damn, lady, you really showing out tonight," the young man replied as he kept that same smirk on his face. And ooh, child, he was just what I was looking for tonight. He was a tall, yellow fella that reminded me of that actor, Terrence Howard. He had glowing blue eyes, a chiseled face, and full lips that were making this cat of mine roar like a lion. He looked athletic, too. Perhaps he played basketball for the Bulls. Maybe even football. Hell, I didn't know, but I was gonna get to know. He wasn't dressed like the rest of the guys in the club, though. He had on a nice, creme-colored Ferragamo suit. Boy looked like he made $1 million a year. What was to him, I wondered. "This music is a bit aggressive," I said to him as I sat down in the chair. The bartender, a chubby brown guy, strolled over and asked, "What are you having tonight, ma'am?" "I'm having some Coke and Hennessy, on the rocks. Make it a double shot, too," I replied. "It's on me," the young sexy gentleman next to me said to the bartender. He then glanced at me and said, "It's on me. I'll treat you since you came here dressed like the queen." "Oh my, thank you so much," I grinned. "And what's your name?" Terry Franklin." He stretched his hand out to shake mine. "I'm Vernita Washington. Nice to meet you, Terry," I said, shaking his hand. I quickly glanced down and noticed his hands were manicured. Ooh, child, I just loved when a man took good care of his hands. His hand wasn't too soft or too hard. Nice to meet you as well, he replied, then took a sip of his glass. So what are you drinking? I had to ask. Some vodka. I'm about to have some Patron next. Oh, you mixing them liquors together? You gonna get a headache. Nah, I'm a pro. He laughed, shaking his head. Terry and I talked for some time and kept having drink after drink. By now, I was so tipsy and ready to see if I could transition this casual conversation into a dick-down session. But for some odd reason, it just seemed like Terry wasn't going. I don't know what it was, but if he was truly wasting my time, then I needed to scour the rest of this club for some potential dick. I ain't got all the time in the world to be wasting it on some nigga who just want to be friends at this point. He told me all about himself. He said he owned an IT consulting firm and was just in town for a convention. He told me he was from Los Angeles. That was good because for right now, I truly preferred to not fuck anybody local. Some moments later, out of the corner of my eye, I saw some little young red bitch stroll up to Terry and put her hand on his shoulder. Hey, baby, I want to dance, she said. Baby. Damn it. I knew it was something about this nigga. This whole time he had me thinking his ass was single, and this nigga had a whole entire girlfriend in the club with him. I had it in me to throw this drink all over him and ruin that outfit he had on. Fuck nigga. Vernita, I want you to meet my friend Lacey, he said. He then looked at her and said, Lacey, this is Vernita. The young bitch extended her hand to shake mine. With a fake smile etched on my face, I extended my hand and shook hers. How are you? I asked with fake politeness. I'm great, actually. I just want to dance, she said. She seemed kind of ditzy. I'm sure you do. Well, y'all have fun, I said, slightly rolling my eyes. It was nice meeting you, Terry. Thanks for the drinks. As I was about to get up from my seat and grab my coat, he gently grabbed my arm. Where you going? To leave you and your girlfriend be. Nice meeting you, I said. Nah, she ain't my girlfriend. She's just one of my friends. He seemingly tried to explain, but I wasn't falling for that bullshit. At all. I already knew this nigga was lying. I was just shocked he'd do that right there in front of her face. Either he was lying or this nigga was a scammer. Whatever it was, I wanted no parts of it. Yeah, no, we're just friends, Vernita, she chimed in. Just sit down and relax, Vernita. I still want to get to know you, he said politely. Look, I'm fine. I want to get around the dance floor anyways, I said. So you want to dance too? Something like that. I kind of lied. Truth be told, I just wanted to meet other niggas because I was just getting shady vibes from this fool. Well, I guess we can all dance. Come on, he said, as he grabbed my hand along with Lacey's. Oh, we are about to have some fun, she laughed. I tensed up a bit, slightly embarrassed, because I didn't want folks staring at me. Terry noticed how tight I suddenly got. I'm good, Terry. I really am. Oh, don't be so uptight. Just relax and live a little. Life is too short. I'm just a bit too old to get down on the dance floor like that. I was kind of lying about wanting to dance. I confessed. So what? Who cares? You ain't that old. What, you're like 50 or something like that? Shit, I'm 42. You ain't that much older than me, he said, chuckling. And just like that, hearing him say that I was 50 gave me all the confidence I needed to shake off the negative vibes that was just swarming my mind. I didn't know if he was just saying that just to fuck with me, but it did fuck with me. It made me feel good again. Fuck it. You're right. One life to live. Right. Now let's go dance, he replied, and then yanked Lacey and I toward the center of the dance floor. Nicki Minaj's Truffle Butter, which I knew by heart, came on, and this zest filled me to the core. I felt like I was truly back to my old self. The lights on the dance floor turned purple and pink, and the three of us danced our asses off together, having the time of my life. I hadn't experienced this type of fun in a long time. I began to get super sweaty and I could feel my makeup running down my face. Although I couldn't get down like I used to, I sure was working every muscle and bone in my body to the best of my ability. The DJ had a remix of the song playing, and it continued playing for another minute or so. As Terry grabbed me and started grinding up on me, he leaned and looked dead into my eyes. "You want to have some real fun?" He muttered. "Sure," I said, trying my best to gather my breath. He then reached into his pocket, pulled out a small pill, and put it on the tip of his tongue. My eyes widened. What in the world was that? He looked at me, leaned in closer, and began kissing me all over my neck. Although I was racked with fear about what the hell that was on the tip of his tongue, this deep sense of lust overpowered me. My pussy was beginning to get moist as his kisses sent me into a frenzy. He pulled back a bit, looked me in my eyes again, and then leaned in and kissed me on my lips. I gave in. The two of us made out on the dance floor. As his tongue wrapped around mine, I felt the bittersweet pill dance in my mouth. I then swallowed it, not even knowing what it was. But who cared? Whatever it was, I just hoped it made me feel good. As the three of us continued to dance, it seemed like I sweated all my fears, doubts, and dreadful thoughts about my age and having cancer. Nothing at the moment mattered other than this very moment. I felt so good. Felt so alive. Felt like I was 20 all over again and was starting my life. Terry's grinding felt so good, and next thing you know, I found myself getting so moist and loose. I was ready to jump all over his dick, if he was willing to give me some. I closed my eyes and saw all of these crazy visuals and patterns I ain't never seen before in my life. What in the hell did this boy put in my mouth? "What did you give me?" I asked Terry as I leaned into his ear. "I gave you a good time," he replied with a devious grin painted on his face. "Now let's take things back to my hotel room." "Most definitely," I said as I smiled back. "Yes, Lord. Finally. Vernita still got it, y'all."
I'm coming too, right?
Lacey asked as I looked over at her. She ran her finger down my chest and then tickled my nipple. My eyes exploded, open with shock and surprise. Oh, no. I was strictly dickly. This heifer got me fucked up if she thought she was going to be part of this situation. "Yeah, you can come too," Terry muttered into Lacey's ear. The entire time we were dancing, I kind of muted her ditzy ass out, but now I was back to feeling a bit annoyed again. "I don't know about all that," I said.
Don't know about what?
Lacey said. "Just relax, Vernita. I won't bite. I promise you." She leaned into my ear and then said, "Besides, I bet you I can fuck you better than Terry." Without hesitation, she leaned into my neck and licked my earlobe. Chills shot down my spine. Honestly, it felt so good. Okay, now I was sold. Fuck it. You only live once, right? Okay, let's go. I'm horny as hell. That's what I thought. Lacey replied with the same devious smile Terry had on his face. Without caring about my car, let alone what in the hell I was about to do with these two. 10 minutes later, I found myself in the back seat of a taxi. Seated in the middle, I had both Terry and Lacey kissing all over my neck. Both of them ran their hands between my thighs, and I swore I was gonna come right there on those seats. Normally I would be embarrassed because the African cab driver kept looking back, but tonight I didn't give a fuck. I felt so good. Some moments later, we arrived at the W, right in the heart of downtown. Terry paid the driver, and then the three of us quickly made our way to the elevators. Moments later, we were on the 50th floor, expeditiously making our way to Terry's room. Once inside, I took my coat off and tossed it to the side. Lay down and make yourself comfortable, Lacey commanded from behind me. Not saying a word, I did as she said. My skin was tingling with this pulsing joy, and the more I looked at her, the more attracted I was to her. She was thick, sexy, and angelic all at the same time. All I could imagine at the moment was her head in between my thighs sucking on my clit. Laid out on the bed, I closed my eyes again, and those same psychedelic visuals were etched into my eyes. I felt like I was in a different universe. That boy gave me something. I don't know what it was. Once I opened my eyes again, I didn't even realize it, but I was completely naked. I must have dozed off for a minute while Terry and Lacey got my dress, bra, and underwear off. Both Terry and Lacey stood there with nothing on. Her body was gorgeous. Terry's was too. He was cut up from head to toe, and his dick was harder than a brick. Lacey then got into the bed and crawled in between my legs. She gently pushed them wide open, then buried her head deep between me. Without hesitation, she began to suck on my pearl. Child, I couldn't believe I was letting another woman eat me out. If I died tomorrow, I was going straight to hell. No questions asked. But I didn't care. I never would have thought in 1,000 years that a woman knew how to eat the cat better than a man. Woo, child. My pussy was gushing juices left and right as she worked that throbbing clitoris of mine. I was so enraptured in my own bliss I hadn't even realized that Terry was pumping all types of dick up in Lacey as she continued to eat me out. Then again, the room was a bit dark and I could barely see. Some moments later, Terry pulled out of Lacey and strolled over to me. He slapped his pussy juice-covered dick in my mouth, and I began to relentlessly suck on it like a lollipop. Baby, if you would have told me I died and went to heaven, I would have believed you. What a crazy way to end this day. Vernita was back, y'all. Chapter 11. I didn't know what time it was, but I was suddenly awakened by the sound of loud laughing and constant thumping piercing my dark bedroom. My hazy eyes slowly opened and I glanced over at my alarm clock and saw that it was nearly 3 p.m. Child, I don't know what the hell came over me, but I sure did some crazy shit last night. That was the first time ever I had an experience like that. The crazy thing was, most of the night was a blurry memory. But the one thing that I still had stitched in my mind was how that young girl ate my juicy box out like none other. I was still curious about what Terry gave me, but the more I laid in my bed, the more I realized that boy probably gave me one of those ecstasy pills or something like that. I ain't never messed with nothing like that before in my life, and I didn't know if I ever would again. I did have some fun, but that was just a bit too much for me. All of those crazy visuals almost had me thinking I was about to go meet Clarence, my mama, my daddy, and all of the rest of my dead peoples up in the upper room. I don't know how I managed to make it back home, but after I woke up, Terry helped me to get a ride back to my car. From there, and by the grace of God, I drove straight back home, although my head felt like it was about to explode. The heaviest fatigue drenched my entire body, so as soon as I got back to my house, I went straight to sleep. What in the hell is all of that noise? I mumbled to myself as I wiped my eyes and crawled out of the bed. With nothing on other than my bra and my underwear, I strolled over to my bedroom window and peeled the curtain back. I looked down next to the unit next to mine and saw a big-ass U-Haul moving truck and 3 Mexican-looking men moving boxes in and out. Guess the vacant townhouse next to mine finally got sold, and a new person was moving in. I'd always wondered when someone was going to buy that place, because it had been on the market for quite some time. My nerves frazzled. I was getting a bit irritated because I truly didn't want to wake up, but now that I was up, I figured I'd go take me a long, hot shower and clean myself up. Child, I didn't even know if I let Terry come up in me. Although I was pretty much dying. Shit. I still didn't want to get any diseases and shit. Ain't nobody got time to be getting AIDS. Especially when your ass already got the cancer. No ma'am. Those Mexican movers were making a lot of noise, and I had it in me to go down there and curse them the hell out for being so loud. Outside in the middle of the damn fucking cold, speaking that Spanish and shit. But the more I thought about it, the more curious I became as to who exactly was moving in. I sure hope it wasn't these three amigos, because them Mexicans are notorious for partying and carrying on. Baby, them Mexicans will be up there till 3 a.m. drinking Coronas and fucking up piñatas, even during the middle of the goddamn winter. Ugh, I grunted as I rolled my eyes and quickly pulled the curtain back. Got me fucked up. Now I had to be nosy to see who my neighbors were gonna be. Deciding to take a shower later, I threw on a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a coat. I made my way outside and put the biggest, fakest smile on my face. Excuse me, I yelled out to get their attention as I waved at them. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? One of them said. He was a short, pudgy man with a thick-ass mustache. I'm doing fine. Y'all my new neighbors? I asked as I stood there beginning to shiver. The temperature was beginning to drop. Felt like it was 20 degrees outside. No, ma'am. We're just the movers, he replied. Oh, okay. Where are they? I want to meet them, my nosy ass replied. One of the other movers, some tall and slender young man, said, They went to the store. They should be back soon. I took a good look at him, and oh my, that Mexican boy was very handsome. Although it was frigid outside, the boy had on a tight-fitting black t-shirt that snugged every muscle on his upper body. His biceps were the size of pineapples, and his shoulders were thick and broad. He had a well-shaved beard that wrapped around his chiseled light brown face. I looked deep into his eyes and felt my heart almost skip a beat. Damn, I replied with my mouth flung wide open. I took a quick scan at his legs and he had on some gray sweatpants. My eyes instantly flashed wide open when I realized this boy had a burrito of a dick print bulging right in front of me. Soon as I saw that dick print, I swear my pussy started having multiple seizures. Damn, I said, then clutched my mouth in surprise once I realized I had zoned off. Excuse me? He said with a raised brow. Suddenly the air felt awkward and I said back to him, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit up in age and I'm a bit hard of hearing. What you say now, baby? Oh, no worries, he said smiling, revealing the whitest, prettiest teeth. I just said they went to the store and they should be back soon. They left about 10 minutes ago. This boy had to have been a model or something because he just looked so damn exotic. Child, let me make sure I made that doctor's appointment ASAP because this Mexican boy was giving Vernita a reason to live. You hear me? Okie dokie. Thank you so much, I said, reaching my hand out. I'm Vernita, by the way. Do you have a card? I might need y'all's moving service one day. Yes, ma'am. Actually, my name is Juan. I'm the owner. These two other guys are my older cousins, he said. I looked at the two older men and nodded, then threw my attention back to Mr. Juan. He pulled out his wallet and pulled out a business card and handed it to me. Thank you, I said to him, smiling. I'll give you a call later on this week. I have a house in the suburbs I got some stuff in that I'd like to move. Cool beans. We offer great discounts, Juan said. Thanks. We'll be in touch. I spun around and made my way back into the house. Child, I went from being ready to cuss them men out to meeting some new possible dick. Mexican dick at that. Baby, I was gonna stuff that burrito down my throat as soon as possible. Back inside, I stormed straight to my room and peeled the curtains back, watching Juan and his two cousins chop it up as they moved furniture and boxes from the U-Haul truck inside the house. Although I had a raging headache, I suddenly mustered up the strength to want to play with my pussy as I fantasized about Mr. Juan. Baby, this sex drive of mine was really flaring up. If I didn't get my shit together, my pussy was gonna fall up out of me and die before I did. I jetted into my bathroom, popped a few aspirins, and then expeditiously made my way over to my bed. I took off all of my clothes and got completely naked. Once I laid down, I rummaged through my nightstand and pulled out Mr. Cummings, my favorite high-powered vibrating dildo. Mr. Cummings had been resting comfortably in the darkness of the nightstand, collecting all types of dust. I ain't used this bad boy in a hot minute. Once I plugged into a nearby wall outlet, I powered it on, spread my legs, and let that motherfucker work this big clit of mine. Now you'd think this pearl would be a bit sore from last night, but it sure wasn't. This pussy of mine still had at least 20 or 30 orgasms left in it for the day. Closing my eyes, I plowed Mr. Cummings in and out of me. He was about a good 10 inches long. My snatch could handle that motherfucker too. As my hips and ass gyrated in the bed, my moans filled the dark bedroom. I visualized Mr. Quan fully naked as he laid on top of me and thrust his big dick in and out of me, his big nuts slapping my ass. Damn. Shit, baby. My groans were getting louder, and by now I had already came twice. I wasn't gonna stop until I squirted. I wanted to squirt so bad. I wanted to drench these sheets up. Fuck me, Quan. Keep on fucking me. Fuck this pussy. All of a sudden, my eyes shot wide open and I was immediately distracted by the sound of my phone vibrating on my dresser. Trying my best to ignore the phone call, I closed my eyes, and once again I saw Mr. Quan back on top of me, pumping that burrito in and out of me. But the goddamn cell phone kept vibrating, and the noise of it was now overpowering the sound of Mr. Cummings. I figured whoever it was calling me would get the motherfucking cue that a bitch didn't want to be bothered right now, and that they would just need to call me back later. But the phone kept fucking vibrating. Ugh! I grunted and snatched the dildo out of me and tossed it off to the side in the bed. I hopped out of the bed and dashed over to my phone. I didn't quite recognize the phone number, but I quickly answered. Hello? Who is this? Miss Vernita, it's Sade. My face scrunched in confusion. Sade? I shook my head. I don't know no damn Sade. Wrong number. Miss Vernita, stop it. This Alice's daughter. She had a heart attack. She in the hospital. I suddenly clutched my chest. I guess I was too tired and horny to realize that this indeed was Sade, Alice's daughter. She occasionally did my hair. Lord, child, I just woke up and I was confused for a second. Wait a minute. Alice had a heart attack? Is she okay? I don't know. All I know is I got a call from one of my cousins telling me they found my mama passed out in the house and they called 911. That's all I know, and I ain't got nobody to come pick me up, she cried. Her sobs were so loud and intense that I knew this wasn't no joke. Reality set in and I began to panic. Okay, let me put my clothes on. I'm gonna be at your apartment in 15 minutes. Oh, Lord, please let everything be okay, I sobbed. Please hurry up, she begged. I'm gonna be there. Just calm down, okay? Okay, I heard her mumble, and then she hung up. Tears running down my face. I didn't want anything bad to happen to my friend. Although I was feeling jealous about Alice, her new love life, and all the newfound happiness, I truly didn't want anything bad to happen to her. She didn't deserve it. Once I had my clothes back on, I zipped out of the house and made my way back to Sade's apartment. From there, we zipped to Rush University Hospital. God, please, just let my friend be okay. Don't do her like this. I was supposed to go first. Chapter 12. Sitting in this cold hospital room, I was completely devastated. The doctors had informed us that Alice had suffered a major heart attack and that she had been placed into a medically induced coma for the time being. This was gut-wrenching because just as my friend was beginning to celebrate the start of a new life, she was now unconscious and probably in a lot of pain. As I sat by her bedside, I rubbed her stiff, cold hand. I was trying my best to fight back these tears, but Lord knew that if the doctor came in and delivered us some more devastating news, I was just gonna break down. Alice had all types of tubes and shit running in and out of her mouth, nose, and arms. The constant chirping of all these machines was reminding me too much of when I first learned I had cancer. This was traumatizing, and a part of me wanted to get up and get some cool air just to simmer my nerves. But I had to stay. I had to be here for my friend. I leaned over into her ear and whispered, "Everyone's here, baby. This is Vernita. We love you so much. We need you to get better. Please don't die on us." I closed my eyes and said a small prayer, hoping God would reverse this situation. But then, as I sat there, something strange hit me. Where in the hell was her fiancé? This Mr. Lamar. It seemed pretty strange that he hadn't been here. Did anyone tell him what happened? Then again, did anyone have his contact information? I looked around the room and Sade, along with her nieces and nephews, just sat in silence. They were all devastated too. Did anyone get in contact with Lamar? I asked. "Yeah, I did," said Mitch, one of Alice's grandsons. "But he ain't pick up his phone, though." Alice had 3 grandchildren, Janice, Paul, and Sade. Unfortunately, Janice died some years ago. Paul was currently incarcerated. So Sade was pretty much Alice's only child who was still around to help her out here and there. God, I just felt so bad for that child. "You tell her dad what happened?" I asked Mitch. "Not yet. He on lockdown." "Oh, okay." I simply replied and threw my attention back to Alice. Continuing to rub her hand, I got lost in my own dreary thoughts and thoughts about my own looming mortality. This wasn't right at all. I was supposed to be the first to go, not Alice. None of this was sitting right with me. Starting to feel a bit nauseated, I proceeded up out of my chair and looked up at Sade. "Let's go smoke a cigarette. We need to have a break. It'll be a few hours before anything happens," I said. Sade agreed, then stood up. The 2 of us exited the ICU. A good 5 minutes later, she and I were out in the dark gray early evening in the designated smoking area of the hospital. Although I didn't smoke squares like that, I sure did need one right now. Some nicotine, a shot of some brown liquor, and even some reefer was exactly what I needed to simmer this damn headache and fatigue I had going on. Sade pulled out her pack of Newports and handed me a cig. She slapped one in her mouth, lit it up, and then passed me the light. As we stood there silently taking puffs on the cigarette, the chilly air somewhat provided relief to this lingering headache. Although I was quite certain it was still from that damn ecstasy pill, or whatever it was that nigga gave me last night, I had to be conscious of the fact that I had a ticking time bomb growing in my head. Maybe this was it. Maybe the tumor was going to finally grow and start to really begin to send my health on a decline. I took another drag from the cigarette, hoping the nicotine would calm my nerves, but it did nothing but amplify my anxiety. Having spent the last couple of hours by Alice's bedside was a bittersweet reminder that one day I was going to be in that very position. Unlike Alice, I didn't have grandchildren and others who would be there to surround me. And that was exactly why I needed Alice to live. She was the only one who, at the end of the day, truly cared for me, and I knew who would be there once this sickness really began to take over my body. Knowing all of this, I felt so bad and guilty, knowing that just yesterday, she expressed how she was more worried about me and concerned that her new love life would distract from our friendship. A long, cold tear dripped my eye, and once again I found myself fighting back the urge to break down and cry. This is just so messed up. Mama was so happy. This was the happiest I'd ever seen her in years. This is just so fucked up. I'm mad as hell right now. Like, I just want to hurt somebody. Sade sobbed. I'm mad too. But we just gotta be thankful that at least she is still alive right now. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we just gotta pray that the doctors have some good news for us. I told her. I truly felt bad for Sade, who was exceptionally close to her. Sade was a bit on the ratchet side and lived in some housing project over in Bronzeville. She was once a cute girl, but life seemed to have gotten the best of her lately. Although she was a hairdresser, her hair was an actual mess. She had a patchy short afro. The darkest circles were painted around her jaundiced eyes. Her mouth was filled with a few rotten, crooked teeth. She had a tooth missing here and there. In so many ways, she took on Alice's weak nature and let men run all over her. In fact, with all the stories Alice used to tell me, seemed like Sade was like Alice on steroids. You know they say the leaf don't fall far from the tree. Well, shit. In Sade's case, the leaf was still on the motherfucking tree. Shaking her head and wiping her face free of tears, Sade took a long drag from her cigarette and then tossed it into a light blanket of snow on the sidewalk. I'ma go back inside. Thank you, Miss Vernita, for being there for my mama. You know, you her number one road dog, she said, cracking a faint smile. Alice, my girl. I gotta be there for her no matter what, I said, smiling right back at her. I tossed the half-smoked cigarette into the snow, then trailed Sade back into the hospital, into the ICU. Making our way past the nurse's station, from afar I had noticed a few more folks were standing around Alice's room door. Those must have been Alice's people, and word was probably spreading quickly that she was in the ICU. Wow, this hospital sure did have a very relaxed visitors policy. Although these were Alice's kinfolk, I didn't like the sight of this at all. She didn't need all these damn people up in her room like this. Damn, they just gonna let everybody come up and visit her? I grunted to myself. Sade heard what I said and then looked back at me saying with wide eyes, I don't know who any of these people are. We got closer and then Sade said, Excuse me? Who is y'all? We're Mr. Hawkins' security. Sorry for the disturbance, but we got clearance from the nurses that we could be here. Sade looked back at me and then back at the two fellows standing near the door. Security? Why Lamar got security? One of the men, who was this tall chocolate fellow, scrunched his eyebrows and said, Because, he needs security. Who in the hell was this Lamar figure? I was so thoroughly confused. Damn, I kind of had the idea that this Mr. Lamar had some kind of money, but security? I threw a nervous gawk at the gentleman and then strolled into the room. Baby, I swore once I entered that room, I almost had a heart attack my damn self. Once my eyes set on Mr. Lamar, I realized God was playing a really big-ass joke on me. I had to blink twice just to make sure this is who I thought it was. But it surely was him. just by that shiny bald head and goatee of his. I knew this Mr. Lamar. Knew him pretty well, actually. I fucked this nigga. Yes, child. I was bouncing all over his dick. No rubber either. I met Lamar some years back when I went on this monthly Caribbean cruise. I was ashamed to admit to this at this very moment, but baby, he was some good vacation dick. Lamar was sitting next to Alice's bedside, holding her hand, and he hadn't noticed me yet. With millions of butterflies flying my stomach, I quickly tried to dash back out of the room because I didn't want him to recognize me. Immense guilt once again filled me, and I didn't know how to navigate the hell out of this crazy, precarious situation. Lord, 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 why are you doing this to me? I suddenly thought to myself as I dashed back out of the room and zipped down the quiet ICU hallway. I had to get to the bathroom immediately because I was going to vomit all over the place. I had fucked my best friend's fiancé. Scrambling near the elevators, I asked someone who looked like a nurse where the closet bathroom was. Once they pointed me in its direction, I took off running and dashed inside. I found the closet stall, locked it, and began to puke all over the place. I barely had anything in my stomach, but what I did have came all the way up. The walls felt like they were closing in and my chest tightened. My ass was gonna die tonight. I heard the doors to the bathroom whoosh open.
Miss Bernita, is everything all right?
That had to be Sade. She must have noticed I zipped out of that room like a track and field athlete. Yeah, I stammered. I'm fine. Just these meds got me a bit nauseous. I probably should have never smoked that cigarette. I lied.
Oh, okay. Well, just let me know if you need me to get a nurse,
she said. I will. Then I heard her leave out of the bathroom. I plopped myself up off the floor of the stall and exited out, making my way over to the closet sink. I splashed some water on my face just to make sure this was all still real. Wow. 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 I fucked my best friend's man. Now, how in the world was I going to explain this to her? The more I thought about it, though, the more it dawned on me that Lamar was rolling in some big money. Staring in the mirror, I tried my hardest to remember what he told me he did when he met me on the cruise, but my memory was so shot by now. I think he told me he did something in real estate or construction. Whatever, my mind kept shooting blanks. I had it in me to just dip out of the hospital and take my trifling ass back home. But if I did that, everybody would be concerned. Besides, if and when Alice woke up from her coma, I was going to eventually have to reconnect with Lamar. How in the world was I ever going to explain this to Alice? Chapter 13. Child, ain't nobody got time to be caught up in bullshit. So rather than go back into the room, I snuck out of the hospital and jetted right the fuck back to Paulette. Once I chucked the engine on, I sped out of the parking lot and zipped right back home. A minute later, my phone began ringing. I looked down and instantly recognized it was Sade's number. I wonder why she had this new phone number. Then again, probably because her broke ass had one of them new government phones. Broke hoe. Miss Vanita, where are you? You still in the bathroom? No, girl, I'm so sorry. I had to zip back home because I forgot my medicine. I lied. And I thought I left my stove on. I'm gonna be back up there maybe later tonight. Is everything all right? Oh, dang. Why you didn't come back to the room and tell us? Girl, I had to leave immediately. I gotta take this medicine at a certain time, but I'm gonna be back up there, I promise. I lied again. Ain't no way in hell I was gonna meet Lamar again. Not now, not never. If Alice ever found out what happened between us, I just knew she'd be devastated. And then she might have another heart attack and die, if she survives this one.
Oh, all righty then. Well, call me once you come back up here. I may need another ride because you know I ain't really getting along with my nieces and them like that,
explained Sade. I instantly rolled my eyes. Bitch better get on a bus or something because I sure wasn't running my ass back up to that hospital. At least not anytime soon. If I went back, I was gonna have to make sure that Lamar's ass wasn't there. Okay, I will, I said, then hung up. When I arrived home minutes later, I made my way straight to the bathroom. I needed a hot-ass bath with lots of Epsom salt and lavender. It was just too much bullshit going on. Too much. Just when I was getting my mojo, it seemed like life was throwing me some more bullshit to deal with. After I had fixed my bath, I had now found myself laying in the tub sipping on some Hennessy and smoking me a big joint. If Sade called, I was just gonna ignore it, text her in the morning, and tell her I got sick and fell asleep. I laid in the tub for about a good 2 hours, damn near drifting off to sleep. The combination of the weed, liquor, and bath worked some good magic on me because I didn't feel as frazzled and nauseous anymore. Although I was still a tad upset about Alice's condition, I was just gonna have to let that go and let God. Besides, there was nothing I could do other than just hope and pray everything would be okay. Yeah, a part of me felt very guilty for storming out of the hospital and abandoning my girl and her family in a time of need. But hey, it is what it is. I just needed to come up with a way to make sure Lamar never recognized me. But at this point, that seemed impossible. I was gonna have to eventually meet this nigga face to face. To be honest, thinking about that cruise years back, child, I was getting wet all over again. Lamar was such a gentleman, too. Too bad I didn't really want to take things further with him. At the time, I just wanted a good dig down and nothing else. Ironically, he wanted us to continue talking after the cruise ended, but I wasn't going for any of that. Well, seems like Alice found her a good catch, if she survives. The following morning, I woke up at 7 a.m. on the dot and called the oncologist's office. I wanted to book an appointment ASAP and tell this white man face to face that I was going to get a second opinion about my cancer. Ain't no way in hell I was going to be content not doing anything about this. I wanted to live. I had to live. Shit, I had too much in me just to let my life end this way. Like I told you, I want to go out soft as cream and in my sleep. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to allow myself to die a painful death if I can help it. Cancer just seems so depressing and grueling. No, ma'am, I'm not speaking that into my life. Luckily, the receptionist was able to squeeze me into a 9 o'clock appointment, so I quickly hopped out of the bed, took a shower, threw an outfit on, and made my way out of the door. Before I walked up to my car, I looked across the lawn and saw a neon Dodge Charger parked out in the front. My curiosity was immediately piqued, as there was one thing I knew about people who drove Chargers. Most usually, it was a nigga with a big dick. A roughneck felon-having thug nigga, too. And you already know how I crave me some felon dick. There was a part of me that wanted to quickly jot over and see if anyone was home to introduce myself. I just had to know who my new neighbors were. Girl, if you don't stop with your crazy ass, I mumbled to myself, then chuckled. Shaking my head at my craziness, I just kept laughing to myself as I hopped in Paulette, chucked up the engine, and made my way to my oncologist's office. The doctor's office wasn't too far away from my townhouse, so about 7 minutes later I pulled into the parking garage and made my way inside. Once I checked in with the receptionist, I was escorted to an examination room and was told that the doctor would be with me shortly. Damn near 30 minutes went by and this old honky still hadn't come in yet. Shortly my ass. Didn't even peek his head in just to tell me he was running behind. This was exactly why I was going to change my doctors. This white man had me all the way fucked up if he thought I had all the motherfucking patience in the world to wait on his ass. I had other shit to do today. And just like that, the door cracked open and to my surprise, some Asian man bumbled through the door with a weird-ass smile on his face. Miss Washington, pleasure to see you. I'm Dr. Cheng Li. Rolling my eyes to the ceiling, I replied, I'm fine, doctor. Doing just well. I never met you before. Why are you here? Well, I don't know if the nurse made you aware, but Dr. Newman had a sudden medical emergency and he's going to be out of the office indefinitely. Dr. Chang Li explained as he sat down and fumbled through some paperwork on his clipboard. Oddly enough, before you came in, I've been going over your scans and tests, and I am so thoroughly confused. Well, I am glad you're confused, because the reason I came in today was just to let Dr. Newman know I'm going to be going to another doctor to get a second opinion about my diagnosis. I am not satisfied with his level of care. He just pretty much told me there was nothing I could do but just let time go by and from there consider different pain treatments. I am not ready to die. Dr. Chang Li pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He looked back down at his clipboard, rummaging through the thick wad of paper clipped to it. I understand. I think getting a second opinion is a good thing, but before you do that, I think we should just run a few more tests to look at the tumor. My face screwed up into disgust. The hell for what? No. Hell no. Y'all just trying to keep me. All y'all care about is money. Miss Washington, I don't know how to explain this, but I think it's very important that we go ahead and run another battery of tests on you just to confirm what? I said. But this time my tone was a bit loud and angry. I was so sick of their shit. Well, I think there's a remote possibility that there have been some small mix-up in your files. I just want to make sure that before you run and get that second diagnosis that you hear it from us first. All of a sudden, this feeling of confusion swarmed me. What in the hell are you talking about? Dr. Chang Li then said, Well, Dr. Newman has been getting up in age and his vision has been a bit muddled. There is a possibility that your cancer may not be as advanced as we initially thought. In fact, you may not necessarily have cancer at all. My eyes widened with shock. Excuse me? Say that again? Yes, unfortunately, there may have been some serious issues with how Dr. Newman diagnosed your tumor. I have a feeling that you may have just developed a small, benign, non-cancerous mass. It's actually very common, but Dr. Newman may have misread some of your charts and scans and diagnosed you with an advanced form of cancer. You have got to be fucking kidding. So you mean to tell me all this fucking time I didn't have cancer? Please, ma'am. I'm sorry. I know this is very alarming and we are combing through all of Dr. Newman's files to see if this has happened to any other patients. The doctor tried to explain, but by this point, every motherfucking thing this man had to say went through one ear and out the other. I'd be damned. For the last 6 months or so, I had been walking around here thinking that my days on earth were numbered and that I'd soon be going on to glory. But no. Lo and behold, all this time I was fine. I was still confused. So wait one damn minute. If I don't have cancer, then why in the hell do I have these dizzy spells, and why is it that my vision goes in and out? Well, that's very common symptomology associated with these types of benign tumors, he explained. Vertigo, dizziness, loss of vision, headaches. Sometimes these symptoms run congruent with worse tumors, but nonetheless, in time, tumors like this stop growing and sometimes they just go away altogether. That just might be the case with your situation. I shook my head in total disbelief. A part of me was relieved to a degree. That's if this doctor was telling the truth and he wasn't misdiagnosing me. But there was another part of me that was fuming with rage. I ought to sue the hell out of y'all. Y'all could have killed me. I know. I'm sorry, Mrs. Washington. I really am. I was walking around here with all types of anxiety and depression. I completely understand, Miss Washington, Dr. Chang Lee said as he looked back at his clipboard. This is a very unfortunate situation, but the good thing is once we run these blood tests, we can make a final confirmation that everything for the most part is fine. But I have to ask, Miss Washington. What's that? Well, going through your medical history, some years ago you were prescribed a medication called Mirapex. I believe your GP or family physician may have given it to you to help you with restless leg syndrome. Yes, I still take that from time to time, especially when my legs get really bad. But it doesn't bother me. Why do you ask? Are you aware of some of the other side effects of this drug? My eyes boomed wide open once again. No? What kind of side effects? Dr. Chang Lee cleared his throat and said, Well, I don't know if your GP explained to you exactly how this drug works. Mirapex is the brand name, but it's commonly known as pramipexole. It's what we call an anti-Parkinsonian dopaminergic. My mouth flung wide open. Huh? What? All of this is over my head. Break it down in layman's terms. Well, Mirapex is usually prescribed to people who've been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. It's supposed to help them with their twitches because their nervous system is failing. But sometimes it's used for people with restless leg syndrome. However, the drug is currently under a major investigation by the FDA because it can cause the growth of these types of tumors you're experiencing right now. Also, a lot of patients who are prescribed this drug end up they end up developing hypersexuality. I'm confused. Please, just get to the goddamn point. Y'all done already made me mad. Okay, this may seem like an inappropriate question, but have you been sexually promiscuous since you started taking this drug? I didn't know what to say. It's okay. Sorry I asked, but you don't have to answer. But if you may, please let us run the necessary blood tests so we can clear you, and then my recommendation is that we switch you to another medication for your restless leg syndrome as soon as possible. My mind was drawing blanks. So, you said this medication can cause people to be promiscuous? I mean, I still have sexual relations every now and then, but is that necessarily a bad thing? Dr. Chang Lee shrugged his shoulders. I guess it depends on how comfortable you are with how the medication makes you feel. These types of drugs often turn people into compulsive sex addicts and gamblers. They usually feel like they're losing control and often end up engaging in very risky sexual behaviors. Even in my age? Yes, even in your age. Wow. Okay. This is a lot. This is just too much. I'm going to talk to my lawyer about all of this mess. I understand completely, Miss Washington, but please, in the meantime, let us run these additional tests. Fine. I had had enough and I just wanted to get the hell up out of this office. This was just too much for my mind to handle. Way too much shit was going on, and now it seemed like the one thing that was for sure going to kill me was all this anxiety and panic. These doctors were straight up reckless. I should have known better and tried to find me a black doctor, because I swear these white doctors were on a mission to kill us black folk. I agreed to let this damn new doctor run all the necessary tests on me. I had to stay behind an extra hour or so for them to quickly get the results. And lo and motherfucking behold, I was indeed cancer-free. Never even had it from the very beginning. Once I was done, I stormed out of the office and headed back to my car. Inside, I sat in the driver's seat staring at the steering wheel, wondering who I really was. I couldn't believe that a medication could make me the freak I was. Nonetheless, the more I thought about it, the more it all made sense. I started taking that goddamn medication right around the time Clarence was admitted to long-term nursing after his stroke. This explains so much. I started taking that medicine and I turned into a whole sex addict. But, truth be told, I loved it. Yeah, there were moments where I felt out of control, but baby, I loved it. I absolutely loved all of it. I'd be damned if I was gonna stop taking that medicine, especially if it made me fuck like a beast. Chapter 14. It was a cold, yet sunny Friday morning. 10 a.m. flashed on my alarm clock. Ever since I had learned that I didn't have cancer, and that this medication I had been taking all these years had been messing with my sex drive, I couldn't go anywhere. For the past 3 days, I had been held up in my house, mainly sleeping in bed. Although I was tempted to continue taking the medicine, I realized I had to slow my roll. I didn't know what other side effects might result if I continued taking it. Thank God the tumor turned out not to be cancerous. However, the more I thought about it, the more I realized the doctor was right. I needed to think about getting off that medicine so it wouldn't cause me to have any other issues. Sade had been blowing my phone up asking if everything was okay. I told her I was severely under the weather and that I didn't know if I was going to be able to make it out to the hospital to be by Alice's side. She told me she would keep me updated about Alice's condition. She was still in a coma, apparently. By the grace of God, the doctors had said that Alice didn't sustain that much injury to her heart or brain. However, they were keeping her heavily sedated to allow her body to heal as much as it could while they kept her under observation. Now that I had been weaning myself off this medication, this weird depression set in, and I was feeling so unmotivated. I tried to use some other herbal supplements to see if that could help me out with my energy levels, but nothing worked. I was zapped. Shit, I grumbled to myself as I managed to crawl out of the bed and make my way into the kitchen to fix myself a pot of coffee. That wasn't helping either, but it was doing a good job of at least getting rid of the headaches I was experiencing from withdrawing from the medicine. All of it made complete sense now that I had time to myself to really contemplate the last couple of years, especially the last 6 months. When I found out I had cancer, I scaled back on taking the medicine, and my sex drive went out of the window. However, as soon as my legs started twitching again, and I started taking that medicine, it just so happened that I started to feel like my old self again. After I fixed myself a cup of coffee, I sat down in my living room and returned back into a slump on the couch. I turned on the television and flipped through channels. Once I landed on one of these crazy court shows, I went into a daze. My mind filled with so many dreadful thoughts, and I really started to feel like I was in my upper 70s. Oh, Lord, this heavy feeling was just too much. As some minutes passed, I just sat there with my eyes latched onto the television, but I wasn't paying attention at all. Everything just seemed like one big blur. Suddenly, a weird urge bubbled up in me. I had to take that medicine. I just wasn't feeling right. I needed it. It made me feel so different. All of a sudden, I got up from the couch and, like a zombie, walked back into my bathroom. I went through my medicine cabinet and pulled out the bottle of Mirapex. I popped the cap open and took a deep stare at the sea of pills. The doctor prescribed for me to take 2 a day, but I had it in me to double up. I was so damn drained, I probably needed the extra pills just to get my energy levels back up. Anxious, I tapped 4 pills in my left palm and stared at them for a moment. Then, without hesitation, I threw them back in my mouth and swallowed them. I ran some cold water in my bathroom sink and then cupped some water in my palm to wash the pills down. Hopefully those pills would kick in soon. I couldn't waste another day lounging around the house, and I started noticing I was becoming very flabby. I needed to get in the fitness club ASAP. So I took my robe off, then hopped in the shower. Some 20 minutes later or so, I was in my gym attire. But now, it was approaching 11 a.m. and as I made my way out of the door, my phone started buzzing. I whipped it out of my purse and saw I had got a message from Sade. "Miss Vanita, Mama is awake," she texted me. My eyes beamed with excitement when I read her text message. Thank God! I clutched my chest and wanted to suddenly burst out with tears of joy. I quickly shot her a text back, telling her that I was going to be at the hospital soon as I got done with running my errands. I threw my phone back in my pocketbook, then pulled out my keys as I strolled up to Paulette. However, before I hopped in my car, I heard the rumbling of that green Charger parked in my new neighbor's driveway. The windows were completely tinted, so I couldn't make out if someone was in the driver's seat. Since it was very cold out, it could have been that whoever my new neighbor was had a remote ignition and started up their car while they were still inside the house. But then, just as I was about to open up the car door and get in, the driver's side window of the Charger rolled down and I saw what looked like an older chocolate woman sitting behind the steering wheel. That caught me by surprise. Damn it. Child, I just knew that car belonged to a roughneck nigga in possession of a big dick. "Hey, you, my new neighbor," the woman shouted out as she flashed a huge smile, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Now that really took me by surprise. "Hey there, how are you?" I smiled back as I waltzed over to the car. However, the closer I got, the more I realized this woman had to be at least in her late 60s, if not early 70s. Shit, she could have been my age. "I'm Vanita Washington," I said, extending my hand through her window. She reached her hand out. "I'm Rhodessa. Nice to meet you," she exclaimed through a discernibly thick Southern accent. She sounded like she was from Memphis, maybe even Mississippi. I had to ask. "I saw you just moved in a week or so ago. You from Chicago?" "No, from Memphis. Me and my husband just moved here not too long ago. Well, he's actually from Chicago." My assumption was confirmed. Rhodessa and I continued to talk for a few more minutes. She told me she and her husband, Ricky, had owned a number of businesses back in Memphis. They wanted a change of scenery, so they sold the houses and decided to get into real estate, flipping or something like that. Child, I had no idea what all of that meant. I was just so caught up in the fact that this woman had a mouthful of gold teeth. Then the outfit she had on. Child, she was dressed like she was about to go to one of those hood nightclubs on the south side. Although it wasn't extremely freezing outside, I wondered if this woman knew just exactly how cold it got in Chicago. She was dressed like she were in the middle of an Atlanta winter. Child, you know folks down south swore 40 degrees was cold. Hell, that's a spring in Chicago. Anyways, Rhodessa's complexion was dark chocolate, but the woman had a loud purple weave stitched into her head. To top it off, her entire face was covered in the thickest of makeup. Where in the hell was she going? Had to be to the strip club. I was almost certain. Ooh, child, the ghetto. "So yeah, Ricky and I been flipping houses, like I said, for quite some time now." She continued talking about real estate and her other hustles. "Speaking of which, I wish this motherfucker would hurry up," she said, smacking her teeth. She started honking her car horn. "Slow ass boy." "Well, anyways, Rhodessa, it was nice to meet you. I'm gonna go ahead and head to the health club," I said, trying my best to quickly end the conversation. "Oh, it was nice meeting you too, Vanita. Maybe one day I can invite you over for some drinks and shit. My husband used to be a bartender. He can make some decent-ass drinks, girl." "Sure, why not?" I said back to her, although if she was seriously going to invite me, I'd probably decline the invitation. She just seemed a bit too hood for my liking. Now, I ain't got anything against hood folks. Hell, I was born and raised in the ghetto. But as soon as I got married to Clarence, I moved the hell out and spent a good chunk of my life living around nothing but white folks. Granted, Rhodessa was much older and probably didn't keep up no mess, but I was just floored to meet someone who was in my age range who acted like they were much younger. Then again, who was I to judge? Hell, I pretty much had been doing the same thing. But hell, I was classy with mines. This chick just looked like she was doing the most. Although it wasn't my business to ask just exactly how old she was, I just knew from them wrinkles in her neck and those moles on her face that she was pushing at least 70, at the minimum. I had it in me to ask, but I really wanted this conversation to be over already.
"Finally!"
shouted Rhodessa.
"Slow-ass nigger."
I turned around to make out who this Ricky that Rhodessa was married to. But baby, let me tell you something. When my eyes latched on to Ricky, I almost collapsed right in the goddamn driveway. This was one fine specimen of a man. My pearl was stumping in my panties, and if I didn't control myself, my juices were gonna freeze up in this cold. Ricky was tall and thick. I mean really thick. Not fat, but thick. He stood at least 7 feet tall and had long dreadlocks running down his back. Although he was still feet away from me, from afar I could see he had piercing greenish hazel eyes. They were Asian-like, too. This boy had to be from somewhere. Probably some island in the Caribbean. Had to be. Oh, and his skin? This nigga had a bronze glow, you hear me? A glow. He had this broad, chiseled face with this well-trimmed beard wrapped around his face. He walked up to me and I just stood there in shock. "Ooh, child, this your husband?" I had to say to Rhodessa. "Ha ha! Yes, he is," she laughed. Now, I hated to be that type of woman, but as Ricky walked up to me, I was trying my best to figure out how this old ghetto hag could snatch up a fine-ass nigga like this. Ain't no way in hell. Rhodessa obviously had to be the breadwinner, and this boy was just mooching off her. Shit, he could mooch off me too. Mooch off this fat cooch. But you know what? That was another thing. This boy looked like he was no older than 30. How in the hell did she get with a boy like this? Now if she invited me over for some drinks, I was definitely going to take up that invite. Standing inches away from me, I couldn't help but stare at this nigga. I gave him a quick up and down scan. The boy had on some gray sweatpants, so you already know the first thing I noticed was that elephant trunk of a dick sitting right on the side of his leg. My palms got sweaty and I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. That medicine was really kicking in and my ovaries was ready to explode. If I was 30 years young, I would have definitely been trying to have his baby. "Hey there, you must be our neighbor. I'm rich, but everyone calls me Ricky. Nice to meet you," Ricky said as he extended his hand. I reached my hand out and slowly shook his hand. And ooh, child, his hand was so big, thick, and hard. I usually hated it when men had fucked up hands and fingernails, but when I felt those calluses on his palm, that sent me into a deeper frenzy. This meant that nigga could lift some serious weights. And if he could pull and push some serious weight, that meant he could toss my ass right. This ain't right. This ain't right at all. That medicine was really going into overdrive, and there was a part of me that wanted to instantly fall to my knees and get to sucking that dick in the most expeditious manner. I wanted to drain them nuts of every sperm cell up in there. Baby, I wanted to suck the lining of his dick and ass. Clenching my fists hard, I had to suddenly snap myself back into reality. I was making it way too obvious that I was feeling a certain type of way about this man. "You're a handsome man," I said as I pulled my hand back and then looked at Rhodessa. "Honey, you better be careful out here in these Chicago streets. One of these young bitches might try to throw themselves at your man."
"Oh, no. He know better. I'll fuck him up if he even think to look twice at one of these ratchet-ass hoes," she laughingly roared. "Besides, no offense, but these Chicago girls are a bit rough around the edges. Dirty as hell, too."
Not saying anything back, I just shrugged my shoulders. But then again, well, that's any city. I'm pretty sure they got some rough ones in Memphis, too. Now, I knew this old washed-up trick wasn't talking about folks. Her ass looked a hot-ass mess with that crazy wig and outfit on. "Shit, you ain't lying," Ricky commented. Just like that, Rodessa's facial expression went from that of laughing to rage. She smacked her teeth, then shouted, "Boy, get your ass in this car. We already running late for this fucking meeting." "Bruh, calm down. I had to send off that email," Ricky said as he walked over to the front passenger door. Sensing the tension, I simply said, "Well, I'll catch up with you all later and let me know when you want to have those drinks." "I will," Rodessa replied, but this time a faint smile was on her face. I could sense the shift in attitude. Guess when I rebutted her and Ricky agreed, she didn't take well to that. She rolled her window up and then quickly pulled out of her driveway. I spun around and then sauntered back over to my car. Can't believe I got an old Thot living next door to me. Hell, I thought I was the old hoe. Guess I'm beat, I said to myself, shrugging my shoulders. What a world we live in. I wondered if her ass was on some medication too. Chapter 15. The health club was virtually empty, and that was exactly how I liked it. I hated working out when everyone and their mammy was here. It had been quite some time since I stepped foot in the gym, but it sure did feel good to be back. Lord knows it did. I was down on the main floor in the cardio section. I loved walking on a treadmill for a good hour while I listened to my music before I hit the weights. As Cardi B played into my earphones, I dance-walked on the treadmill. Baby, these thighs needed to get back to shape. And truth be told, once I got done walking on this treadmill, I needed to run over to the leg extension machine to work on my quads. My knees were starting to give me some issues. Perhaps I should look into getting me a personal trainer. However, when I walked in earlier and took a peep around at the trainers that were currently working there, none of them piqued my interest. And by piquing my interest, what I really meant was that none of them niggas looked good, and I didn't want to waste my time getting worked out by some young stank heifer. I just continued to work out using the little knowledge I still had from when Markel used to work me out. I sure did miss that boy from time to time. Aside from the good dick, he was also a good conversation. We used to talk about everything. Deep into my treadmill workout, I had my eyes laser focused on the calorie counter. I was going to make sure I burned at least 400 calories. I closed my eyes and held on to the machine. My imagination went off thinking about nothing but dick. That medicine was starting to go into overtime in my body. Tomorrow I had better scale back and go back to only popping 2 pills. All of a sudden, my eyes popped wide open when I felt a few taps on my shoulder. I glanced over my right shoulder and lo and behold, it was Mr. Juan. I immediately stopped the treadmill and yanked my earphones off. Mr. Juan, how are you? You work out at this gym? I've never seen you here before. Yes, ma'am, he confidently answered, with the biggest grin on his sexy-ass face, revealing those pretty teeth. Child, I swore this Mexican man was so delicious looking. I wanted to ride his face. Shit, he could ride my face. I see you are getting to it. You look good for your age. Oh my. Thank you so much for the compliment. You look pretty good yourself. Ooh, child, I just knew I was blushing. This pussy was blushing too. Blushing and gushing. Gracias. He grinned once again, then licked his lips. Bitch, my knees were gonna buckle, and I was gonna have to run to the bathroom and play with my pearl if this man didn't get immediately away from me. So, what kind of workouts do you do? He asked as he started stretching. The boy had on nothing but a tight-fitting black tank top that revealed all of those tattoos running down his cut-up arms. So many veins were running all over his forearms. Child, I could only imagine how many veins were running all over that dick of his. And he looked like he had a big old pretty dick. But then, as I thought about it, you know the Mexicans don't be circumcised. And uncut dicks was a huge turnoff for me. Vanita doesn't like pulling no dick skin back. Ugh, that's just damn nasty. Well, it depends. My workouts vary, but I try to do exercises to keep my legs toned and whatnot. I don't want to push too much weight because I'm not trying to look all butch. I'll leave that to the young guys, I said, chuckling. Yeah, I feel you. I do light workouts too. I try not to lift too many weights because it affects my boxing. My eyebrow raised. You're a boxer? Yeah, Golden Gloves champion all throughout high school. Wow. Oh, yes, honey. Juan was gonna have to pound on this pussy. Not to infringe on anything, but you said you were gonna call me about some moving needs. Were you still shopping around? You know, I've been caught up in some other stuff that it totally slipped my mind that I was supposed to call you, I told him. One of my good friends is actually in the hospital, and I've been stressed out about that situation along with some other personal stuff. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay, though. Well, perhaps I could give you a call later on tonight? Juan hesitated, then said, or maybe I can come by and we can talk in more detail. My eyes immediately shot open out of surprise. Come by my place? Hell, sign Vanita up. Baby, you can come anytime you want. Oh, okay, well, I'll be free later on tonight. I just gotta go check on my friend because I just found out she's doing better. What time works for you, Mr. Juan? I threw him a seductive grin. Mr. Juan scrunched his face, then licked his lips. Sure. Perhaps. I'm free after 5 p.m. Cool. Well, I need to finish my workout and then head out to the hospital. I still have your business card, so I'll tell you when I'm free. How does that sound? Sounds great, Miss Vanita. Oh, you remember my name and everything, huh? Of course, Juan said as he flashed another sexy grin, then licked his lips. He rubbed his goatee and his eyes turned to curious slits as I noticed he quickly scanned my body up and down. Oh, yeah, he was definitely feeling me, and I was feeling him too. Wow. You know, it must have been something in this medicine that had these boys all over me. Maybe this medicine made my natural smell waft in the air, and these boys could pick up on it. After all, I know my pussy got a delectable smell and flavor to it. And I know that for sure, because anytime I suck some dick after I let a nigga knock these sugar walls down, I just had to get a taste of it myself. Excuse me, ma'am. Is everything okay? Huh? My face scrunched into utter confusion. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Juan had disappeared, and now standing in front of me was one of those ugly-ass personal trainers. What are you talking about? I asked as I suddenly got annoyed. Damn, where did Juan just jet off to? What the hell just happened? The personal trainer, who was short and kind of chubby, just stood there holding his waist with this look of confusion plastered on his face. Well, you had been talking to yourself for quite some time. You were having a whole-ass conversation as if someone was standing next to you or something. Is everything okay? I smacked my teeth and rolled my eyes. Boy, get away from me. Let me guess. This is your way of trying to get me to sign up for them personal training sessions y'all selling. Well, if that's the case, I ain't interested. I already have a personal trainer. This boy needed to get the hell on before I smacked the fuck out of him. But damn, where did Mr. Juan go? I looked around and didn't see a single trace of him. How in the hell did he just disappear that quickly? No, ma'am. Actually, my schedule is already booked and I'm not certified to work out senior citizens. Mr. Ron is the trainer with that type of expertise. He replied with a concerned, raised brow. But like I said, I've been watching you for a minute now and you were talking to yourself. At first, I thought you were on the phone. Please, I don't have time for the motherfucking games. Get the hell away from me. You know good and goddamn well I was standing here talking to someone. He was just standing there. He probably went to go lift some weights. No, ma'am. The trainer replied again, shaking his head. He pursed his lips and walked off. This strange feeling overcame me, and then I immediately hopped off the treadmill. I scurried over to the weight section and looked for Juan, but the entire area was clear. Literally, nobody was in the gym. Getting nervous and wondering how in the hell he just zipped off like that, I made my way over to the check-in desk because I had to ask the receptionist if she'd seen Juan. "Excuse me, miss," I announced. She spun around in her seat and looked at me. "Yes," she replied with this annoyed look on her face. One of my friends was just in the gym and I was wondering where he went. He was a tall Hispanic young man who looked no older than 30. Very handsome with a nice beard. You seen him?
No, ma'am. You're actually the only one in here at the moment. Noon is a dead time, and the only other people who came in were 2 people looking to get a membership,"
she replied, then threw her eyes back onto her phone. "Are you sure?"
"Yes, I'm sure. You're literally the only person here right now, ma'am."
Rage suddenly filled my core and I was ready to explode. "I think you lying to me. All you motherfuckers are lying to me. Where's my friend?" The receptionist girl, some young yellow fat girl with micro braids, shot me a look of concern.
"Ma'am, calm down. What's the problem?"
Just like that, I snapped back into reality and clutched my chest out of surprise that I just had an unexpected meltdown like that. What in the hell was happening to me?
"Ma'am, is everything okay? Do you need me to call someone?"
The receptionist asked again. No. I'm sorry, dear. I'm just a bit confused right now," I said as I rubbed my temples and started to feel dizzy. Damn, that medication was kicking in big time. I began to feel a bit loopy, and everything around me seemed like a faint blur. Was this the tumor? I had no idea, but all I knew was in that moment, I needed to head back home. I quickly spun around and dashed into the women's locker room to get my belongings. Rummaging through my locker, I stuffed my gym bag like a maniac, then slammed the locker door shut. The second the door shut, standing next to me was Juan. My eyes exploded with fear and surprise. "What in the hell are you doing here? You can't be in the women's locker room. Boy, are you crazy?" This boy was absolutely out of his mind for sneaking in here like this. But something wasn't right. How in the world did that girl at the front desk not know he was here? Then again, that heifer was so caught up looking at her damn phone that she probably didn't even notice him stroll in. And then that personal trainer was full of hot bullshit. Got me out here thinking I was crazy. "I wanna fuck you, Vernita. I wanna be your papi chulo," he seductively groaned, then without hesitation grabbed me and slammed me against the locker. "Boy, let go of me. Are you crazy?" I shouted to the top of my lungs. "You want me? I knew it from the moment I met you. Stop resisting me." He leaned in and started planting all types of kisses all over my neck. Then he slithered his tongue up to my earlobe and whispered in my ear, "I want to get you fucking pregnant. I want you to have my baby." He then looked me deep in my eyes and instantly my pussy began to quiver uncontrollably. Yes. Fuck me. Fuck me, Mr. Juan. Fuck it. "Before I do that, I want you to ride my face," he said, and without hesitation, he got down on the locker room floor and beckoned me to come sit on his face. I couldn't resist. My mind was racing with so many nasty thoughts. Not even the fear of getting caught fazed me. I didn't care. This was exactly what I wanted, what I needed in this very moment. He was playing a game on me and he was playing it well. I pulled my gym shorts and panties down in one swoop, then tossed them off the table. My light-shaven kitten was now out in the open. My clit was throbbing and jumping. Juan licked his lips and growled, "Give it to me, mamacita. The cooler looks juicy." "Oh, I'm gonna give it to you all right." And just like that, I jumped right on his face and started gyrating. Holding onto his head, I felt his tongue slither between my clit and ass. With his thick lips, he sucked the shit out of my pearl. Tightening my thighs around his head, I felt his beard tickle my inner thighs. My eyes rolled in the back of my head and I knew I was gonna squirt all over the place. "Yes! Slob on that cat. Get it nice and wet for that dick," I groaned. "Piss all over me," I heard him mumble. "You want me to do what?" I shouted back to him. "I said piss all over my face. I want to drink your pee. Do it," he commanded. Now that right there was a whole level of freakiness. As I felt him continue to devour my juicy guts, I succumbed to his nastiness. I drowned him out with my urine. "Yes, mommy, don't stop," he begged as he tried to drink up as much as he could. I glanced down and saw a puddle beginning to grow on the locker room floor around his head. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" Those loud words pierced me back into reality, my eyes widening with shock. I stared at the manager of the club standing there looking mortified along with some other health club employees. As I continued squatting on the ground, I glanced down and saw that Juan was once again gone, but I kept pissing all over the floor. Leave me alone," I screamed. "Yo, somebody call the police. This old bitch is fucking crazy," the manager, a tall and slender black fellow, screamed. "Bitch fucking pissed all over the goddamn floor." Chapter 16. Sitting in the back of a police cruiser with handcuffs slapped on my wrist, I was distraught. The cuffs were so tight. I ain't never think in 1,000 years I would get arrested, let alone get arrested for peeing all over a gym's locker room floor. That medicine obviously had me hallucinating, and I was terrified that I was seeing things that just simply weren't real. Truth be told, I didn't even know if Juan was a real person. Was I imagining him all this time? Who else did I imagine? Shit, I truly had no idea, and the thought that I was losing my mind had me racked with so much dread and terror. Lord knows, soon as I got back home, whenever that was, I needed to throw that medicine away and talk to the doctor about what was really going on. I was so disturbed by everything that went down. As I sat in the back of the policeman's car, tears ran down my cheeks. Lord, I can't believe this is happening to me. I don't know what's wrong with me, I sobbed, and my body shivered. "Ma'am, please gather yourself and calm down," the burly white officer said as he sat in the driver's seat of the squad car. We were parked in the parking lot of the gym. There were 4 other cop cars surrounding us. Blue police lights flashed throughout the parking lot, and I knew this was creating a scene. As curious gym-goers passed by, some of who I'd recognized, they caught a glimpse of me in the back of the policeman's car. I just knew folks were gonna be gossiping about me once they found out what had happened. Lord, this meant I was probably gonna have to move out of the neighborhood. Some moments later, another police officer walked up to the car I was sitting in. The police officer who was in the driver's seat rolled down his window. The other officer, a tall, older black man, leaned into the window and said, "The manager doesn't want to press charges, so she's free to go. However, they've banned her from coming." He then threw his attention at me and said, "Ma'am, you're free to go, but you cannot step foot on the gym's premises ever again. Your membership has been officially canceled." "Officer, I'm so sorry. I truly am. I don't know what came over me. I believe it's the medication I'm taking." I tried to explain as tears continued to drench my cheeks. I wanted to wipe my face so bad, but I couldn't because my hands were behind my back. Well, if that's the case, you need to get into contact with your doctor and let them know what's going on. In fact, we can take you to the hospital if you feel like you're experiencing some sort of psychiatric distress, the officer explained. All of that isn't necessary. I just need to get home and just sleep off this medicine. I took too much this morning, and I believe it really caused me to have these hallucinations, I exclaimed. I'm really sorry. All of this is just so embarrassing. The officer walked over to the back passenger door, opened it, and then pulled me out. As a few more gym-goers passed by, I looked at a few of them as they shook their heads in shame. The officer took the handcuffs off me, and I immediately massaged the stinging pain out of my wrist. They were hurting so bad. They had me in the back of that car for at least a good hour. Ma'am, as I stated before, just leave the premises immediately and you are not to return ever. Just count yourself lucky that the gym manager isn't pressing charges against you, the officer said, then escorted me over to my car. Once I hopped in my car, the officers trailed me back to my townhouse. I quickly got out of the car and made my way back inside the house. My heart racing with anxiety, I felt like I was going to pass out at any moment. That medicine was working overtime all over my body. As crazy as it sounded, even when I was in the back of the squad car, I kept seeing visuals of Mr. Quan. My insides were fired up, and although I didn't have the ability to touch myself while I was in the back of the squad car, I kept having orgasm after orgasm. What in the world was going on? I didn't realize this medicine was that potent. I dashed down the hallway and made my way into the bathroom. Once inside, I flicked the light switch on, and I exploded into a scream when I saw Rhodessa staring at me in the mirror. How in the hell did you get into my house? I screamed to the top of my lungs, almost ready to fight this old crazy bitch. But when I quickly gathered myself and stared at the mirror, Rhodessa was just standing there. I didn't see myself at all in the mirror. As I raised my hand to my face to check to see if I was even real or if I was hallucinating again, I saw Rhodessa raise her right hand as well. Then I raised my left, and Rhodessa did the same. I stormed closer up to the mirror and began to poke and prod at my face, and that was when it hit me. I was Rhodessa. What is going on? Why do I look like this? I'm going crazy. No. Hell no. I don't look like this. Freaked out, I stormed out of my bathroom, then flew toward my bedroom window. Pulling the curtains back, I looked across the lawn and saw that the townhouse next to me still had a for sale sign up on the lawn. Was Rhodessa even real? Was her fine-ass husband Ricky even real? Was I hallucinating all of this? Baby, this was just too much for me to handle. Just to make sure I hadn't fully lost my mind, I stormed back into the bathroom and saw my real self in the mirror. Oh, child. I clasped my chest out of relief. Without hesitation, I rummaged through my medicine cabinet and pulled down the horrible medication. Once I popped the lid to the bottle open, I threw all the pills down the sink and ran the faucet. Pills got me fucked up. Back in the bedroom, I pulled out my cell phone and gave that Dr. Chang Li a call. He had to know about what was happening. I needed help immediately. Some seconds later, the receptionist at the office picked up and I asked her to put the doctor on the phone. Good afternoon, Miss Washington. Is everything all right? How are you, feeling? He asked once he answered the phone. Doctor, that medicine. I took it again and I think I took too much of it and I've been hallucinating. That medicine got me going crazy. I cried into the phone. My breathing was rapid and I tried to control my fluttering heart rate. Calm down, Miss Washington. I'm so glad you gave me a call because I was worried you continued taking the medication. We need to get into contact with your GP now, and I'm going to explain to them everything that's happening, he explained. If you still need to take a medication for your restless leg syndrome, we might have to switch you over to a new medication, but you need to throw away that medicine now. Hallucinations are one of the main side effects of the drug. I know. I get that now. I was hallucinating all this morning, I said back to him as I shivered. It seemed like the medicine was hitting me in waves. My insides were once again quivering, and I just had every urge to get the hell up off this phone and go find some quick dick. Miss Washington, have this been the first time you've hallucinated? Dr. Chang Lee asked. Yes, I am quite certain. This was the first time ever something like this happened. What happened exactly? I went silent for a moment. Then I said, I'm too embarrassed to say, but it is bad. Very bad. I understand. Miss Washington, we may also need to bring you in for some additional evaluations, just to rule out that it is truly the medicine causing these hallucinations. The mass on your brain may be causing these issues as well. Why? My face scrunched out of disgust. I'm tired of all these goddamn tests. You said I don't have the cancer no more. I done did enough of these tests now. No. Hell no. I can't. I can't do any of this anymore. I gotta go. I threw the medicine away. I can't handle any of this anymore. Please, Miss Washington, please just calm down. You sound very manic right now. Do you need me to send someone by to check on you? We can have you admitted to the hospital. Hospital? You got me fucked up. I ain't going to no motherfucking crazy house. I said I threw the goddamn medicine away. Now don't fuck with me. The walls were closing in. Everything around me was spinning. No, Miss Washington, not that type of hospital. Please, just try to calm down and get yourself together for a moment. What I mean is, I think it's important we admit you to run some tests, just to rule out any possibilities that the tumor could be causing these hallucinations, along with any other personality change. No. I said no. I hung up the phone and tossed it off to the side. I shot up from the bed and began manically pacing my bedroom floor. I wasn't going crazy. Ain't nothing wrong with me. It was just this medicine fucking with me. That was it. I'd be damned if I was gonna let these doctors keep messing with me. Needing to immediately soothe my nerves, I stormed out of my room and made my way into the kitchen. I poured down an unopened bottle of some Cavassier, twisted the cap off, and took a huge swig. The liquor burned like hell as it ran down my throat, but within seconds a sense of calm came over me. Hell, I needed some reefer too. I stood in the kitchen for a few more moments just to gather my thoughts. Then I marched back into my bedroom. I grabbed my cell phone off the bed and saw I had a missed call from Sade. And just like that, I had forgotten I was supposed to go to the hospital since Alice was now out of her coma. I shot her a text message and told her that I'd try my best to make it up there, but I was still feeling under the weather. I needed to just sleep off this medicine and hope my life would return back to normal. My only fear, though, was that I'd slip right back into depression and not have the motivation to do anything. But at this point, I'd rather take depression than going crazy. A week had gone by, and once again I found myself held up in my house. Absolutely drained, I couldn't muster up not a single iota of strength to get up out of the bed. When I did, it was only to tinkle or to get something to eat from my kitchen. And I was barely eating. I'd have an apple or an orange here and there. For the past few days, my stomach had been in knots. Withdrawing from the medicine had been working something serious over my body. A few people had been calling me over the last few days to check in on me, but I wasn't answering anyone's phone calls. I was way too out of it. I did feel bad, though, that I hadn't checked on Alice yet. It was Tuesday morning, and as I looked over at my alarm clock, I saw that it was almost noon. Since I had been off that medicine, I had been sleeping for almost 12 or 13 hours every damn night. It was like my body was trying to make up for lost sleep. Just as I was about to slide out of the bed and take a shower, my phone started to buzz. I looked down at the screen and recognized the number. It was the doctor's office. Oh, Lord, what in the hell do they want with me now? I done told them I don't want no more damn tests done on me. Reluctant to answer the phone, I sat there in the bed as I watched the phone continue to vibrate, but something told me to answer. So I quickly yanked the phone off its charger, then answered. Hello? Miss Washington, how are you? This is Dr. Cheng Li. I'm just checking in on you. I rolled my eyes. I'm fine, but I can't talk long. Okay, no worries. I know the last conversation we had was a bit rough, but I just wanted to reach out to you and let you know that we are here to help. I know everything has been pretty brutal this year, but I just wanted to let you know that I've been thinking about you and I'm just concerned about the tumor. What are you concerned about? You said that it's not cancerous. Right, but that doesn't mean that the tumor still may not have some sort of impact on your brain health. It could also possibly grow and then cause a hematoma, which may lead to death. This is a very serious matter, especially considering how long you've been on that medication, he explained. Silent, I sat there for a second trying to quickly conjure up a response, but hearing him plead with me made me realize he was right. Absolutely right. What was I doing? This man was a doctor trying to save my life. I was being absolutely hard-headed. Okay, doctor, you got me. I'll come in and do the test. I've just been feeling so funky, though. That is understandable. I'm glad you had a change of heart, he replied. As for the depression, it's my recommendation that we get you to talk to a psychiatrist to do an evaluation, and from there you could be prescribed an antidepressant to help with everything that's going on. Sometimes those dopaminergic drugs have very bad withdrawal and can leave patients worse off. Okay, that can work, but just to let y'all know, I'm still very upset about how this entire situation unfolded. I'm very disappointed in y'all's level of care, and I'll still be filing a complaint against Dr. Newman, and I will still be consulting with my attorney about this type of medical negligence. I'm a senior citizen, and you all should be very aware of the fact that every health decision at this point in my life matters. Understandable. Do what you have to do. But in the meantime, please just give me a time when you can come in so we can get those additional tests going, Dr. Cheng Li said as I could hear him ruffling through some papers. I can come in this afternoon. Does that work? Yes, 2 p.m. Good. I hung up the phone and went straight to the shower. Later that afternoon, I went to the doctor and let Dr. Cheng Li perform all the tests he needed. That same day, he referred me over to a psychiatrist. The following day, after talking with the psychiatrist, who just so happened to be a very smart young sister, I was put on new medication to help me deal with the depression I was experiencing. Hopefully, this medication didn't have any crazy side effects. Chapter 17. 2 weeks flew by, and just as it was the start of spring, I was beginning to experience a new life. I was back to feeling like my old self, but not my sinning self. I was filled with so much joy and energy, and by the grace of God, I was feeling 1,000% better. God is still able. Now that I was getting my health together and feeling like a new woman, I finally had the strength and energy to get around the neighborhood. Most importantly, I had enough strength to finally pay Alice a visit. That was actually what I had planned on this sunny, windy afternoon. The sun rays pierced through my blinds as I stood in my bedroom finishing up a yoga exercise I had playing on my television. You know, I never would have thought in a million years that a medication could have that type of impact on me. But honey, let me tell you something. I was somewhat relieved to have been delivered from that demon of sex addiction. Now, I was truly free from that crazy drug. I realized that stuff had been driving me crazy all these years and had really changed my personality. That stuff turned me into a nasty, scandalous woman, and I never wanted to go down that road again. While there was a part of me that still craved companionship and to an extent enjoyed all of my sexual relations, I felt guilty knowing that I was out there running those streets like that. That was not me. The more I had time to let my mind, body, and soul heal, the more I realized how I really missed Clarence. While we didn't have the best marriage when it came to sex, he was a good man and really took good care of me. Sure, there were times where I wanted to leave because I wasn't able to start a family, but our marriage definitely had a lot of happy moments, and I would be forever grateful for all the good times he gave me. I just couldn't believe that while he was down and out in that nursing home, I was out there messing around with all these young boys. But that was the past. Let bygones be bygones. It was time to move forward and clean up what I messed up. I was starting my life over again. I made up my mind I ain't hoeing no more, 'cause a hoe just can't make it through the door. So the first thing I had to clean up was my friendship with Alice. I finished my exercise and then went straight to my bathroom to get ready. After hopping out of the shower, I threw on a light outfit and then took all of my medicines. There was a part of me that was still apprehensive of having to take all those medications, given all of what I went through. However, baby, I was just thankful that Dr. Chang Lee didn't give up on me and saw that I received excellent medical care. After he ran a few more tests on me, it was determined that the non-cancerous tumor growing on my brain wasn't having any real impact on my health, and that it would soon shrink down due to this other medicine I was currently taking. Also, I had now started talking via phone to my psychiatrist and therapist, Dr. Kimberly Jackson. She was a wonderful young woman, and I was so relieved that I had me a black doctor who could help me get my mind right. She was helping me manage my mood. Now, the only thing that had me a tad bit concerned was that she told me there was a possibility I'd experience some weird side effects from taking the medication. But baby, let me tell you something right now. If I started to feel any type of funniness going on in my mind, I was going to stop taking that medicine. At that point, I just have to rely on prayer and some of my herbs to help me through. I had to say, though, that the one thing that had me relieved was that the hallucinations I'd been experiencing being on that Miraprex drug weren't as bad as it could have been. Dr. Kimberly told me that those drugs could have turned me into a full-blown psychotic. After I got done taking my medicine, I made my way out of the house and hopped in my car. Strolling down the avenue, I pulled out my phone and dialed Alice to let her know I was on the way. She had been discharged from the hospital a few days, and we finally spoke by phone last night. We talked at great length about everything that had happened. She was such a true friend indeed, and told me that even when she was down and out, not knowing whether or not she was going to live or die, she was still worried about me. Her saying that made me feel so bad, and I felt like such a bad friend for not having the courage to visit her. But the fact that I had messed around with her fiancé some years ago still bothered me. If our friendship was going to survive, it was time to fess up and tell her everything. Vernita! When she swung the door open and lunged at me, hugging her back tightly, we both cried in each other's arms. Girl, it's so good to see you, I sobbed as we rocked each other. She planted kisses all over me, and then tugged me inside her home. Quickly walking over to the living room, we both sat down on the couch. "Girl, you're still looking good," I commented, when I noticed she was still in good shape and didn't even look like the heart attack did anything to her. "Sis, stop it. The doctor told me I had lost like 15 pounds when I was in the hospital," Alice said, smiling. "But I'm just glad to be alive by the grace of God." "Yes, I am too. I am so glad you made it, girl. I don't know what I would have done had you passed on," I said. "But I'm still happy to know everything turned out with your cancer. That would have been more devastating. Vanita, see, God is working some miracles throughout the world." "Child, tell me about it. You ain't lying." She and I spent the next hour or so talking about all our health woes. "It's just so crazy how everything just went from good to bad to now being to good, it seems," she commented. "Yeah, well, that's just life, I guess. We just gotta do our part and get closer to God's will. I've been reading my Bible more and trying to get right with God," I said. I was being completely honest, too. I had been missing going to church. "I need to find me a new church home, though," I said. "Why? You don't like Pastor Meeks? He's such a wonderful man," Alice said as she flipped through some television channels on her TV. "Yeah, he just be having folks up in church too long. I love the Lord, but I can't be up in no church for no 8 hours. I just need to hear the word and leave," I said, shaking my head. I couldn't tell her the real reason I didn't want to go back to Mount Plymouth, my old church, was because I had slept with the pastor. Don't judge me. Anyways, but yeah, I'm thinking about going over to Pilgrim Baptist on 115th. "Oh, yeah? I loves Dr. Franklin. Now, he's a good preacher," Alice said, then started laughing. "This is so hilarious. I would have never thought you and I would be having a conversation about church. Seemed like just months ago we would have been talking about nothing but men." "Yeah, you right. But things gotta change." "Vernita gotta slow her roll," I nervously laughed. Now was the time I had to tell her the truth. Butterflies filled the pits of my stomach, and I didn't know how exactly I was going to roll out this confession. But I had to get it off my chest. I had pretty much concluded that although I felt guilty for messing with this man years back, she had no right to hold a grudge against me because she wasn't dating him then. They hadn't known each other at that point. At least I didn't think they did. I simply went on a cruise, met him, and we did our thing. There was nothing more to it. Hell, he was so adamant that we have a relationship, but I didn't want one. And now, I was glad that didn't happen, because truth be told, Alice would have never had a chance to meet him and now experience true happiness. Just like that, our conversation had shifted to the topic of Lamar. "Lamar is such a good man, though. I'm so glad I met him." Before I confessed, I just had to make sure that I wasn't going crazy and that this indeed was the same Lamar. I was pretty sure it was, though. He had a face I'd never forget. Even with me taking that crazy medication, I could still vividly remember the good time we had on that cruise. Ooh, child, just thinking about it had me getting moist. But I quickly deadened those Jezebelish thoughts. "So what exactly does Lamar do again?" I asked. "You know, it was crazy because when you were in the hospital, he had his security with him. He must have some money." Alice's beaming smile suddenly turned flat and she pursed her lips shut. She cleared her throat and then said, "Well, I didn't want to tell you this, but Lamar used to be a big-time basketball player back in the late 70s, she said. Now, I never knew exactly how old Lamar was, but I knew he had to be in his late 50s or 60s. He didn't look like it, though. Didn't fuck like it either. Oh, hell. Stop thinking nasty, Vanita. Y'all excuse me, but I just couldn't help but to think about just how he handled my body those nights on that cruise. So what are you trying to say? You acting all weird about it and whatnot, I said back to her.
Well, he's a multi-millionaire, but I didn't want him to flaunt his money around nobody. That just ain't my style, you know?
What? I was shocked, but then, not really. Something even back then told me Lamar had to have some money. But damn, millions? When you say multi-millionaire, what exactly do you mean?
Well, I didn't want to ask him, but I just had to know. He's worth at least $20 million.
My mouth flung wide open. Girl, you hit the damn jackpot. Excuse my language.
I know, but...
But what?
I just know our lives are gonna change. Honestly, I didn't even know why he was so interested in me. I mean, we hadn't even had sex yet. He's been moving pretty quickly, too.
Damn, no sex? Now I was feeling even more guilty. Oh, God, this was gonna be bad. I had it in me to suddenly not tell her anything. But then I heard a voice tell me it was still the right thing to do. I had to tell her. Don't hold back, Vernita. It is what it is. Well, I'm so glad you found a man who's gonna treat you right and treat you like a queen, girl. You deserve it.
Yeah, I'm just still so nervous. We are actually supposed to have dinner later on tonight to talk about our wedding. He wants to elope, too. Get married in Mexico.
Then do it. Why you want to have a big wedding any damn way?
I just want all my friends and family to be there.
That is a good point, but still, take advantage of it, especially considering everything that happened.
Yeah, well, that's a good point indeed.
The two of us got quiet and then stared off at the television. Some court show was blaring on the TV. Then the voice sounded off in my head again. Tell her, Vernita. Tell her. I glanced over at her and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. Alice, I got something I need to tell you. Please, I do not want you to be mad at me.
Tell me what?
Her face twisted with confusion. Anxiety bubbled deep down in me. I closed my eyes and took a long breath. Well, it's complicated, but...
But what?
I went silent. Lord, please, I didn't have the strength to do it, but the voice said, just do it. You need to let go and let God. I exhaled. Remember years ago when I went on that cruise?
Yeah?
Alice's brow raised out of curiosity.
Please, Vernita, just tell me what's going on. I don't like surprises like this.
Well, suddenly Alice clenched her stomach and squeezed her eyes shut. Hold that thought, she muttered. She sounded anguished. Everything all right? I asked, sounding concerned.
You got me nervous now. My stomach is hurting.
All of a sudden, Alice blasted up from the couch.
I need to use the restroom. I feel like I'm gonna vomit.
Is everything all right, though? Do I need to call someone?
No, I'm fine. It's just this medicine the doctor got me on sometimes causes extreme nausea. I'll be right back,
she said as she then quickly made her way toward the staircase. I followed her up the stairs, feeling very concerned. Are you sure, though, girl?
I'm sure,
Alice said as she labored up the steps. Here, let me help you, I said as I got to her side and helped her upstairs. Lord knows she didn't need to be running up and down the stairs like this. I was pretty certain the doctor would agree with me as well. Take your time, Alice, I told her. Then, once we approached the door of the guest bathroom, she flew inside, closed the door, and locked it. I had to stand by and listen just to make sure she was okay. Although I wanted to listen to the voice and tell her the truth about everything, Another voice told me to back down. This wasn't the right time. This would be absolutely devastating to her. Hell, she just got out of the hospital. This type of confession would surely break her heart. Still standing guard near the door, I leaned against it and listened to see if she was okay. "Oh, shit!" she bellowed, and then I heard the sound of what had to be diarrhea blasting out of her rectum and into the toilet. Then a bomb of farting went off. My eyes widened out of disgust. I didn't need to hear all of that. What kind of medicine did the doctor have her on? Her bowels sounded very loose. Now that I thought about it, shit, maybe I needed to ask her what the doctor gave her, because my bowels lately had been a bit clogged up. Child, I hadn't even used the bathroom in nearly 2 days. I tried everything. Prune juice, fiber. Hell, I even took me some milk of magnesia and nothing was working. Perhaps that was a side effect of these new medications Dr. Kimberly and Dr. Chang Lee had me on. Some moments later, I heard the sound of her spraying air freshener in the bathroom. Then the sound of the toilet flushing along with the faucet running escaped the door. Thank God nothing was seriously wrong. Just sounded like whatever she was taking just gave her the runs. The bathroom door flung open and I took a step back because I'd be damned if I was going to smell what came out of her.
Sorry about that, child. Oh, Lord, sometimes that medicine got my colon doing jumping jacks.
It's okay. I need me something like that because my bowels are locked up, I said. We both exploded into laughter, then slowly waltzed over near the staircase. We began to head back down, but then Alice turned around and said,
"Please, just go ahead and tell me what happened. Did you catch something on that cruise?"
"No," I snapped. "Why would you say that?"
"Well, what else could it be?"
I took another deep breath, then exhaled. I slept with Lamar. I just let it out. I don't know why it came out that way, but it did.
"Excuse me?"
Alice's face suddenly turned sour.
"What did you say?"
Girl, please don't be mad at me, but I had messed around with Lamar while I was on that cruise. Alice stood there for a moment. This empty look filled her gaze at me almost as if she was staring at her dead mother.
"Wait. I just need you to say what I thought you said. You did what now?"
I said I slept with Lamar, Alice. Damn, now please don't make me say it again.
"When? How?"
"You lying," she roared, her angry voice echoing all through the house. "Please calm down, Alice. You're gonna put too much stress on yourself. Let's just go downstairs and let me explain everything." Rapidly shaking and waving her finger no at the same time, she said,
"Nuh-uh.
"No."
You need to tell me every motherfucking thing about this bullshit right now. This is probably the real reason why your lousy ass didn't even bother to come by and visit me, isn't it?"
"Alice, please. Let's just sit down and talk about this."
"No, I ain't got nothing to say about it. I should have known. Should have motherfucking known. I just knew this was all too good to be true,"
she cried.
"My own damn friend fucked my man, the only man who ever really loved me."
"Alice," I cried, as terror and dread filled my body. I damn near was about to vomit on myself. See, I knew something told me not to say anything. I don't know why I listened to that stupid-ass voice going off in my head.
"Don't say anything to me. Just get the fuck out of my house."
"Alice, don't do me like that. This was years ago, on the cruise."
"I don't trust a goddamn thing you're saying. You gonna come up in my motherfucking house and tell me some bullshit like that? Bitch, are you crazy?"
Her face turning red. I could see she was becoming extremely flustered, and I really needed to calm her down before she ended up having another heart attack. "Alice, please. Let's just go downstairs and talk about this before you get yourself all worked up. Just calm down, baby. I can explain everything.
Don't say shit to me, you nasty old bitch,
she thundered.
But you know what? Now that you told me what you did, I'm glad I did what the fuck I did years ago. I didn't regret any of it now.
My brow raised out of absolute confusion. What are you talking about, Alice? I cried back to her as my body shuddered out of control. I damn near had to sit down myself to get it together.
Ha! I guess this is all karma. I'll be damned. You fucked my man. Well, guess what, honey? I fucked your man. Yep, baby, I fucked Clarence. I was fucking him for years. And guess what? His dick was good. He used to complain about your dry-ass crotch all the time. Baby, he was dicking me down and eating me out so good.
My eyes widened with absolute surprise. I clutched my mouth. You're lying. Stop lying. You're just saying that. That is a horrible thing to say. How dare you?
Bitch, I ain't lying. I fucked Clarence. Believe it, baby. Yeah, he may have had a shrimp dick, but bitch, he knew how to work that little dick of his. And his tongue, he used to eat my ass every night and would still go home to kiss your raggedy ass. All them years you was kissing him, bitch, you were tasting my ass and pussy. Yeah, bitch.
Now stop it. Stop it right now, Alice. I done had enough of you. You stop this right now. You are losing your mind.
Bitch, I ain't lying. You want proof? Bitch, I know Clarence had one testicle. He only had one ball, his right ball, and I used to lick on that every night, too, after he got done eating my ass, of course.
My heart completely stopped. Right then and there, I knew she was absolutely telling the truth. Clarence indeed only had one testicle, and it was for that very reason we could never conceive. We tried for years to have a child, but it never happened. 2 years into our marriage, Clarence was diagnosed with testicular cancer. At the time, the doctor told him he had no other choice but to remove his left testicle. After the surgery, we were told that our chances of conceiving were still pretty high, but it never happened. We tried everything for a decade until I became too old to have children. Hearing this almost induced a heart attack, and I could feel my chest tighten.
Ha ha! Yes, bitch. Gonna come in my motherfucking house and try to spill secrets? Well, take that!
She shouted at me as I fell into what seemed like an asthma attack. You ain't right, I cried. Your ass ain't right. Why would you do that to me? All these years, and this how you do me? Hurricane-like tears fell out of my eyes, and all I wanted to do was just fall out and die. Lord, this was just too much to handle. Why are you doing this to me, God?
Oh, and another motherfucking thing. Your ass may not have had a child, but guess what, bitch? Clarence sure did have one. By me. And her name is Sade.
I gasped. You're lying. Stop it.
Nope, not lying. Bitch, I still got the DNA test.
Stop it. Just stop it. Panicking, the walls began to close in and dizziness overcame me.
Bitch, fuck you. Just get the hell up out of my house.
Clarence wouldn't dare.
Baby, Clarence was lying to you. The reason why he couldn't have babies with your ugly, raggedy ass is because after he got pregnant with me, he got a vasectomy. Now get the hell up out of my house,
she bellowed, as she pointed down to the staircase toward the door. Those words instantly triggered me. Everything around me turned red. You fat bitch, I'ma kill you. I didn't know what came over me, but without hesitation, I lunged at Alice and pushed her down the staircase.
Ah!
She screamed as her body tumbled down the long staircase. Everything happened instantaneously, and before I had a chance to process everything, she was down on the floor. She didn't move at all. Still standing at the top of the staircase, Reality set back into my mind, and I saw Alice sprawled out near the foyer. "Alice! Alice!" I cried out as I quickly made my way down the stairs. However, as soon as I got close enough to her, I saw she had a puddle of blood leaking from her head. "Oh, no, Alice! Wake up! Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord! Wake up, baby!" Part 2, Chapter 18. Vernita. I kept screaming to the top of my lungs as I panicked seeing Alice on the floor, her body completely motionless. Baby, my body was filled with so much heightened terror. I didn't know what came over me. The moment her ass hit me with that bombshell revelation, I was just compelled to attack her. But I really didn't mean to push her down the stairs. It all just happened so quickly. Continuing to look at her laid out on the floor, my entire body shivered, and if I didn't get myself together, I was going to be laid out on this floor too. I had it in me to call 911, but something stopped me. Something told me not to do it. Just leave. Get the hell out. I ran over to the living room couch, grabbed my purse and keys, and then flew back into the foyer. She still wasn't moving. "Alice, wake up!" I yelled one more time, but the voice in my head told me to just leave. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and then stormed out of the house. I hopped in Paulette, then took off. On the highway, tears swam down my face and my hands were shaking so bad that I couldn't even hold tight to the steering wheel. If I didn't get my shit together, I was going to lose control over this car and crash. I just couldn't believe this. I killed my best friend. I pushed her to her death. Oh, Lord. Traffic was somewhat heavy, but suddenly I swerved over to the side of Lakeshore Drive and began sobbing uncontrollably. "Lord, why? Why, Lord? I killed my friend, Lord. I killed her." Pounding the steering wheel, I just had it in me to swerve the car back into traffic and let someone hit me. I had to die. This was just too much for me to handle. I was ready to go. "Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Stop it right now," I snapped, instantly checking myself back into reality. Get it together. Fuck that hoe. She fucked your man and had a baby by him. Fuck him and fuck her. Gon' fuck my motherfucking husband and have a baby by him? Bitch, you got me fucked up. Fuck that. Die, bitch. I kept punching the steering wheel until my knuckles became red and tender. If I didn't stop, I was gonna give myself arthritis, and I didn't even have no reefer back at the house to alleviate the pain. Fuck it. She did me wrong. I did what I had to do, goddammit. As cars flew by me on the highway, this weird calm suddenly came over me. Fuck it. It is what it is. She should have never fucked with me. The pulsing anxiety running through my veins and nerves dissipated, and I made my way back onto the highway. A good 10 minutes later, I made it back home. As soon as I parked, I dashed into my house, went straight to my bedroom, and collapsed into the bed. I had to get everything that happened out of my mind. Trying my best to squeeze my eyes shut, I just focused on the darkness I now saw. But the more I tried to blink everything out of my mind, the more I kept seeing flashes of what happened. I really pushed her down those stairs and watched her possibly bleed to death. Everything from what she told me about her and Clarence to me pushing her down the stairs kept firing off in my mind. Some minutes later, after realizing I wasn't going to be able to sleep off all of this craziness, I shot up out of the bed and began to manically pace my floor. I was never a nail-biter, but now I had both of my hands in my mouth. Shaking uncontrollably, I had it in me to just call 911 and head back over to Alice's place, but if I did that, I just knew I was going to end up in jail for murder. Ain't no way in hell I was going to jail, though. I'd be damned. As those dreadful moments kept replaying in my mind, I tried to reconcile within myself that I didn't mean to do that. It was just impulse. She made me do it. She didn't have to say any of that shit. Why would she tell me something so crazy like that and not expect me to react in such a way? I mean, anybody would have had the same reaction, right? Could you imagine if your best friend told you out of the blue one day she slept with your husband? And even worse, she then told you she got pregnant by him, knowing good and goddamn well you couldn't get pregnant? That fat bitch had me all the way fucked up, and the more I ruminated on how everything went down, the more I realized I was justified in doing what I did. She made me do it. I told her to calm her ass down, but she kept egging me on. Although tears of guilt began to escape from the corners of my eyes, I wiped them away with the absolute quickness. Fuck Alice. Fuck Clarence. And fuck Sade. Yeah, fuck them all, goddammit. I don't even give a good goddamn. Fuck them all. Rot in hell, bitch. I roared so loudly that my voice probably pierced the walls right into my neighbor's house, but I didn't give a fuck anymore. I did what I had to do. Still shivering, I realized I needed to take me a hot-ass bath to cool my nerves. So I rushed over into my bathroom to get a bath going. However, before I got my bath started, I stood still for a moment, my finger tapping my chin. A sudden thought came over me. As I stood thinking about it, I probably needed to get me some reefer and some liquor to knock me the hell out. I hadn't got drunk or high in a minute, but Lord knows I needed something right now to get this crazy shit out of my mind. I ran the hot water in my tub and threw in some Epsom salt and lavender. Then I marched back into my room to call up the young boy who used to sell me reefer. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and hoped that I still had Hakeem's number locked in my phone. Lo and behold, after scrolling through my contacts, I landed on his name. Thank God. But just as I was about to dial his number, my phone began vibrating and I saw Sade's name flash across the screen. My eyes exploded with fear as I knew what she was calling me about. Had to be about her no-good-ass trifling mama who I just pushed to death. I hesitated to answer the phone because I didn't know if I was quite prepared to hear what she was going to tell me. I already knew what she was going to say. I found my mama dead. I just knew she was going to be crying and carrying on, and then I would have to pretend like I had no idea what happened. Gripping the phone hard, I suddenly became filled with rage, and all I could hear sounding off in the back of my head was Alice telling me how she fucked Clarence and got pregnant by him. Worst of all, the bitch calling me right now was his motherfucking child. I just had it in me to explode and throw my phone against the wall, not caring that it would break into a million pieces. The phone kept vibrating. Fuck it, I grumbled to myself and then answered it. I quickly threw on a fake smile and said, "Hey girl, what's going on?" "Hey, Miss Vanita," she sobbed. She must have found her mammy laid out on that floor. My heart began to beat fast and I clasped my chest to anticipate what she was about to tell me. Her cries echoed into my ear, and at any second I just knew what her ugly ass was going to tell me. "What's wrong? Why do you sound like that?" "Mama, it's about my mama. She... Chapter 19. Calm down, Sade. What's wrong? Mama is cutting me out of her will. Wait a minute. Suddenly I became confused. I went silent and my mind was drawing many blanks. What are you talking about? I just came back from my mama's house, and she and I had a huge fight. She told me she's cutting me off and that I won't be in her will no more because she said I don't know how to act right. Ever since she got with Lamar, she's been acting funny. I didn't know what to think at the moment, but I had to play along as if I was truly concerned about what Sade was telling me. What happened? What did you all get into a fight about? So many questions began to fill my mind. Because how in the hell did she just get off the phone with her mama when I was just over there and I pushed the woman to her death? Sade cleared her throat and began to explain what happened, But then I interjected. Wait a minute. You just came from over your mama's place?
Yeah, she was so nasty to me. I ain't did nothing to piss her off.
Shaking my head, I paced my floor wondering what in the world was really going on. But then I thought to myself that perhaps this entire time I had been hallucinating. Did I even leave my damn house? Sade, what time is it?
It's noon. Why?
Sade replied, then quickly asked,
Is everything okay, Bernita? You sound kind of under the weather. I'm sorry I called you, but I just needed to vent and I wanted to see if you could talk to Mama for me. I don't know what's come over her. It's like I feel like Lamar is putting a lot of ideas in her head.
I'm fine, I think, I replied. I just think this medicine I've been taking lately is messing with me. Oh, child, I must have dozed off or just woke up and didn't even realize it. Nervousness came over me as I began to twitch all over. Lord, 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 why were all of these medications messing with me? I just had to pinch myself just to make sure I wasn't caught up in another crazy hallucination. I glanced over at my alarm clock sitting on my nightstand, just to confirm it was truly noon, as Sade said. If that was the case, I was still scheduled to go meet up with Alice. And lo and behold, it was noon. I slapped my forehead, mumbling, Lord Jesus, I need to go to a doctor. Sade, look, I'm supposed to be going over there soon anyway. I'll talk to her to get a rundown of why she's acting this way.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Vernita. I really appreciate it. You already know how I feel about my mama, and I would never do anything to disrespect her.
All right now, child. Just relax, and I'm gonna see if I can really figure out what's going on. I hope this man ain't influencing your mama to make crazy decisions.
Thank you so much, Miss Vernita. If you need anything, just let me know.
Okay, I will. Once we hung up, I threw my phone on the bed, then stormed into the bathroom. I'd be damned if I was gonna let these pills make me go crazy all over again. So without hesitation, I quickly opened up my medicine cabinet, took down every pill bottle I had, and emptied everything into the sink. I ran the faucet and made sure the gushing sink water washed down every single pill. I had enough. I truly did. I'd be damned if I was going to end up in some mental hospital. Feeling a bit apprehensive, I rushed back into my bedroom and dialed up Dr. Jackson. Once I got her on the phone, I was going to tell her everything that happened.
Hey, Vernita,
Dr. Jackson answered.
How's it going? I wasn't expecting to hear from you until our session. Is everything okay?
Dr. Jackson, everything is not okay. I just had one of them crazy hallucinations.
What happened?
I made my way over to my bed and sat down on the edge as I began to shiver once again. I'm feeling very funny and I've been having these weird cold chills. In the hallucination, I went over to my friend's place and she told me some nasty stuff. Then I pushed her to her death.
Oh no. Are you at home right now, Vernita?
Yes, I am.
And have you left your house?
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure. I just got off the phone with my friend's daughter and she told me she had just spoken to my friend. So I know I had to be hallucinating. I explained to her as I sat on the bed rocking back and forth. I was an absolute mess.
Okay, well, stop taking the medication and in the meantime, I'm going to seek out some alternatives to help manage your anxiety and leg twitches.
I don't want no more of this stuff. No more, Dr. Jackson. I can't be walking around here like a crazy woman. I don't ever want to have any types of thoughts like that ever again.
Vernita, just try to relax. I think we also need to consider whether or not it's the medicine causing you to have these hallucinations. Also, now that you are older, we might want to consider booking you an appointment with a neurologist to screen you for Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease. The type of psychotic hallucination you had sometimes is a symptom of neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's.
I didn't like the sound of any of what she was telling me. Parkinson's. Alzheimer's. It just seemed like any time I had any issue and I spoke with these doctors, they were quick to diagnose me with some other shit. I done had enough of it. I ain't got time to be fooling around with you doctors. Every time something goes wrong with me, y'all want to say I got this and I got that. I'm sick of this shit. Oh no, Vernita, please, just calm down. Dr. Jackson tried to soothe my concerns, but like I said, I wasn't here for any of that bullshit today. I threw away that medicine, and I bet you in a few days I'm gonna be fine. Watch and see.
I understand, Vernita. I completely understand. Sometimes some of these medicines can have really crazy side effects, but please do understand that not all medicine is like this. It's necessary for a lot of people.
Dr. Jackson tried to explain, but once again, I just wasn't feeling anything she was gonna say. Look, baby girl, you might be a doctor, but Jesus is my real doctor, and he writes out all of my prescriptions. I'ma stop taking this bullshit and just let my body and mind heal from this foolishness.
Okay, well, am I going to still see you in a few days for your appointment?
Dr. Jackson asked. I'ma have to think about it. I hung up the phone. These damn doctors had me all the way fucked up if they thought I was gonna let these medicines continue to poison my mind. I needed a really stiff drink right now, so I stormed out of my bedroom and into my kitchen to see if I at least had a bottle of something hiding away. Searching cabinet after cabinet, I couldn't find anything. Damn it, I grunted, but just settled on drinking some iced tea I had in the fridge. Once I managed to soothe my nerves, I went back into my bathroom and took a long hot shower before I headed over to Alice's place. Child, I was just so relieved to know that that was all a hallucination. Before I hopped in the shower, though, I had to confirm once again I wasn't trapped in one of my crazy manic moments. I sent Alice a text message just to confirm if she was still fine with us meeting up this afternoon. Within seconds, she replied back, and joy instantly filled my heart. Thank God, I gasped, wiping my brow clear of anxious sweat beads. After I got out of the shower, I threw on a light outfit, put on some makeup, and then made my way outside. It was such an extremely pleasant day, and I was so relieved that none of that crazy hallucination was actually real. Child, I didn't even know if I had it in me to snap like that. I hopped in my car, hit the highway, and some minutes later I got off 35th Street. As I made my way down the street, from afar I could see that Alice's block had been cut off by a plethora of cop cars, a fire truck, and an ambulance. Damn it! Someone must have gotten shot or killed. I really wished Alice would get out of this neighborhood. Although Bronzeville was on the up and up, these young men around here were still up to no good. Hopefully, she and Lamar would get married quickly, and then they would get the hell up out of Chicago. Speaking of Mr. Lamar, I still had it in me to tell Alice the full truth about the brief sexual relationship I had with that man. However, something told me to just keep everything to myself. That hallucination was all too real, and the last thing I wanted was for her to drop something crazy on me, then make me snap. It was just so funny, though, how the mind could play tricks on you. Baby, let me tell you something. Clarence and I may not have had the best sex, but I knew one thing for sure. Clarence would never have slept around on me. My nookie was too good and he knew it. And when he was alive, he often made side jokes about Alice's appearance and weight. I used to have to chastise him for talking about my friend, but he couldn't help but always make slick comments about her. As I got closer to Alice's house, a policeman was standing guard directing traffic to go around. A small line of cars formed at the intersection, and as I peered closely, I noticed that the cop cars and ambulance were all surrounding Alice's house. My eyes bugged out of their sockets, and suddenly dread filled my core. Once I got near the policeman, I rolled down my window and asked, "Excuse me, officer, what's going on? I'm supposed to be visiting my friend. She lives about 2 houses down." The officer, who was a nice-looking young black man with a small afro, looked at me with such a serious face that I knew something was wrong. "Ma'am, unfortunately, we have this entire area roped off because of an active investigation. Which address are you trying to get to?" I told the young officer Alice's address, And just as the address rolled off my tongue, his eyes turned to slits and he pursed his lips. I'm sorry, ma'am. The person you're trying to visit suffered a serious medical emergency. I clutched my mouth. Alice? Yes, ma'am. No, can't be. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to tell you this, but she's currently en route to the hospital right now. Oh my God! Please, Lord, no! I cried as my hands trembled as I held onto the steering wheel. Which hospital is she going to? I believe Mercy right up the street. Lord, what happened? Did someone break into her house or something? I don't know the exact details, ma'am, but if you don't mind, you're currently blocking traffic. Just pull over to the side. Oh, Lord. I scrambled to pull my car over to the side of the street. I parked, got out of the car, and dashed down the block toward Alice's house. A small crowd of neighbors formed outside as I got closer to the house. The entire area had been roped off with yellow tape. Tears falling from my eyes, I couldn't believe what was going on. I searched the crowd of onlookers, hoping I'd recognize someone who knew exactly what happened. Then I spotted Marla, one of Alice's close neighbors who I also knew in passing. Marla! Marla! I called out as I dashed over to her. She appeared so visibly distraught I already knew something bad happened. Marla, what happened to Alice? Where is she? I asked as I lunged to her side. Sniffling and wiping her eyes free of tears, she replied,
Apparently she had another heart attack and fell down her stairs and hit her head pretty badly.
What? I yelled out, shaking my head. Who found her?
One of her grandsons.
Marla replied, sobbing as she wiped her nose with a piece of tissue. Is she okay? I asked, my eyes beginning to water.
I don't know, but the EMTs had to do CPR on her when they came. I hope she made it. This is just too much. I just knew she'd bounce back from her heart attack. Oh, Lord, poor Alice.
Marla cried, shaking her head. Clutching my chest, I damn near was about to faint. Everything around me began to spin, and I had to quickly gather myself. This was all too surreal.
Chapter 20.
Seemed like the entire world was falling apart before my very own eyes. I stood next to Marla in complete shock. I did this. I just know I did this. I just kept thinking to myself that I was responsible for all of this. Shivering and in total fear, I didn't know what to say or what to do. Okay, well, I'm gonna head to the hospital, I told Marla as I took off running back to my car. Once I got inside, I whipped out my phone and went through my recent calls. I didn't see a phone call at all from Sade. Then I went through my text messages. My eyes exploded with angst when I saw I hadn't even sent a text message to Alice. Lord, 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 I'm going crazy, I cried, my scream echoing out onto the street. My hands still trembling, I quickly started up Paulette and headed down the street to Mercy Hospital. I didn't give a fuck about running through stop signs or red lights. Mercy Hospital wasn't that far away from Alice's house, so about a good 5 minutes later, I swiftly pulled into the parking lot. Once I parked, I ran through the lot like a mad woman, catching the attention of a few folks passing me by. I rushed through the double sliding doors of the emergency room and then jetted straight toward the receptionist girl who was sitting at the check-in desk. I'm here to see my friend, Alice. She was just brought here not too long ago, I panted, trying my best to gather myself. Calm down, ma'am. Just relax. What's her name again? Alice. Alice Brown. The receptionist, some portly, dark-skinned girl with a short afro, quickly typed away on her computer as she searched for Alice's name in her system. Okay, well, she was just admitted, ma'am. And right now, no visitors are allowed. Just please wait in the lobby area, and then if the family grants permission, you can visit her, the receptionist said. Bitch, that's my friend. You gon' let me see her. I suddenly exploded as I got close up to the girl's face. Ma'am, please calm down and get out of my face. What in the hell is wrong with you? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a security guard running toward me.
Hey, what's going on over here? Calm down, ma'am.
I'm here to see my friend, and this fat-ass hoe won't let me. I just knew my face was filled with red and rage.
Ma'am, calm down, or we're going to have to ask you to leave,
the security guard said as he tried to pull me away from the desk. Let me go! I snapped as I slapped his hands off my shoulders. Fine, I'ma sit and wait, but you gon' let me see my friend. I didn't know what came over me, but I was quickly losing all my marbles. Everyone inside the emergency room's waiting area had their eyes on me. Then this sudden sense of embarrassment and regret came over me. Quickly finding a seat all the way over in a quiet corner, I sat down and held my head in my palms as I began crying. I just kept thinking to myself how I was responsible for all of this. I had to be. But the problem was, I just couldn't quite remember how any of it transpired. Nothing was adding up at all. I couldn't even put together the right sequences of events of how this entire day transpired. Everything was all muddled and jumbled together. Honestly, at this point I was more terrified of losing my mind than Alice's condition. Some 15 minutes later, I saw Sade along with a few of Alice's grandbabies frenziedly rush through the doors of the emergency room. Hey, where my granny at? Charles, one of her grandsons, screamed at the top of his lungs. I suddenly flew out of my seat and ran over to them. Sade, I called out to her. Sade suddenly rushed into my arms and began crying her heart out. Where's Mama? I don't know. That heifer wouldn't let me in the back. I angrily spat, looking straight at that rotten-ass girl sitting behind the check-in desk. I've been waiting for what seems like an hour. Miss Brown's family? I suddenly heard a soft voice. I spun around and some white blonde nurse looked at us with this stiff look on her face. Yes, Sade managed to squeeze out as she wiped her face free of tears. Please follow me, the nurse said, holding on to a clipboard. Where's my mama? Is she okay? Sade cried out, her entire body shuddering. Just please, follow me. The doctor would like to speak to you all, she said as she then led us out of the waiting area and into the actual emergency room. I gulped out of fear that we were about to get delivered some horrible news. We followed the nurse in a solemn fashion. She then escorted us into what was another waiting area, but this one was much smaller and private. This was just bad. So bad I didn't know if I was going to be able to handle all of this. My stomach quivered, and this horrible, dreadful nausea came over me. Immense guilt baptized my mind, and I just knew at any moment the doctor was going to walk in and tell us that Alice had passed.
Why don't you just tell us what happened?
Sobbed Belinda, another one of Alice's grandbabies. As I sat there taking in the somber moment, the door to the private waiting room opened. I glanced up thinking it was going to be the doctor, but it wasn't. It was none other than Lamar himself. My mouth dropped open a bit when I scanned him up and down. Completely frozen, he looked at me. Our eyes locked together. This was not how I wanted to have a reunion with this man. Oh gosh, I could only imagine what he would think if he knew that I was the one responsible for what had happened to Alice. Hey everyone, sorry I'm late. I just got a call and found out what happened. Did we get any updates from the doctor? Lamar asked as he scanned the room looking for an immediate answer.
No, we just got here and we were escorted to this room,
Sade said.
We're still waiting for the doctor and we have no idea what's going on.
What exactly happened? Lamar asked as he walked into the room and stood almost right in front of me. My heart was beating so fast and this intense nausea began to burgeon deep down in my stomach. Gosh, this man was so sexy. If we weren't in the situation we were in right now, I'd pull his pants down and begin to suck his dick with the quickness, you hear me? Stop thinking that. That is horrible, I thought to myself, trying to quickly stamp out those crazy thoughts. Lamar stood there holding his chin, looking very concerned. I cleared my throat, and just as I was about to say something to him, the door to the room opened, and this time some Arab-looking man with a white coat on strolled in. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Abdul Aziz.
Where's my mother?
Sade bawled. Sorry for the delays. Unfortunately, I have some bad news. Miss Brown didn't make it. She passed away a few moments ago.
No.
Sade screamed as she suddenly fell out onto the waiting room floor. Alice's grandchildren, too, exploded into tears. Nothing but loud, thunderous wailing filled the entire room. I sat back shaking my head no, as I couldn't believe any of what I was hearing.
Where is she?
Lamar sobbed.
Where in the fuck is my fiancé?
She's upstairs in an IC unit. We tried our best to revive her, but she suffered another major heart attack and a major concussion to her head. We believe she went into cardiac arrest while she was walking down her stairs.
I kept telling Mama not to go up and down them stairs. I just kept telling her.
Sade cried. I couldn't handle the combination of grief and guilt any longer. So without saying a word, I immediately shot up out of my seat and stormed out of the room. Feeling the urge to throw up, I had to find the closest bathroom. I was so nauseous I was getting dizzy, and as I tried to find the closest bathroom, I almost fell out. Trekking through the bright, chilly corridor of the emergency room, my hazy gaze landed on a small women's bathroom. I stormed in and immediately locked the door. I flew over to the toilet and threw up every single thing I had in me. I didn't care who had just sat their funky ass on the seat. My entire head was submerged in the toilet bowl. Some moments later, once the nausea and vomiting subsided, I managed to get myself up off the floor. Limping over to the sink, I stared in the mirror and began to cry uncontrollably. I killed her. My mind kept dwelling on the horrid fact that I was a murderer. I did this. I had it in me to go back into that room and explain just exactly what happened. I couldn't live with this type of guilt knowing that I probably had some weird hallucination because of that damn medicine and ended up killing Alice. Running some cool water in the bathroom sink, I washed my face and hands. Once I got done, I slowly made my way out of the bathroom and anxiously walked back to the room. As I got closer, I saw a group of police officers huddled around the room. Lamar was standing by them talking to them. I must have caught their attention. They all looked at me with such serious faces. Oh, Lord, they must have figured everything out. They caught me. I didn't know how, but they must have found out I had been over Alice's place earlier. Chapter 21. My heart was racing like a horse at the Kentucky Derby. I approached Mr. Lamar, along with the officer standing guard. Lord Jesus, I can't believe all of this has happened. I feel so bad. I feel so horrible, I mumbled, clutching my chest out of angst. Is everything all right? I asked one of the officers standing in front of me. Are you Miss Washington? The tall black policeman asked, looking straight at me. I stood silent for a moment. Yes, I am. I then nervously responded as I knew exactly where his line of questioning was going. I'm a first responding officer who was on the scene. I have a few questions to ask, he said. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you in private. I could feel Lamar's eyes burning into me while the officer asked to speak to me in private. I looked at Lamar, and then he looked at me with this curious yet concerning gawk. Yeah, eventually he and I were going to have to talk. We had much to discuss, especially our past entanglement. Sure thing, officer, I said to the policeman, and then he escorted me off to a quiet corner of the emergency room. I'm so sorry to hear about everything that transpired. I'm sure that Miss Brown was a wonderful woman, the officer said as he pulled out a small notepad and pen from his shirt's front pocket. She surely was. She was a wonderful person, I replied, my voice low and sad. Shaking my head, I said, I just can't believe all of this happened. I'm just shocked by all of this. None of this seems real. I promise my questions won't take long, replied the officer. I just have some questions surrounding how the entire day transpired. I gulped. Oh, okay. No worries. Ask away. Oh, Lord. This was it. The police were gonna put two and two together and then arrest my ass for killing Alice. Lord, I wasn't built for no damn jail. From what I gathered from another officer on the scene, you were in the area to go visit Miss Brown when you found out what happened to her, correct? Yes, that's correct. Had you spoken with her earlier today? I don't recollect. I don't believe so. She and I had spoken the night before. We had planned to have lunch together earlier this afternoon. Okay, cool. The officer continued. Do you know if she had any issues going on with any of her family members? Do you know if she expressed any concerns about her safety? My brow raised out of confusion. No, not that I can think of. Alice just got out of the hospital recently. She had a major heart attack and was currently in rehab for it, I believe. That's what she told me. Okay, replied the officer as he continued to jot down a few more notes. Then he said, I'm only asking these questions because one of her neighbors said that she spotted your car earlier in the neighborhood. This was obviously before Miss Brown was found unconscious. Why were you in the neighborhood? I was riding around? Huh? I kept thinking to myself as I couldn't even recollect leaving my house. Oh, Lord. All of this was so confusing. I just didn't know what to say or do at this point, other than just go ahead and tell the officer the full truth about what happened. I think I was. I don't know, officer. I just don't feel right. I did something horribly wrong, I said, with my head lowered. What happened, ma'am? Were you there when Miss Brown fell? I looked up at the officer and tightened my lips. Something deep down inside of me told me to go ahead and let the young officer know exactly what happened and that it was all just a horrible mistake. I didn't mean to kill my friend. Lord knows I didn't. I felt so ashamed that I let my mind slip away like this. All of this over me taking those crazy medications, clutching my mouth with my trembling hands. My lips parted open as I got ready to confess what happened. But just as I was about to fess up, another officer came storming down the corridor. Hey, we got a suspect. I was shocked. Totally shocked. This entire situation had been nothing more than chaos. A few hours later, I was now back at home in my living room. As I sat on my living room couch, my mind kept replaying all of the hallucinations I had earlier. Thankfully, they were just that, hallucinations. And while I couldn't help but to feel a sense of relief, I still couldn't shake this intense remorse about how everything panned out. Apparently, I was hallucinating so bad that I did somehow make it out of my house, and I was in Alice's neighborhood. However, she and I never actually met up. I had sat in her driveway for a few minutes before I backed out and made my way back home. All of these weird details were told to me by the officers once everything had been pieced together. Apparently, they had camera footage of me from a few neighbors' houses. Also, Alice's house had a security camera as well. On the footage, somehow or another, I managed to make it back home. I must have been so zoned out that I went straight to bed and then continued on hallucinating, thinking that I was still at Alice's house having a whole-ass conversation with her. Nonetheless, while I spazzed out thinking I was the one who may have harmed Alice, it truly wasn't me. As crazy and coincidental as it sounded, some young thug broke into Alice's house while she was still there. The police said a fight must have ensued and the young boy pushed her down the stairs. Luckily, Alice had a few cameras inside of her house, and once the police went back and retrieved the footage, they saw how everything went down. Poor Alice. Alice's story was so horrifying and tragic that it managed to make the nightly news. And that was what I was doing now in my dimly lit living room, getting ready to watch the news report rehash everything. This is Dale Harrington with ABC 7 Action News. I'm reporting live from the Bronzeville neighborhood where we have an unfortunate story that transpired earlier this afternoon. Police have in custody Jarquavius Miller, who is a suspect in the death of a longtime Bronzeville resident, Alice Brown. Police say that Jarquavius Miller, 22 years old, and also a resident of Bronzeville, broke into Miss Brown's residence this afternoon. Not realizing she was home, Mr. Miller engaged in a fight with Miss Brown and then pushed her down a staircase in her house where she suffered a fatal head injury. We've learned that Miss Brown recently suffered a major heart attack and had been recently released from the hospital. From what we've gathered, a concerned neighbor who went to go check on Miss Brown's well-being found her unconscious and immediately called the police. She was taken to Mercy Hospital where she was pronounced dead on arrival. Initially, police suspected her death was completely accidental due to a fall in her house. However, after retrieving security footage from inside of Miss Brown's home, police were able to capture in vivid detail all the events that led to Miss Brown's death. Mr. Miller, who prosecutors now say will be charged with first-degree murder along with a host of other charges, was easily identified on the footage and taken into custody. Mr. Miller has yet to confess to the crime. However, Miss Brown's family, friends, and neighbors are relieved to know that justice was immediately served. This is a devastating blow to the Brown family. Back to you, Chuck. Now that my mind was starting to get a grip again on reality, I had come to the full, bittersweet realization that Alice was gone. Yes, all of this was real. My sweet Alice was gone. I didn't even get a chance to see her at the hospital. And truth be told, I didn't even know if I was prepared to see her lying dead in a hospital bed. Oh, well, poor Alice. I just wondered at this point who was going to get the body. Lord, I just hope they didn't send her down to Bates' funeral home because they did a horrible job on Clarence. Tears falling down my face, I had to cut the television off and get this craziness out of my mind. Ooh, Alice, child, I'm so sorry this all happened to you. I kept sobbing and shaking my head. Truth be told, I wish this was all just one big hallucination.
Why, Lord? Why? Why are you doing this to me? I just don't know how I'm gonna make it.
I needed something to cool my nerves down immediately, and the only thing I knew that would calm me down and help me sleep tonight was some good old reefer. Funny how I thought I had called my dealer up earlier to get me some green. Just a hallucination. But child, I knew I didn't have any in my house because that stuff would have had my house smelling so loud. I made my way into my bedroom where I had my phone charging on the nightstand. I ran through my contacts hoping I still had that young boy's number saved. Hakeem was his name. I swore I deleted his number, but I was blessed to see that I still had it. Thank God. But just before I was about to dial his number, my doorbell began going crazy. Who in the hell is that? I dashed out of my bedroom and then made it to my front door, immediately looking out the peephole. My entire gaze widened to the heavens when I saw none other than Percy standing there with his arms folded. He then began pounding on the door. "Vanita, open up. I know you in there," he yelled. "Percy, what in the hell are you doing over here? Just open up. I need to talk to you." I stood there frozen, wondering what in the fuck he wanted with me. Ain't no way in hell I was gonna open that damn door. Not now, not never. Especially after all the shit he put me through. "Percy, I ain't got time for your bullshit. I ain't in the mood. Just leave. Go run back to wherever the fuck you came from." "Vanita, please. I miss you," he cried. I continued looking out the peephole, watching him damn near look like he was about to break all the way down. "Please, baby. I know I fucked up. Just let me in because I really need to talk to you. I've been going through some things. Please." "Percy, no. No. I ain't got time for any of your mess. I'm not feeling well and my friend passed away today. So please, just go home." "Vanita, please," he cried. "You know you miss me. I missed you. I've been thinking about all these months. I missed your smile, your smell. I missed the way you used to tell me everything was gonna be all right when I was locked up. I'm in a bad place right now, and I just need someone to talk to." He kept begging and begging, but I just wasn't ready to hear any of his goddamn bullshit. The more I thought about it, the more enraged I became. I had it in me to really let that nigga know how I really felt. "Percy, get the fuck away from my goddamn door right motherfucking now. How dare you come over here this time of the night begging me to come in and talk? Nigga, are you crazy? You got some motherfucking nerve, especially after you went off and got some young bitch pregnant. How dare— Bitch, open up this motherfucking door now, or I'm gonna go and run and tell you a little secret about Clarence. I gasped. My eyes shot open with surprise. I didn't know what to say, or honestly how to respond. Flustered, I slowly moved my hand to the doorknob, still hesitant to open up the front door and let this trifling, no-good-ass nigga into my house. But he sounded so serious, and I didn't want to take a risk of him running his mouth. Fuck! I grunted in a low tone to myself. I then unlocked the front door and opened it. He stood there for a second and produced the biggest smile of life. He scanned me up and down. Yeah, I knew that would get your motherfucking attention. But damn, baby, you still looking good, I see. Chapter 22. Get your ass inside, I roared, yanking him inside, then slammed the front door shut. He waltzed into the foyer looking around. Damn, baby, smells good up in here. What kind of candles are those? You know my baby mama make candles now. As he continued to stand there, I instantly grew disgusted with every aspect of his appearance. Why on earth did I ever get involved with this fool? Oh, I forgot. That medicine. God damn it. Last time I saw Percy, he was looking a tad rough, but now he just looked like complete shit. He even put on a good 50 or 60 pounds. This nigga looked like he hadn't been to sleep in over a month. The circles he had under his eyes were even more pronounced. To top it off, the nigga had on an old-ass faded black t-shirt riddled with holes, some faded jeans, and a pair of sneakers that looked like he had borrowed them from some homeless motherfucker on the streets. Even worse, now that I was only feet away from him, he reeked of shit, piss, and alcohol. He knew he was foul as fuck for coming up in my house smelling this way. Percy, enough of this shit. What in the hell do you want to talk about? Well, since I did a favor for you them years back, he said, rubbing his hands together, it's time for you to do the same for me. A devilish grin came over his face as he made his way over into the kitchen. Without even asking, he opened the fridge and poured out a carton of orange juice. What favor are you talking about, Percy? I played dumb. I didn't want to rehash old memories. Percy slammed the fridge door shut, then strolled back over to me in this very cocky fashion. I just had it in me to go grab my phone and call the police on the nigga. But knowing Percy was probably very serious with his threat, I didn't want to take that risk. Besides, I didn't believe in calling the cops on black men, especially someone like Percy. Bitch, don't stand there and play fucking stupid. You know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You old, and you might be losing parts of your mind, but you're not that old and forgetful to suddenly forget about how you killed Clarence. Percy, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now you just need to get up out of my house right now. Bitch, if I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, then why the fuck did you let me in? You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Standing there shivering, I pointed toward the front door. Leave! Now! Percy let out a light chuckle. Fine then. I'll just run over to the police station and confess to everything. Still holding on to the carton of orange juice in his hand, he suddenly tossed it off to the side, spilling juice everywhere. Oh no, the fuck you didn't. Clean that mess up right now, and then get the fuck out of my house. Bitch, you got more to worry about than orange juice on your carpet. Percy laughed. Then he stood there and placed a finger on his chin. But now that I think about it, you do gotta worry about your carpet. The carpet between your legs. Yeah, bitch. That shit finna get took when you get locked the fuck up. Then again, other than a desperate bulldagger bitch, who the fuck wanna munch on some old-ass pussy? Fine. What do you want, Percy? I gave up. I had to. I just wanted to do what I had to do to get this nigga up out my house and out of my life for good. It just better not be anything crazy. I'm trying to hit a lick, but the nigga I'm trying to get at is hard to get to. My eyebrow raised in confusion. What does that mean, Percy? Now you know I don't know any of those words you young folks be using and shit. It means I'm trying to rob a nigga. That's what the fuck it means. Rob? Shaking my head furiously. I wasn't down to be a part of any of Percy's foolishness. This nigga was absolutely out of his mind if he thought I was gonna help him rob somebody. Percy, do you hear yourself? You wanna rob someone? Nigga, you just got out of jail not too long ago for this same mess. You wanna go back? Bitch, I don't give no fucks about no goddamn prison. I just wanna get back at this nigga for playing me. Ah! I threw my hands up in the air out of frustration. Percival, I'm about to be 77 years old and you want me to help you rob someone? Why can't you just do right for once in your life and get a job and save your money? I lunged up into his face and continued yelling to the top of my lungs. If I didn't lower my voice, I just knew I was going to attract the attention of some neighbors. But see, you always want to get this fast money. Selling drugs, robbing folks, stealing cars. Who in the fuck really raised you? Some damn banshees at the zoo? Your rotten-ass mammy ought to be ashamed of herself. Out of nowhere, Percy's fist came crashing right onto the middle of my face. I instantly blacked out and collapsed to the floor. All I saw were glittery stars cast among darkness. I slowly opened my eyes, and as hazy as my vision now was, I clearly made out Percy hovering over me. Bitch, don't you ever in your motherfucking life ever bring up my mama again. He leaned down, then whipped out a gun from the back of his waist. My eyes instantly widened even more when he aimed the barrel right at my forehead. He leaned further down, then growled, "Now open your mouth, you old nasty-ass bitch." Percy, I stuttered, as tears escaped my eyes. Why are you doing this to me? How in the hell am I even gonna help you? Bitch, you're gonna help me as I see fit, and if you don't, I might just skip all the putting your dark secrets out there and would just blow your motherfucking brains out. Now open your mouth. He jammed the gun to my lips, and I slowly opened my mouth. He then shoved the gun deep down in my mouth, damn near choking me. He yanked me off the floor, then dragged me over to the couch, still keeping the gun shoved down my throat. Now you feel that? If you keep giving me mouth, I swear to God I will pull this trigger and splatter your brains all over this damn couch. He continued, "Now this is what the fuck we gonna do. You're gonna go get yourself cleaned up and then fix me something to eat. I ain't had a nice home-cooked meal in a minute. I want oxtails, yellow rice, greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, and something sweet on the side. Then, after you get done cooking, I'ma fuck your brains out. Then, after we get done fucking, you gonna shower up, put on a nice outfit, and then we gonna drive out to Orland Park where this fuck nigga at. I'll tell you more details when we get out that way." He pulled the gun out of my mouth, then wiped the barrel on the couch. "Now get to it, bitch. I'm hungry as fuck." Trembling and crying, my face all the way down to my lower torso filled with intense pain. My stomach bubbled nausea from all the anxiety. "Percy, I want to help you. Lord knows I do. Can I just give you the money?" "Nah, you ain't got the money to even get close to what the fuck I'm trying to get out this nigga." "Percival, please. I'm going through a lot right now. My friend, the one you scared away that one time, she died today and I'm dealing with a lot." His eyes turned to slits. "Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I ain't got nothing to do with my money. Besides, like I said, I just know you ain't got the cash to help me out, and you shouldn't have to give it to me either." "Percy, please, baby, just tell me what happened. What did this man do to you?" "This clown-ass nigga stole from me. I gave this nigga like $200K to flip for me, and he stole every single penny, and now won't give it back." "Why?" "'Cause the fuck nigga a liar. I shoulda known it was something dirty about that nigga. Even my baby mama told me to just stick with what I know. But no, I wanted to do shit the legit way. I trusted that nigga, and this how he did me in?" "Who is the man? How did you even meet him?" Percy smacked his teeth. "He used to be a retired basketball player for the Bulls. Nigga named Lamar Spites. He into real estate investing or some shit now." My eyes widened with surprise. Did he just say what I thought he said? Lamar Spites? Is he bald-headed and kind of like dark brown skin with a goatee? Yeah, that nigga. Fuck nigga owns an insurance company or some type of investment company, some shit like that. I gave that nigga my money to flip. He said I could make $1 million in a few weeks, but then he ran some game on me and told me something happened in the stock market and all my money went away. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was just too much for me to handle. Too much of a coincidence. Percy, that was my friend's fiancé. Percy suddenly became enraged again. What? Percy, look, just calm down. This is too much of a coincidence. But that was my friend's fiancé. She died today. How? Some young boy broke into her house trying to rob the place, but he didn't realize she was home. She was there and they got into a fight. He pushed her down the stairs and she hit her head pretty badly. She had just come home from the hospital too for a heart attack. Nah, this shit don't sound like some motherfucking coincidence. Percy's eyes suddenly amplified with rage. Shit sound like you in on it too. You and that nigga. You must have fucked that nigga too. Percy, please calm down. Bitch, you fucked him. Yeah, you did. I can see the fucking guilt written all over your face. No, I didn't, Percival. Now stop it and lower your voice. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Oh, Lord. The neighbors were going to for sure hear all of this fussing and carrying on we were doing. Yeah, I was lying, but I'd be damned if I was going to admit to that. Stop calling me that, bitch. Then, without hesitation, Percy yanked his gun back out and aimed it right at my head. Immediately frightened, I threw my hands up in the air. Percy, no! Stop it! Fuck you, lying-ass hoe. Percy, no! You gotta stop this right now! You're losing your mind! Just calm down! You in on it with the nigga. Makes all the fucking sense now. Your ass set me up. I had no idea what the boy was talking about. I really didn't. Tears mixed with sweat drenched my face as I continued begging Percy to calm down and get the gun out of my face. Bitch, I swear to God I'll kill you on my mama's grave if I find out you fucking that nigga. Percy, please. I swear I ain't mess with that man. I don't believe you. Percy, no! Chapter 23. I literally saw my entire life flash before my eyes. Baby, I swore I had already made it to the pearly gates. But within seconds, my strained eyes slowly opened and there Percy was standing before me, his gun still aimed at my face. The next bullet I fire is going straight into your brain. Now get the fuck up and go fix me something to eat. I'm tired of playing fucking games with you. He grabbed me by my arm, then snatched me off the couch, dragging me into the kitchen. Percy, I don't have no oxtails and other ingredients. I gotta go to the store, and everything is closed now, I told him. This boy was absolutely out of his fucking mind. Who in the hell even expected that type of dinner this late at night? Bitch, motherfucking Jewel Osco open 24/7, and Walmart's still open too. Percy, it's almost midnight and I'm too tired. I'll cook for you tomorrow. Once again, Percy aimed the gun at me, and this time I ducked down on the floor and covered my face. I knew now he was certainly going to put a bullet in me. Bitch, do you think I'm playing with you? 3 loud pounds came from the front door. Vernita, is everything okay? My eyes widened with fear as I knew that had to be Mr. Kilpatrick from next door. I wasn't quite sure, but I was certain that was him. God damn it! I just knew someone was going to hear that gunshot. Suddenly, both of our heads turned toward my townhouse front door. We were obviously caught by surprise when we heard what I knew had to be Mr. Kilpatrick continuously banging hard on the door. See? I done told you all this screaming and fussing was gonna get the police called on us, I yelled at Percy. Fuck. Percy then lunged at me, grabbed me off the kitchen floor, and dragged me toward the foyer. Feet away from the front door, he pulled me close into his face and said, "Answer the motherfucking door, and tell whoever the fuck it is that everything is okay." Oh, okay, I muttered back to him. Following his stern instructions, I quickly put on a face of fake calmness, wiped my face, and then coolly sauntered over to the front door. I looked out the peephole and saw that it was Mr. Kilpatrick. He kept pounding on the door. "Vernita, is everything okay? Are you okay in there?" "Mr. Kilpatrick, I'm fine. I just dropped some pans, that's all." "That sound didn't sound like a pan. Sounded like a gunshot. Are you certain, Vernita? I can call the police if you need me to. I heard some loud arguing as well." I looked over my shoulder. Percy was standing a good 2 feet away from me. He growled, "Tell that cracker to get the fuck away from the door or I'ma blow his head smooth off." Shivering, I looked back into the peephole. "Mr. Kilpatrick, I promise you, everything is fine. Just go on home now." "All right, Vernita." Mr. Kilpatrick responded, and within a few seconds he strolled away from my door. I took a deep breath and then exhaled. However, my nerves were still running high with anxiety. Percy then lunged at me and dragged my ass right back into the kitchen. "Now get to cooking, ho. A nigga's fucking starving." "Percy, I just told you I don't have that type of food up in my house right now." "God damn, fine. Just go to the room and get naked because I want some pussy." "Percy, please. I'm just not in the mood for any of this right now, baby. Can we please just simmer down? Maybe have a drink and go to bed or something?" "No, bitch. I want some pussy. Now go before I go to fuck off again." "Fine." I didn't want to keep going back and forth with his crazy ass. Percy smacked his teeth. "Yeah, better be fine. Raggedy ass old hoe. Probably was missing his dick anyways." Just as I was about to walk down the hallway and make my way into the bedroom, I froze for a moment and pondered on something. I looked at Percy and said, "So you would really go to the police and tell them what I did, huh?" Percy looked me up and down in a very nasty manner. "Yes, the fuck I would. In a motherfucking heartbeat." He shrugged his shoulders. "It is what it is." He chuckled, then began taking his clothes off right there in the living room. I was disgusted seeing how flabby he'd gotten. "Let me run and take a quick bath just to wash up," I said, and made my way into the bedroom. Just before I was about to make my way to the bathroom, I froze when my eyes landed on something on my nightstand. I smiled, knowing that this one thing would immediately get me out of this crazy, fucked up situation with Percy. I stood in the mirror, checking myself one last time before I made my way into the bedroom. If I was going to fuck Percy, then child, I was going to do it the right way. Hell, why not make the best of the moment, right? Makeup was on point, had my hair put up in a nice bun, pussy washed, sanitized, and shaved. I was ready to get this shit over with, so I quickly slipped into my robe and sprayed some light perfume on my body. Thank God I took a quick shower too, because I had been out all day, and the last thing I wanted was this nigga to complain that my coochie stunk. I sauntered into the bedroom, and there I immediately saw Percy already laying in the bed completely naked. I stood there for a second and threw him a nervous smile. Then I took the robe off, letting it slip quickly to the bedroom floor. Now I stood before him completely naked, his eyes widened. "Yeah, you still looking right, old ass hoe. Now come jump on this dick." Slowly making my way over to the bed, I kept smiling at him, not saying anything. Once I got in the bed, I crawled on my knees toward him. He slowly parted his legs open while he played with his soft dick, trying his best to get it hard for me. But I was about to get it hard for him so he can enjoy this pussy for one last time. And just like that, without even saying a word, I began to suck on his soft dick until I got it super hard. Stroking up and down on his shaft, I began blessing him with the wettest head of life. Sucking dick was truly a talent of mine. I just loved the way a dick tasted in my mouth. Ooh. Percy groaned as he pulled my head back, trying to put a swift break to my head game. Holding his spit-covered shaft, I looked up at him, smiling, not saying a word. "Oh, you back to that nasty shit I see. Yeah, well, Now I want you to eat my ass. Nigga, what? Oh, hell no. I thought to myself, but I wasn't going to lose my life protesting. So, without hesitation, I began to suck on his dick again. Then I slowly made my way down his shaft toward his balls. I licked on him for a few seconds before I migrated my tongue down his taint. I closed my eyes and wasn't quite ready for what I was about to possibly smell or taste next. Percy spread his legs open and then slightly tooted his ass up in the air. Oh, God, save me! But then I had to do what I had to do. I suddenly dived my tongue in his ass and began to slobber up all around his booty hole. Fighting back the urge to want to throw up, I was somewhat relieved to know this boy didn't smell like shit, nor did he taste like it. Oh, shit, yeah, keep eating that ass, you nasty bitch. Just like that. Percy moaned as he grabbed my head. He pushed my head deeper into his ass, and I just let go and went to devouring that ass like it was my last meal before dying. A good minute later, although it felt like 20, he pulled my head up. Now come jump on this dick, he said as he grabbed my arms, pulling me closer to him. I saddled on top of him, spread my legs, and let his dick slide up in me. I couldn't lie. I hadn't had some dick in a minute, and although I was fucking him under strange, dangerous circumstances, his dick was feeling mighty good up in me. A part of me felt relieved from everything that had went down earlier. However, I still couldn't get flashes of Alice out of my head. As I bounced on the dick, and Percy dug deeper and deeper up in me, stretching my walls out, I tried to blank out all of the craziness. But now all I saw were flashes of red. Everything around me became completely blood red. Do it, Vanita. Do it, girl. This horrid anxiety bubbled up in me, but the voice in my head kept urging me to go ahead and do what I had to do. With his eyes wide open, he stared deep down into mine. He gripped my waist. Why you ain't saying shit? He groaned as he kept digging my guts out. I didn't say anything back. A big smile stretched across my face as I kept bouncing on the dick. I could feel myself creaming all over his shit. I slightly leaned down and planted my head toward the side of his face. He grabbed my ass and kept pounding me out. Come on, I know you feel that shit. Take this dick, bitch. Grabbing my ass even harder, he kept fucking me hard, damn near tearing into my uterus. I was slightly moaning, but I didn't want to get too ecstatic. And that was because, unbeknownst to Percy, I was about to kill his motherfucking ass. While my head still rested on the side of his as I rode him, my eyes were glued to the letter opener I had sitting next to some pieces of mail on my nightstand. I slowly extended my hand out and grabbed the letter opener. Fuck me harder, baby, I screamed out to distract him. And then, in a flash, I shot up and without hesitation drilled the letter opener right into the side of his neck. I took the opener out of the gash and kept stabbing him in the same spot, and then tossed the letter opener off to the side. Ah! Percy cried out as he grabbed his throat, blood spraying all over the place. I was so zoned out that I wasn't even nervous anymore. As I sat on top of his quaking body, he held tight to his neck with both hands as he choked on his own blood. See what you made me do? You don't fuck with me! I yelled at him as I watched him bleed out from his neck. Yelling and screaming, blood continued to gush all over the place. His blood even splattered all over my face and torso, dripping down my titties. You bitch! He painfully muttered, as blood continued to drain out of his body through the big gaping hole in the side of his neck. A huge ocean-like puddle of blood formed in the bed, drenching my entire white Egyptian cotton sheets. I simply smiled. Right in hell, motherfucker. I carefully climbed off his motionless body, then hurried into the bathroom. Soon as I flew through the bathroom door, I was hit by a bloody reflection of myself in the mirror. Wow, I groaned under my breath. I really snapped. My entire body was damn near painted in blood. Although my heart was racing, damn near ready to explode out of my chest, I was so calm. Hell, I was serene. satisfied that I finally had the chance to get rid of that nasty, low-life motherfucker. I couldn't believe that nigga would threaten to spill all of my secrets. That nigga was really out of his motherfucking mind if he thought he was gonna come up into my residence and force me at gunpoint to get down with his nonsense he had going on with Lamar. Shit, I didn't even know if he was telling the truth. But see, now I was gonna have to look more into whatever shenanigans he had going on with Lamar. I debated whether or not I should hop in the shower. I just kept staring at myself. I was still so enraged that nigga came up into my house and threatened that he'd run and tell the police what I did to Clarence. I wasn't gonna let him fuck with me like that. I took good care of his ass when he didn't have shit, and this was his way of trying to get back into my life? No, fuck that. Fuck him and fuck Clarence. Yeah, so what? I killed Clarence. He had to go. And if I had it my way, I'd dig him up and kill him the fuck again. Matter of fact, I'll kill any nigga who dares cross me the wrong way. And I mean that. Nothing but the constant flashing of blue police lights filled my living room as I sat anxiously on the edge of my living room couch. Biting my nails, my entire body quaked with deep fear. Crying and sniffling, I was trying my hardest to muster out the chain of events that led to me defending myself against the armed and dangerous intruder rapist, Percy.
And next thing you know, he just stormed in and told me to get naked. I resisted and tried all I could to defend myself, but he just overpowered me.
Oh, wow. I'm so sorry to hear all of this, ma'am. This is truly unfortunate, but thank God you managed to survive. The detective who was interviewing me said as he rubbed my knee. He kept consoling me, telling me that everything was going to be all right and that there was no need to worry anymore. Thank you so much, Detective. I'm just really terrified at all of this. I just don't know why he would do this to me, I said. He was always such a nice man to me. I understand. The detective, who was a light-skinned, slender young man with a nice fade, continued to jot down notes in his notepad while an army of police officers scoured my entire townhouse for evidence. Some moments later, I saw the workers from the county morgue rolling Percy's lifeless body through the hallway. He was zipped up in a shiny black body bag. I looked over my shoulder, instantly getting nervous all over again as I saw them slowly pushing his body toward the front door. For a moment, I stared at the bag and saw Cook County Medical Examiner's Office written in blocky white letters on the side of the body bag. Well, Ms. Washington, uttered the detective, breaking me out of my horrid trance. I'm done asking all the questions I have for right now, but we are going to have to take you to the hospital for a full medical exam. We're also going to need to collect a rape kit for evidence. The paramedics are outside waiting for you. Hospital? The fuck for what? Can you all just give me this test right now? Why do I need to go to the hospital for that? I asked, as I didn't want to leave my house. Why, though? I told them everything they needed to know, and furthermore, it wasn't like Percy really raped me. No, we need to make sure you are totally fine. Besides, we want the doctors to run a battery of tests on you just to confirm that there wasn't any transmission of sexual diseases, the detective explained. I winced. Fine. I'm just really still so upset about my friend. I don't know if I can go back to another hospital. Shaking my head, I let out some fake tears.
This is just all too much for me.
I understand, replied the detective, but we really have to run those tests. It's standard procedure. Fine, I huffed. I just need to take a shower to get this blood off me, I told him. No problem. When you change out of your clothes, leave them behind so the evidence technicians can also bring those with them, said the detective, who arguably was a very handsome man. He then patted me on my shoulder and stood up. He helped me up and then escorted me to my bedroom. Before I entered, I turned to him and planted a fake smile on my face. And what was your name again, Detective? Detective Colvin. He smiled and then said, I'll meet you out front and then escort you to the ambulance. Fine by me, I replied, then went inside my bedroom to grab my shit. A few police officers were standing inside the bedroom taking pictures. Seeing them snap photo after photo kind of enraged me, but I had to keep my cool. "Can you gentlemen give me a moment while I change clothes and grab some of my belongings?" I politely asked.
Sure thing, ma'am.
They both said in unison. They were both chunky, older-looking white men with thick mustaches. Ew. I couldn't stand no out-of-shape man, especially no damn police officer. I didn't know why in the hell the Chicago police would allow these two fat motherfuckers to be on the force. Shit, if I was really in distress, I wouldn't trust these two at all. Now by myself, I rummaged through my dresser, grabbed a pair of jeans and a shirt. I made my way over into the bathroom and quietly closed the door. Standing in the mirror, I finally had the chance to relax a bit and stop putting on a goddamn performance. Shout out to all the women who could really act, 'cause, honey, let me tell you something right now. Putting on this act for these officers truly was a hell of an Oscar performance. Now, don't get me wrong. I was a bit frazzled and fucked up in the head from everything that went down with Percy. What really disturbed me, though, was this drama he apparently had going on with Lamar. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I needed to get to the bottom of their situation. Earlier, when that Detective Colvin was asking me a million questions, I almost told him what Percy told me about Lamar. But something inside of me told me not to say shit. Let's see how everything plays out. I closed my eyes just to clear my head. Then I took a deep breath. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Alice standing behind me. "You killed me, bitch! You motherfucking killed me!" Ah! I screamed so loud that even my own ears cracked from my piercing wail.
This ain't real! This ain't real!
I shook my head, hoping I was just imagining Alice.
You killed me, bitch. Push me down them damn stairs. You damn murderer. You 3 for 3 now, Clarence.
Me?
Now Percy. Bitch, you going straight to hell.
Alice's voice, demonic sounding, kept firing off.
You ain't real!
I yelled, shaking my head to the point where my neck was gonna snap in half. I shut my eyes and squeezed them tight. Once I reopened them, Alice was gone, and so was her voice. I quickly scanned the bathroom, hoping that this was just a mere hallucination. Alice? Alice, I mumbled, my entire body quaking with fear.
I didn't kill you. I swear I didn't.
Is everything all right in there? A voice of what sounded to be an officer shouted out. Yes, I'm fine. I just saw a roach, I lied. Still standing in the mirror, I was coming to the full realization that I was quickly losing my grip on reality. Although I was a bit apprehensive about going to the hospital, I had to get the hell up out of here. I wasn't one of those types that believed in ghosts and spirits, but I'd be damned if I was going to become a believer today. I hopped in the shower and let the beads of hot water clean the blood off me. Once I got done, I hopped out, changed into a fresh outfit, and made my way back over to Detective Colvin. "Ready?" he asked. "Yes, sir." He led me outside where I was instantly struck by the number of people standing outside. Guess word was spreading around the neighborhood because several of my neighbors were huddled up staring at me. Officers continued to comb in and out of my house. A few of them were also standing guard on my front lawn, talking amongst each other. As Detective Colvin escorted me over to the back of the ambulance, I paused for a moment and looked up to the deep dark skies, hoping my dark secrets wouldn't be revealed. Chapter 24. Introducing Detective Mike Colvin. There's something about that lady. I don't know what it is, but there's something off about her. I took a sip of my cold coffee as I continued to scan my interview notes. I was sitting inside of my police car. The ambulance just took off with Miss Washington strapped in the back. My gut got that weird feeling anytime I knew something was off. The feeling was like a combination of tightness and nausea when I know something just isn't right.
Why do you say that?
My partner Jake asked, huffing.
Colvin, I swear you always get these weird hunches.
Remember the last time that happened? Your hunches almost got you wrote up by the lieutenant. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, whatever, motherfucker. I wasn't that off with my last hunch. I'm usually 90% right. Yeah, but since you were 10% off the mark the last time, you almost let a killer have their way with a 5-year-old. I shrugged my shoulders. Police work is complicated, man. Okay, so what's your hunch with this lady? Man, she's an 80-year-old who was just raped by some crazy-ass guy. What's more complicated than this? Yeah, I get that. I'm not denying that, but something is just off. I don't know what it is. It's like she's telling the truth but lying at the same time. And those marks on her face and arms? What about them? They are bruises, but they don't look like real punches. I went silent for a moment, thinking about Miss Washington's recap of what happened. But I guess we'll see once we get some pics back of the rest of her body. Man, what in the hell do you mean by they don't look like real punches? I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. Our suspect is, well, was, a pretty heavy man. Huge hands. But the marks on her face look like she'd gotten into a fight with a kid or something. Ah, Colvin, just stop. Stop right fucking now. There's no need to dig this deep. Look, the man broke into her house, he held her hostage, tried to rob her, and then he raped her. Then, out of self-defense, she managed to kill the crazy motherfucker with a letter opener that she just so happened to have right by her nightstand. Case closed. Please, let's not make this extra work. I looked over at Jake and saw his chubby face getting redder than Mars. He was fuming. He absolutely hated it when my hunch had me digging too deep. When I felt a certain type of way about an investigation, I couldn't help but let my intuition guide me down a path that others didn't want to trek. I enjoy being a detective. Every aspect of homicide investigation is a fucking orgasm to me. I'd been on the force now for nearly 2 decades, and half my career has been spent in homicide investigation. I live and breathe this shit. Hell, I have nothing else to do but work. My wife left me years back, and my only kid, Brianna, is away at college. She and I barely speak. So, when I have hunches, I truly have them because nothing else holds my attention but work. And I have to pursue every last one of them to feel satisfied. Being satisfied with my work is what keeps me alive. Brother, listen. I know you don't have a fucking life, but I do. And right now it's nearly midnight and all I want to do is go home to my wife, drink a beer, and then sneak away into the bathroom and jack my fucking dick to some of the pinkest pussy pics I can find on the web. Well, if that's what you want to do, then by all means, do you. I said back to Jake as I sat behind the steering wheel still going over my notes. But I'm gonna do me. You always do, motherfucker. My hunch was firing off. I felt like something was pulling me to go right back into that house and find exactly what the fuck I was looking for. Now, you can call me crazy and obsessed, but when I sense something's wrong about a motherfucker, I'm gonna dig deep until I find out the truth. I don't give a fuck if you're 8 or 80. Wrong is wrong. This old bitch wasn't telling me the full truth about what happened. Am I trying to say what happened to her was justified? Of course not, but what I've learned over the years is that in these cases, you should never take anyone's word at face value. Even if the victim is some church-going, soul-food-cooking grandmother who can recite every Bible verse like it's nothing. That doesn't absolve her from the possibility of doing wrong. Everyone is capable of some shit. Even me. Be right back, I told Jake as I quickly hopped out of the car. Where the fuck are you going, Colvin? God motherfucking damn it. Get your ass back in this car now so we can finish up this report and go the fuck home. Without saying a word, I proceeded to walk off and toss the birdie toward Jake as I walked up the still crowded driveway of Miss Washington's townhouse. The first thing that struck me by surprise, though, was the car she had. What type of woman damn near 80 years old drove a fucking muscle car? Now, I get that people of all ages have a thing for cars, especially men. Old-ass men who are trying to live out their remaining days usually use sports cars to attract young pussy. Hell, if I had the cash, I'd be riding around the city in a Corvette. But the more I stared at this red drop-top Mustang, the more my interest in Ms. Washington grew. Granted, I could be making all types of erroneous presumptions about this old chick, but the nigga in me knew one thing. Old-ass black women never drove cars like this. Cadillacs, Beamers, Benzes, Lexus. That's what I would expect out of a woman who wants to spend some extra dollars on a nice whip. But a fucking Mustang? This wasn't even a type of car to have in Chicago, especially during these crazy-ass winters.
Nice car, ain't it?
An officer on the scene asked me. I glanced over at him and then immediately threw my attention back to the car. The license tag was even crazy. Paulette. This lady had to be a character. Yeah, it is, I said to the fat white officer. This motherfucker needed to lose weight. I couldn't stand seeing fat-ass cops. I'm just blown away at the fact that this woman is driving a V8 engine.
No, buddy. This is a V12, a special edition Hemi. Miss Washington definitely knows her cars.
Suspicious. V12. Yeah, no. This old bitch is definitely up to no good. That's crazy, I simply replied, and began to make my way back inside the house. By now, officers had begun to clear out of the house. Evidence technicians were done taking photographs and collecting evidence. In most cases, a homicide detective assigned to a case like this would have already had a report ready for their lieutenant to sign off on and close out the investigation. But not me. I was gonna be diligent about this shit. And I don't give a fuck if Lieutenant Daniels gives me pushback. You guys almost done? I asked one of the evidence technicians.
Yep,
She said, as she pulled off a pair of latex gloves from her hands and tossed them into the garbage bag.
this lady is gonna definitely need to hire a maid service ASAP to get up all of this blood. Her entire bedroom is ruined.
I chuckled, then made my way into the bedroom. I froze in the middle of the floor and took a deep scan of the immaculate bedroom, despite the fact that blood covered damn near half the room. This was a nice-ass townhouse. Given we were in the middle of Hyde Park, one of the most exclusive areas on Chicago's South Side, I knew this place had to be worth at least $1 million. I wondered what Miss Washington did for a living. Soon as I got back to my desk, I was going to research the shit out of this woman. I was going to research her deceased husband, too. I was going to get all up into this woman's shit. You find what you're looking for yet, Coven? My eyes rolled when I heard the voice of my annoying-ass partner from behind me. No, but I have a feeling I'm close. Dude, just give it the fuck up, please. You are getting way too above your pay grade. Jake was getting annoyed. Give me 2 minutes, I swear I'm gonna find something that's gonna make you rethink everything. Please don't. I don't want to rethink shit. We have the case wrapped up. All we gotta do is finish the fucking paperwork and take our overworked asses home. Ignoring Jake, I waltzed through the bedroom toward the bathroom. I pulled the door back and then strolled in. Even the goddamn bathroom was luxury. You would have thought you were in Buckingham Palace. I could sense Jake trailing me, and the moment he walked in, the first thing that came out of his mouth was, Italian marble. Damn, this woman is rolling in some cash. Exactly, I replied. Lots of it. That's a V12 parked out front, by the way. Special edition from what one of the officers told me. I looked over at Jake and he raised a curious brow. Really? Yeah. Damn, this lady is something else then. What in the fuck is she doing with a car like that? My point. Even Jake was beginning to get a tad suspicious. I stood in the middle of the bathroom for a moment. With my hands gripped to my waist, my eyes turned to inquisitive slits. I contemplated my next move. Come on, hunch, come on. I looked over to my right and saw a clothes hamper filled to the brim. That struck a bit odd, despite the fact that Miss Washington's living room was disheveled from the fight, and her bedroom was now a murder scene. The bathroom was entirely clean. But the hamper. Clothes were literally spilling out, and I couldn't imagine that a woman her age who kept her house tidy would allow her clothes to spill out of a hamper, like lava pouring down the sides of a volcano. See that? I said to Jake, pointing toward the hamper. See what? The hamper. What about it? That doesn't strike you as odd? No, they're just clothes. I chuckled, then strolled over to the hamper. Motherfucker, do not tell me you're about to go through this woman's clothes. The fuck is wrong with you? Every aspect of this house is a crime scene, you lazy fuck, including this hamper. Oh, wow. So now an old woman's shitty underwear is a part of our already closed homicide investigation. Unfucking believable. You are a sick fuck. Let me guess. This is just a fucking excuse for you to swipe a pair of her panties so you can go and sniff them all fucking day and night. There are websites for that, actually. What? Yeah, there are websites where you can buy used panties from women. Big business, apparently. You sick fuck. Why on God's green earth did I get partnered with you? I pulled back the lid to the hamper, a tad apprehensive about going through Miss Washington's clothes. Yeah, I couldn't lie. Perhaps if Miss Washington was no older than 40 and looked like someone I'd want to fuck, I'd lift a pair of her panties for keepsake. But I'd be damned if I was going to get off on the smell of an 80-year-old woman's crotch. I had some interesting fetishes, but dicking down old bitches definitely wasn't one of them. Without hesitation, I dug my hands into the hamper and started tossing clothes off to the side, not giving a fuck if I was making a mess. I could easily stuff the clothes back in the hamper, and Miss Washington probably wouldn't even notice that someone hunted through her dirty laundry. Damn, you could at least put on a pair of gloves if you're going to do all that, you grimy fucker. Ignoring Jake, I continued to toss clothes out of the hamper onto the floor. I hope my hunch was right because as I dug through, getting closer and closer to the bottom, I wasn't finding anything. But once I yanked out and tossed a pair of denim jeans, my eyes landed on something interesting. Look at this. I smiled as I pulled up a pair of stockings stuffed with lemons and tangerines. Jake's mouth dropped. What? Oh, wow, that's... can't be. That can't be what? Those punches. Bingo.
Chapter 25. Vernita.
The smell of the hospital was permanently fixed in my nostrils now that I had been up in this place for what seemed like a good 6 or 7 hours. The doctors ran all types of tests on me. The police were constantly in and out of my room, taking a million pictures of my entire body. I felt so embarrassed, but I knew I had to do this just to get this investigation over with. I didn't even know what time it was. Felt like it was close to 5 a.m. or something like that. I was laying in the hospital bed, dressed in a single gown. An IV was pumping fluids in me along with some medication to make me feel relaxed. Although I was still annoyed for having to be here, this drug they had running up in me had me on cloud number 9. Some moments later, one of the doctors, who was this fine-ass young Arab-looking man, came into the room with a clipboard in his hand. Okay, Miss Washington, we ran every test we needed to and you are in good health. Oh, thank God, I exhaled, clasping my chest. Lord, this is just all so much for me to handle, but I thank God for you. You are such a wonderful doctor. The doctor smiled. My eyes latched onto his wide, muscular chest and saw his name, Dr. Talal Aziz, written in cursive blue stitching. He stood a good 7 feet tall and had a dark, well-kept beard wrapped around his chiseled face. His hair was curly. His eyes were piercing green. Child, I didn't know these Arab men could be so fine. Although I was high as hell on whatever drug they had running through my veins, baby, my loins were starting to get moist. If I had the energy in me, I'd hop out of this damn bed, lock that damn hospital room door, and then get on my knees to stuff that dick of his down my throat. I quickly glanced down at his pants and saw his print. My eyes instantly exploded with the utmost surprise. That dick was like a baby anaconda just resting on the side of his leg. I bet you he had some big, long balls, too. Is everything okay, Miss Washington? His voice instantly snapped me out of my gaze. I looked up at him and said, Yes, I'm sorry. I just dozed off for a moment. No worries. That lorazepam can make people feel very relaxed. Nonetheless, I'll go ahead and have the nurse ready your discharge paperwork so you can go ahead back home. I do believe the police may still have some additional questions and even some paperwork for you to fill out, he said, with the biggest smile stretched across his sexy-ass face. Child, his ass was having me forget about every crazy thing I had going on at the moment. All I could think about was getting me some dick. That was gonna be a true relaxer for me. Some Henny, dick, and weed was all I needed to put on my motherfucking menu right now. And when I got done, I was gonna slip up to Wingstop and get me a 15 lemon pepper flat fried hard plate. Baby, I loves me some Wingstop ranch, you hear me? Oh, so that's why I'm feeling this way. Makes total sense now. I was wondering why I was feeling so relaxed. I told the fine-ass doctor. Some dick in my ass would make me even more relaxed right about now was what I really wanted to tell him. The doctor gave me some brief discharge instructions and then made his merry way out of the room. Back to being alone all over again. I patiently waited for the nurse to come in with this discharge paperwork. The silence was beginning to annoy me, so I flipped on the television and landed on CNN. While the morning news played, I drifted off again, thinking about all the crazy shit that happened. I was definitely gonna have to see Dr. Jackson to help me navigate through all of this mess. Some moments later, a nurse bumbled her way into my room.
All right, Miss Washington. I got everything cleared from the doctor and I spoke with the police and they said you're free to go. Did you want me to arrange some sort of transportation for you? Or call some family members?
I'm fine. I'll call for a cab, I told the short nurse. She walked over and began to take out the IV line running in my arm. After she bandaged me up, she handed me my discharge paperwork. I quickly signed off on a thick wad of paper so I could get the hell up out of there with the absolute quickness. Slowly, I began to make my way out of the bed to put my clothes back on. The clothes I wore to the hospital were inside of a bag, sitting on top of an adjacent countertop inside the room.
Okie dokie, you're all set,
the nurse said as she made her way out of the room. It didn't take me long to put my outfit on. Once I squeezed into my shoes, I began to make my way toward the door. Once outside, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed for a yellow cab. 5 minutes later, my ride came and I was quickly taken back home. As the yellow cab pulled down the street, I saw that red police tape still sectioned off my house. "Where we going again, ma'am?" the cab driver asked in his thick foreign accent. "The house with the red tape." "Oh, wow." The African cab driver was just as stunned as I was at the sight of the red tape. I couldn't believe those officers would leave that shit, making my house stand out like a sore thumb. By now, it was nearly 10 a.m. and everyone who passed by now knew my residence was the obvious site of a horrible tragedy. "What happened there?" the cab driver asked. "Mind your own damn business." I spat back to him and he didn't say shit. He just kept his beady eyes on the road. Nosy ass motherfucker. I had it in me to report his ass to the immigration authorities. Black ass motherfucker, I was so mad right about now and the cab driver amped me up even more. Some seconds later, the nigga drove up to the entrance of my driveway. I threw him a $20 bill and got out of the car without saying anything. That nigga was so musty and stank. He had the audacity to have the whole entire cab smelling like old raw onion. Nasty motherfucker. Just as I was about to slam the door shut, I heard him mouth off, "Nasty old bitch." What? What did you say to me, nigga? Before I can get into that ass, his punk bitch ass took off down the street. "You son of a bitch! I'ma call Trump on your motherfucking black ass. Nigga, you got the right one today, bitch. You don't know I killed Vernita." I immediately froze when I heard the sound of what I knew was Mr. Kilpatrick's voice standing not too far away from me. I cautiously spun around. "Mr. Kilpatrick, how are you?" "Vernita, how are you? Is everything okay? I've been so sick and worried about you. I'm so sorry about everything that happened." "Oh, I'm fine now, Mr. Kilpatrick. I'm hanging in there. Just blessed to be alive." I really don't even know what to say. All of what happened seems so surreal. I just wish... He paused for a moment, looking like he was holding himself back from crying. "I just wish I could have done more. I'm really sorry." "It's not your fault, Mr. Kilpatrick. It truly isn't. Well, I'm just glad to know you're okay, he said as he leaned in and tried to give me a hug. I quickly jumped back, though, not wanting that old-ass Peckerwood to put his fucking clammy paws on me. Sorry. He quickly apologized. Guess he realized if I was a victim of rape, the last thing I wanted was for a man to put his hands around me. You're fine, Mr. Kilpatrick. Thank you for checking up on me, though. I appreciate it. Okay, well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm here for you. Just give me a ring if you need anything, Vernita, he said through a nervous grin and then walked off. Soon as he walked off, I couldn't help but grimace. Why in the fuck were white people so motherfucking nosy? He needed to mind his own fucking business. Mind the business that pays you, cracker. All up in my shit. Punk ass didn't even come and save me when he heard Percy cursing and carrying on. I smacked my teeth as I yanked my house keys out of my purse. All of this fucking red tape around my shit. They couldn't even have the courtesy to remove this shit. Got me out here looking crazy. I yelled at myself. I didn't give a fuck if the whole entire goddamn city could hear me going off. I was mad as fuck. Shit, make me want to kill someone.
You did that 3 times already.
What the hell? My eyes shot open with fear again. I quickly looked around when I swore I heard the voice of Alice. I didn't see her, though. I closed my eyes. It's just a hallucination, Benita. Just a hallucination. Calm down. Calm down. I grabbed my chest. My heart was pounding hard. As I quickly tried to unlock my door, my hands quaked with sudden anxiety. The hallucinations, the voices, the flashbacks. Everything was beginning to really drive me fucking crazy. I got inside the house, slammed the door shut and quickly locked it. I stood there in the foyer for a moment, silent and frozen. Alice? I mumbled.
What you want, bitch?
My eyes once again exploded wide open. Where are you, Alice?
I'm right here, bitch.
I heard her voice to my left and I quickly spun in that direction. There she was, standing there holding her neck as if she had immense pain radiating from it. She had a visible gash above her eyebrow. She began to move closer to me, limping as if she'd broken her ankle or foot. Get away from me! I screeched. Bitch, I'll kill you!
I'm already dead, bitch. How in the fuck can you kill me again?
No, I didn't kill you. Stop lying on me. I wouldn't dare. Everything around me began to spin, and it seemed like I was in the middle of a violent earthquake. Suddenly, I took off running in the middle of my living room, making my way toward the bedroom.
Don't run, you old-ass whore! You lying-ass Jezebel!
I heard her shouting from behind me. Get away from me! Leave me be! I ain't did nothing to you!
Yes, the hell you did!
Once I flew into my bedroom, I came to an abrupt stop when I realized my entire room was still a wreck from when I killed Percy. You killed me, Vernita. Why? Why did you kill me? I gasped when I heard what sounded like Percy shouting at me. I turned to my right and there he was standing there. The side of his neck was gushing with blood. No, this is all fake, just in my head. No, it ain't, bitch. You fucking kill me. You raggedy ass bitch, I'ma get you. No, don't put your hands on my wife, nigga. Clarence? Was that Clarence? I spun to my left and there Clarence was, walking slowly up to me looking like a zombie. Why you kill me? All I did for you. No! I kept yelling as I flew over to my closet. I had to get my hands on my pistol expeditiously so I could shoot these motherfuckers. The police? I suddenly became immobile. Taking deep breaths, I closed my eyes. It's just all in your head, Vernita. All in your head. I reopened my eyes and the ghosts of Alice, Clarence, and Percy disappeared. Lord, Lord, Lord! I cried, shaking my head furiously. It ain't in your head, bitch. No! Oh, Lord.
These voices. This was just too much.
Chapter 26. Detective Mike Colvin. Sleep deprivation was a motherfucker. But being deprived of hours of sleep is worth it if I can get the truth out of this woman. Where the fuck is this bitch at? I grumbled to myself as I kept pounding on Miss Washington's front door, wondering if her shady ass was home. I looked around and almost had the urge to go next door and ask a neighbor if they'd seen her this morning. I yawned. I was tired as fuck and I wanted to get this shit over with already. I stood back for a moment and took in the scenery. Wow. Hyde Park was an amazing-ass neighborhood. This townhouse complex was off the fucking chain. I always wanted to live in Hyde Park. The area was now booming and this luxury townhouse complex was built not too long ago. Anyways, I just got off the phone with one of the nurses at the hospital Miss Washington had been taken to after what happened last night. I was told she went straight home. The nurse said she flew straight out of the hospital and took a cab. Now, that was pretty strange. I wondered why she didn't have a friend or a family member come pick her up. That seemed pretty odd given that she was just in a fucked up situation. If a nigga broke into my shit and raped me, I'd be afraid to even go back home. I kept knocking on the door. Damn, lady, what the fuck? I was getting very pissed. As seconds turned into a minute, I was just about ready to give up and head back to the station. Still standing at the door, I put my hands on my waist and exhaled, wondering where this woman could have been. Then again, perhaps she did go over to a friend's house or something. I paused for a moment when I heard what sounded like faint screaming. Sounded like it was coming from inside of the house. What the fuck? Damn, someone's in there. I began pounding on the door again. Police! Miss Washington, are you in there? Just before I was about to bust open the door, I heard it unlock, and there she was standing there with the biggest grin on her slightly bruised face. Hey there, she greeted me enthusiastically. Detective Colvin, right? Yes, ma'am. I paused again for a second and scanned her up and down. I swear, for a woman who was just violently attacked, raped, and ultimately had to kill a rapist, she seemed to be in a somewhat festive mood. Nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, at all made me think this woman was just a victim of a horrendous crime less than 24 hours ago. Is everything okay? I was just swinging by to check on you. I just called the hospital and they told me you were home. I had been knocking on your door for quite some time. I let out a weird nervous chuckle. I think I may have even heard some yelling going on. Miss Washington exploded into laughter.
Ha ha! Child, I was just sitting there singing to myself with my earphones on. I was just trying to get myself together and get my mind off of everything that happened.
Okay, I replied, and then we both just stood there staring at each other in complete silence. Shit was starting to get super weird, so I broke the uncomfortable silence. Well, I have some more follow-up questions.
Okay.
And suddenly, that smile of hers turned partly flat. Can I come in? I politely asked. I didn't want to stand outside. The weather was a bit chilly. That was one thing about living in Hyde Park. The neighborhood was right off the fucking lake and the winds that rolled off the lake shore were nasty, especially during this time of the year.
My house is very much still a wreck. I got these folks coming over soon to clean up the place.
Well, if you don't mind, I can just ask a few questions here. I could tell I was getting on this woman's nerves already. Her ass was probably super suspicious that I had an inkling about her lies.
No, I don't mind. Ask ahead,
she said, tucking her hands under her arms as she leaned against the frame of her front door. So, once again, I just want to say I know all of this is very devastating to you, and I deeply apologize that something like this happened. I just want to make sure before I send my final report over to my lieutenant that I got all my facts straight.
Okay, no worries, sweetheart. Ask away.
Cool. I quickly pulled out a notepad and a pen from my jacket pocket, flipped open to a blank page and asked, So, those punches on your face, you said the suspect, when he broke into your house, began punching you around until you fell out on the floor?
Yes, that is correct.
Wow. You must have put up a good defense because in any circumstance, you could have easily sustained more damage to your face. I'm surprised you didn't get a broken jaw or something, especially considering your age. Yeah, I went there. I knew it was borderline disrespectful to bring up a woman's age, but hey, it is what it is. I guess my statement must have rubbed her the wrong way. Her eyes briefly broke their attention away from me, and then she smacked her teeth.
My age? Now what is that supposed to mean, detective?
No disrespect, I said, flashing her an instant sham smile. But you are a bit up in age, and the suspect was in his 40s, I believe. Actually, late 30s. I'd have to double check. But that brings me to another point. This suspect, you said you knew him from years back? How is that?
He was my husband's caretaker at the nursing home he had been staying in before he died.
Interesting. Okay. And how exactly did he know where you lived?
Well,
she took a deep breath as she clutched her chest.
We remained friends. I don't know what to make of it all. I never would have thought he would do something like this to me. He was such a nice young man to me.
Wow. Yeah, that is crazy. And you said this was over money?
Yes. He kept mentioning this man named... I forgot. Started with an L. Lawrence or something.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind.
Any other questions, detective? I really hate to be short, but I got a lot of stuff on my plate right now, and I need to get to my doctor. Also, my friend's funeral is coming up pretty soon, and I'm still so devastated by that. I gotta help the family with funeral arrangements.
I understand. Well, yeah, that's all the questions I have for right now. And you have my condolences.
Thank you, detective.
No, thank you, I replied, giving her the biggest grin I could make. But then I knew this next question would throw her for a surprise. By the way, do you prefer the taste of tangerines or oranges? Her unassuming eyes instantly became large with fear, and I could tell she was fighting hard to stop herself from producing a scowl. Then she smiled, which I knew was nothing more than a fraudulent smirk masking her unexpected nervousness.
Huh? Excuse me?
Never mind. I just have a hankering for something sweet and tangy. I saw the lovely fruit bowl on your kitchen countertop earlier. Sorry, just random questioning, I told her as I quickly put my notepad and pen back into my jacket pocket.
Oh, okay then. Well, I prefer tangerines, she replied. I love to put them in my morning smoothies. But anyways, detective, I gotta get going.
She looked over my shoulders. The cleaning folks just arrived. I turned around and then saw a white Ford minivan pull up. 2 Mexican-looking motherfuckers hopped out. Both of them had on white jumpsuits and N95 masks wrapped around their faces. As they began walking up the driveway, I looked back at Miss Washington and reached my hand out to shake her hand. I'll be in touch, Miss Washington. She cautiously shook my hand, then pulled away as if I was some pervert or some shit. By now, the 2 cleaners were a foot away from us.
Hello there. We're here to clean up the house,
one of the cleaners said.
Yes, come on in,
uttered Miss Washington to the cleaners, but she kept her eyes glued on me. Guess now she knew. I knew. I spun around and made my way back to my car. I chuckled knowing that I was inching closer and closer to the truth. This old bitch was telling all types of lies, and I was going to get to the bottom of it. Once I hopped in my car, I checked my cell phone for any missed calls or text messages. Lo and motherfucking behold, I saw that I had 5 missed calls, all of them straight from my lieutenant. Then I checked my text messages. Boss even sent me a text. Seemed like I was in trouble. I opened the text message. Bring your stupid ass back to the station now. On that note, I quickly chucked up the engine to the cruiser and headed back to the station. Back in the station, my partner Jake and I were sitting in our lieutenant's office getting our asses handed to us.
Please explain to me why you're letting this low-life motherfucker run wild.
Lieutenant Daniels was literally foaming at the mouth, screaming directly into my partner Jake's face. I'm not gonna hold him accountable, because I already know he's a prying piece of shit that doesn't know how to mind his own fucking business and just go with the facts at hand. So I'm blaming your ass, Jake. I can't believe you two are gonna pull this shit. An old woman gets her house broken into and she's raped. She defends herself. Case closed. What more else is it to this? Jake cleared his throat. Lieutenant, with all due respect, I tried to tell him to back off and close out the case, but we what? Lieutenant interrupted Jake and threw his hands up in the air. Before Jake could finish his statement, the lieutenant continued. I don't give a good goddamn what this asshole over here thinks. You need to push back and hold him responsible. Then, Lieutenant Daniels, with his big black and menacingly ugly ass, stared directly at me. And you, I swear on my dead mother's grave that if your clearance rate wasn't as high as it is, because I must admit you are a pretty good detective, I would have your ass working evidence. Better yet, I'd have the fucking commander assign your punk ass to traffic. Stick your ass out somewhere on the far northwest side. And you know those senior citizens out there obey every fucking traffic law in the land. With a small smirk on my face, I was confident once I told the lieutenant of my little discovery, he'd back the fuck off and let me do my thing. A slight silence filled the room for a moment. Why aren't you saying anything? Say something, motherfucker! Say something or I'm gonna write you up for insubordination! Screamed the lieutenant as a few of his spit speckles landed on my forehead. Gross. Without saying a word, I reached into my jacket pocket, pulled out a few photographs and placed them on Lieutenant's desk, gently sliding them in his direction. What's this? Look closely, I replied, and sat back with my arms folded, anxiously waiting his reaction. I took these with my phone, then printed them out a moment ago. Lieutenant's face was screwed with confusion. I'm not quite understanding what the fuck I'm looking at, detective. All I see is a pair of stockings with some balls stuffed in them. What the fuck is this? Sir, those aren't balls, I said. Then what are they? Those are tangerines. Okay, and? I snapped my fingers, trying to remember the woman who played that crazy-ass chick in that movie. You ever seen that movie, A Thin Line Between Love and Hate? The 90s flick with Martin Lawrence and the chick with the big forehead. The lieutenant's eyes widened as if everything clicked in his head. Lynn Whitfield. And yes, I've seen that movie. But, no. The lieutenant shook his head with fervor. His entire body language instantly became fluent in disbelief. See? I told you. Case ain't closed, I said, laughing. Jake took a quick glance over at me and then shook his head. I didn't know if he was shaking his head out of embarrassment or shock that I persuaded the lieutenant. However, the boss stood there for a moment, wrapped in deep silence, and guess he was trying to put everything together. Colvin, the lieutenant said in a tone that had me convinced he was convinced. Yes, Lieutenant, I replied. Get this shit out of my face. Throw these pictures away. I'm tired of your shit. End the fucking case, you zealous son of a bitch. But, Lieutenant, this doesn't seem shady. I don't care, Lieutenant interrupted. Close out this fucking case now. Have the report on my desk by 5 p.m. or I'm writing you up for insubordination, and I will put in a request to transfer your ass to traffic. Now the two of you get the fuck out of my office. With that being said, I nodded at Jake and then we proceeded to stand up. Well, Lieutenant, it's your squad and I will follow orders, I said. I'll have that report on your desk ASAP. And close my motherfucking door when you two assholes leave, he yelled, as Jake and I walked out of his office. Following his stern instruction, I gently closed his door. Jake and I took cautious strides toward our cubicles, while the rest of the detectives on the floor gave us awkward stares. They must have heard all the screaming and cursing. Once we made it back to our cubicles, I sat down at my desk and a wave of fucking anger came over me. Jake sat down, then rolled up to me in his chair. Listen, brother. You know, sometimes I'm just fucking joking with you. Man, you're a great detective. You've solved a bunch of cold cases, but this one right here, just drop it. There's absolutely nothing going on with that old woman. That's what you all say every time, I said, turning on my computer monitor. I booted up my PC. I'll finish out the report, but that doesn't stop my investigation. What are you talking about? Jake angrily asked. Dude, just fucking drop it. Unless you seriously want out of homicide. And if that's the case, you can commit career suicide by yourself. I'm gonna do what the fucking lieutenant says. No, I'm not committing career suicide. I'll do my job, but that won't stop me from finding the real truth. And when I do, I'll bet my money on it that this is a much bigger story. Jake smacked his teeth and said, Okay, will you do that? He rolled back over toward his desk. Once my PC got started up, I logged in, quickly opened up Microsoft Word, and began to finish my investigation report. Truth be told, I had an inkling the lieutenant would rip into me and threaten to write me up for not closing out the case much earlier. So, that being said, most of my report had already been completed. My ass worked on it all fucking early morning soon as I left the crime scene. Although I was running on 0 hours of sleep, nasty-ass McDonald's black coffee kept me fueled. But now, sleep was truly setting in, and once I got done with finalizing some of these notes, I was going to head straight home. I had the next 2 days off, so I figured I'd use those days to start doing my own off-duty investigation. I wasn't going to let Miss Washington get away with a crazy-ass lie. Just before I was about to get to typing, I heard a knock on the side of my cubicle. I glanced up and saw it was a beat officer in full uniform. He was a younger dude, looked like he was new to the force. Black, too. What's up? I said, and looked back at my monitor as I began typing. Hey, detective, I was told to come see you, he said. About? Last night, or early this morning, the rape-murder case over in Hyde Park. I looked back at the young officer. Yeah? What about it? It's a closed case already. Yeah, well, okay. I don't know if you know this, but that old lady... I paused for a moment. I could find my intuition begin to fire up. Please let this young dude have something good for me. What about her? Something's off with that chick. What do you mean? Well, just a few weeks ago, we caught her having a full-on psychotic breakdown in the women's locker room at the health club on 47th Street. What's your name, officer? I asked the rookie. You must be new. Yeah, I am. I'm Officer Harrington. I've been on the force now for about 6 months. I guess what Officer Herring said just caught the attention of Jake. He rolled over in his chair next to me, and now we both were giving Officer Harrington our full attention. Okay, so tell me about this psychotic episode. Well, we were called to the gym sometime in the mid-afternoon. When we got there, she was literally squatting down and pissing all over the floor. He paused for a moment, then cleared his throat. But that's not the crazy part. Shit, then what is it? Asked Jake in what was his typical sarcastic-ass tone. She was pretending like she was having sex with someone. It was almost as if she was squatting over someone's face and someone was performing oral sex on her. Jake and I instantly looked at each other. Told you, I laughed. Just drop it, Jake huffed, and then rolled over to his desk. Well, thanks for that info, Officer Harrington, but like I said, the investigation is closed. Crazy story, but it ain't none of our business. Besides, did she get arrested for anything? Nah, we just let her go. Felt kind of bad for her, the rookie said. But anyways, considering what happened earlier this morning, I figured you all should know that. All right, thanks. Well, let me get back to this report, and you get back to your beat, I told the rookie. He wandered off, and I went right back to finishing up the report. I definitely wasn't going to sleep now. Chapter 27. Vernita. Tangerines. What the fuck did that motherfucker mean by tangerines? He must have gone through my shit. I just know it. Why else would that nigga mention tangerines? Yeah, he went through my hamper. That was exactly why he thought he was being all cute and shit talking about tangerines. That nigga must have thought I was dumb. Rage instantly brewed down within me when that no-good rotten-ass detective thought it was a tad funny to make that snarky-ass joke about tangerines. I stood in my door, watching his ass make his way back to that raggedy piece of shit cop car. Low-life motherfucker. Gon' come and try to get under my skin. I was just a rape victim, nigga. Yeah, I knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. He came over to my house to ask me some follow-up questions, all right. Nah, you think you own to something. But I tell you right now, your ass ain't on the shit. You ain't gonna solve shit over here, buddy. Got that fucking right. Okay. Calm down, Vernita. Calm down. Don't make a scene. Do not make a scene, girl. Maybe the man really did see the fruit bowl sitting on top of the kitchen countertop. Yeah, that was it. Had to be. Why else would he go through my clothes like that? Girl, you tripping. I kept reassuring myself, but I just had this inkling that nigga went through my shit. I couldn't help but swim down that vicious stream of thought. And the more my anxious mind kept dwelling on it, the more I could feel my pulse thumping on the side of my neck. My blood pressure was up. Felt like I was about to have a stroke and a nervous meltdown all at the same time. Like a ticking time bomb, I was ready to explode, but I had to keep my calm as I kept my eyes on the detective. Then I heard the engine to his car start up. While he idled on the street for a moment, my gaze then wandered over to the two cleaners standing in front of me. I stared at them for a moment, but my mind was drawing blanks. Miss Washington? One of them asked. Yes, but my eyes were now back onto the detective's car. I clenched my fist tight. Calm down, Vernita. Calm down. He don't know shit. You're overthinking this shit. Within seconds, I managed to subside the paranoia within me, but I couldn't help but think that this detective was trying to figure me and my shit out. Gosh, I was so motherfucking mad. Child, I swear I just had it in me to go and cuss that punk-ass nigga out. How dare he? You know what? Soon as I got back into the house, I was going to call up the police station and ask to speak to his motherfucking supervisor. How dare he come over to my house unannounced and try to ask me all of these intimidating questions? Punk-ass bitch. Ma'am? One of the cleaners asked, breaking me out of a deep trance. Oh, shit. I realized I had dozed off as I watched the detective speed off. Sorry about that. Y'all come in. I'm so glad y'all were able to come down as soon as possible. I quickly apologized to the cleaners and then let them inside the house. It was such a nice day out. Might have had to take me a walk later on. Seemed kind of windy, though. I quickly slammed the door shut and locked it once the two gentlemen were inside. I led them into the bedroom and showed them what needed to be cleaned up. Thank God I was able to stop those crazy hallucinations. Ever since I had come back from the hospital, I kept getting haunted by visions of Clarence, Percy, and even Alice. They felt so real, but I knew they weren't. At least that is what I had to keep telling myself. But honey, I really needed to call Dr. Jackson as soon as possible and figure out what the fuck was going on with that goddamn medicine she had me on. The shit was way worse than any other damn medicine. Proximal, Paracetamol, whatever the fuck it was called. Child, I done forgot. Shit. Truth be told, only thing I missed about that medicine was how horny it made me. Ooh, child. Vernita could show you some dick right about now. But baby, this new medicine here that Dr. Jackson had me on, it definitely was worse than any other shit because I was seeing all types of crazy stuff. Let me find out that damn medicine was making my tumor worse. I'd run down to that damn doctor's office and wrap my hands around that little stank bitch's throat. See, I done already told her I didn't want no goddamn medicine in my body that was gonna have me fucking crazy. She knew how I felt about putting that stuff in my body that was gonna make me loopy. This was all too much. Just too much. Especially considering everything that happened with Alice and now with Percy. Lord, Lord, Lord. I had no idea why you doing all this to me, Lord, but I don't deserve it. I don't deserve none of this here. Okay, Vanita, get it together. Get it the fuck together. I had to snap back into reality before I scared away these two nice men. The two young Mexican guys stood a few feet away from my blood-soaked bed, assessing the amount of work they were probably going to have to do. They were speaking in Spanish amongst each other, and every few seconds or so, they would look at me with this weird-ass look. They were probably wondering what in the hell happened. I didn't give them that much detail when I had called them an hour ago. I just told them that a crime had been committed inside of my house and I needed someone to help me clean it up as soon as possible. One of them looked at me strangely again, and I was just about ready to pop off on him if he kept giving me that weird-ass stare. Yeah, motherfuckers. Someone died up in here. Yes, I killed someone. I was mad, too, because these motherfuckers were charging me an arm and a leg. $600. Plus an additional $200 for the rush job. Fucking rip-off. They kept talking to each other in Spanish, and as time flew, I was getting ready to cuss them the fuck out. Excuse me, but when do y'all plan on starting? 'Cause I got some things to do. Do y'all have everything you need? I asked, not trying to sound annoyed as fuck, but baby, I was annoyed. We're just trying to figure out exactly all the chemicals we need. That's all. One of them said back to me. Oh, okay, I said as I stood back for a moment, wondering once again why in the fuck that damn detective made mention of tangerines. I just couldn't quite shake what that nigga said out of my mind. I just knew he had to have gone through my hamper. I knew he did. I could feel it. Why else would that nigga make mention of that shit? No, he was fucking with me. He must have easily figured out that Percy didn't really put his hands on me like that. I'll be right back, I told the cleaner as I marched over into the bathroom. Y'all excuse me, I said with a phony smile on my face as I gently closed the bathroom door. Soon as the door closed, I flew over to the hamper and tossed the lid back. I paused for a moment, wondering if I could notice if someone had been running their claw hands through my shit. And indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. The hamper looked like it had been toyed with. I could just tell. I didn't just throw my shit in the hamper any old way. Yeah, something was definitely off. I could tell. God damn it. I saw a pair of jeans sitting on top of the pile inside the hamper, and that was my sign right then and there that someone had been through all my shit. I knew it. That nigga is fucking with me. I spat out loud, but then quickly clasped my mouth. I forgot just that quick I had company. Okay, calm down, Vanita. Calm it down, girl. Don't go crazy now. Just calm down. It's all in your head, just in your head. Baby, I had to keep repeating that in my head just to get my nerves together. I kept taking deep breaths to simmer the rage once again brewing deep down in my core. I began pulling out clothing item after clothing item from the hamper until I got damn near to the bottom. Soon as my eyes landed on the tangerine-filled pair of stockings, I yanked it out and took a good gawk at it. Yeah, he knows. He knows. This nigga think he's slick. Think he gonna try to figure some shit out. Okay, motherfucker. Bring it, nickel. Bring it. I want you to try me, ho. Try me. My breathing once again intensified to the point where I was damn near hyperventilating. Felt like I was about to have a full-on asthma attack. Yes, bitch. He's on to your shit now. My eyes exploded once again with terror when I heard the voice of Alice over my shoulder. I quickly turned around, but she wasn't there. Don't fuck with me. I got company, bitch. I couldn't help but yell out, but I had to cover my mouth again. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. I grumbled, then began pacing the bathroom floor like a maniac. You know what? These crazy-ass visions were all I needed to know that I had to get the fuck up out of here and just let these Mexican boys clean my shit up. Truth be told, I didn't even know if I could stay at my own damn house tonight, let alone for the next few days. I had to get the fuck up out of here. Without even bothering to put the clothes back into the hamper, I stormed out of the bathroom. The two cleaners, who looked like they were in the middle of moving furniture around, immediately stopped what they were doing.
Is everything okay, Miss Washington?
Oops. I covered my mouth like some little girl. Y'all heard me? Yeah, I'm fine. I was just on the phone talking to one of my good girlfriends. I lied with the biggest smile etched on my face. I'm gonna let you boys do your thing. I'm just gonna pack up a bag of some clothes and find me a hotel where I can stay for the next few days.
But how are you going to lock up your house?
One of the cleaners asked while I noticed my phone was actually charging on my nightstand. Damn, now it was obvious I had told them a lie. I ran over and grabbed my phone. I then ran over to my jewelry box sitting on one of my bedroom dressers. I yanked out a spare house key, then rushed over to one of the Mexican boys. Y'all ain't some thieving-ass motherfuckers, are you? Child, you just know I had to ask, 'cause see, these Mexicans be known to break into your shit and clean your place the fuck out. No. One of them, who was a tad short and stubby, responded. He seemed very weirded out to me. Why would you ask that? Well, I'm gonna leave you all a key. The alarm code, 445529. Do what y'all gotta do. Have my shit looking like it's a brand new house and I'll throw y'all an extra something. I grinned. Can you do that for me? A brief moment of awkward silence filled the room. Sure, but how much is this extra something? One of them asked. How about another 500? Does that work? How about 500 each? Hopefully that would get them to just shut the fuck up and get to work. Both of the Mexican boys looked at each other with enlarged eyes and then they both stared at me. Sure, they said in unison. Guess they didn't have to speak in Spanish to quickly say yes to my proposition. Although this was now going to cost me thousands of dollars to get my place back together, at this point, I didn't give a damn. I just needed to get the hell up out of here and get my mind right. This was just all too much. Too much, I tell you. Okay, great. Just charge it to my card. I quickly exclaimed as I dashed over to my closet. Once inside, I grabbed the first piece of luggage my eyes landed on and then began stuffing it with as many clothes as I could grab off the hangers. I stormed back out of the closet and went on to one of the many dressers where I kept some more clothes. I had no idea what the fuck I was putting in my bag, but all I knew was at the moment, I needed to get the hell up out of there. If I needed something, I'd just have to run my ass to Target or some other department store. Chapter 28. Detective Mike Colvin. As soon as I submitted my case report over to the lieutenant, he shot me back an email telling me I needed to take the rest of the week off. Told me I need to stop thinking about work for the next few days or so. This wasn't the first time he dished out one of his lectures to me about work-life balance. He always told me I needed to stop being so obsessed with trying to figure everything out and that I needed to learn how to set boundaries. So now that's what I was doing. Taking my mind off work, and I figured there was no other way to do that other than drill deep into some pussy.
Yeah, fuck me. Fuck me harder. Fuck me.
I just wish this bitch would fucking nut already so I could get the fuck on with the rest of my day. I thought busting a nut would at least help me sleep, but I couldn't even fucking let one go. I was gliding in and out of the pussy, but I wasn't in the mood. Truth be told, I was only even fucking this broad to get her off my nerves. Lisa's hands were gripped to my back and she stared deep down into my eyes as if trying to read my soul.
Are you coming yet?
She asked, sounding like a porn actress. I hated when she did that. It was so fucking annoying. Gyrating deep inside of her, something was off. I closed my eyes and began to fuck her harder and harder. The headboard thumped against the wall. I wondered if the next-door neighbors heard us. Then again, it was about 1 p.m. on a Monday. Usually around this time, no one was home.
Fuck me. Come on, fuck me harder.
Lisa screamed as she dug her long nails into my back. Those damn shits felt like the talons of a fucking falcon. I came to an abrupt stop. I couldn't do this. I had to get to work. And all I could see at that moment was a vivid picture of Ms. Washington laughing at me, telling me she was getting away with cold-blooded murder. Nah, fuck that. She wasn't getting away with shit. Not on my motherfucking watch.
What's wrong?
Lisa asked the second I stopped. I opened my eyes and looked at her. I gotta go. She smacked her teeth.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I said as I rolled up out of her and then hopped my fully naked ass out of the bed. My dick was already limp. I'd probably just beat my shit later to go to sleep.
Wait 1 motherfucking minute. You're not finished yet. You gotta finish what the fuck you started.
Demanded Lisa as she scrunched herself up in the bed and pulled the sheets over her to cover up her titties. Lisa was this chick I knew from high school. We'd recently got back in touch after our 20-year high school reunion. She was the type of chick I longed to fuck when I was in high school. She was what these young niggas nowadays call a slim thick situation. In fact, all the niggas used to drool over her ass. She still somewhat looked the same, but with 3 kids, all by 3 different men, and a job paying her no more than $35,000 a year, you could tell stress and drama somewhat took a toll on her face. She kind of reminded me of Vanessa Williams. She had the same round light green eyes, yellow complexion, and bronze hair. The only difference was Vanessa Williams had money, and Lisa's ass was broke as shit. I don't even know why I went down this road with her. She never even talked to me when we were in high school. I'm sorry, but you gotta go. I got this case I'm working on and it's stressing me the fuck out. Maybe we can link up later? I told her as I proceeded to put my clothes on. Yeah, perhaps the case was officially closed, but in my eyes, it was far from closed.
Ugh, I don't even know why I started fucking with you,
Lisa bellowed. She sounded as if she was suddenly disgusted with me.
I mean, you got a big dick and all, but damn, does it even fucking work?
I took a deep breath and shook my head. This bitch was about to make me fucking go off. Look, please. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you. I promise. I lied.
Yeah, nigga. I don't even know why I started fucking around with you. You were lame as fucking high school, and it's obvious you're still lame as hell. No wonder your wife left you. Whack ass.
With full-on anger, she threw the covers off herself and jetted out of the bed. Now that was fucked up. Was that even necessary? I muttered and took a quick glance over my shoulder, getting a good look of her body. As she quickly slipped on her panties, she said back to me,
I'm just fucking upset right now. I'm fucking horny and I'm on my lunch break. I just wasted an hour with your ass. That's foul as fuck.
Lisa still had a nice shape to her, and in any other situation, I would have definitely been ripping that cooch apart. But like I said, with more pressing matters on my mind, I couldn't concentrate on shit else, not even my own well-being, until I figured out what was really going on with Miss Washington. I suddenly managed to cool my nerves, preventing myself from cursing Lisa out. I get it, though. It was truly my fault, and I should have never invited her over knowing good and goddamn well I wasn't in the right state of mind to do anything. Now, fully dressed, I walked over to her and said, You ever been to Ruth's, Chris?
Nigga, I don't want to hear anything else coming out of your mouth,
she barked as she pushed me out of her way and then marched over to my bathroom. I went over to my dresser and quickly pulled out something that I knew would suddenly change her tune. I then strolled over into the bathroom and watched her run water through her hair. She stared back at me, not saying a word. My hands were behind my back because I knew this surprise coming would instantly shift her funky-ass attitude. I took a few steps toward her, then reached out my right hand, revealing a rectangular black box in my palm. Suddenly, she froze.
What's that?
Open it. She looked disarmed and caught off guard. With this slight caution, she reached out and grabbed the black box. She opened it, and instantly her entire gaze lit up like a little kid in a candy store.
This can't be... Wait, what is this for?
I bought this for you the other day, actually. It's a bracelet I got from Zales. I know I've been busy lately and have been blowing you off here and there, but I truly care for you. I lied. But if you still think I'm lame as fuck, then by all means, we can stop what we're doing. Just know I really do have feelings for you, and I want to take things to the next level. She clutched her mouth and her eyes began to water.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool, I get it. But do you understand now? I'm not blowing you off, it's just work has me bogged down.
How much did this even cost?
She asked, wiping her eyes free of tears.
Now I feel so bad. I didn't mean what I said about you and your ex-wife. I'm so sorry. I'm just frustrated, that's all.
I lightly chuckled as I grabbed the fake diamond-studded bracelet out of the box and helped her put it on. Like I said, this is just a symbol of my feelings for you.
Oh my God, this means so much to me,
she cried. See, I knew this gift would persuade her simply semi-sloppy, tired-looking ass to rethink the situation we had going on. Truth be told, the bracelet was a gift I was planning on giving to my daughter, Natasha. But since the little bitch wasn't speaking to me at the moment, I decided not to give it to her. Last time we spoke, she cursed me out for not being supportive of her choice to study dance in college. She told me I was such a shitty father and that she was glad Natalie, my ex-wife, cheated on me with one of my best friends. Tasha was a junior in college, so she was old enough to know what the fuck her words would do. Aside from not giving her the bracelet, I was also going to stop those payments on her car note. Although the car was in both of our names, I was paying the note. I didn't give a fuck about my credit either because it was already jacked. Oh well. Without hesitation, Lisa threw her arms around me and gave me the tightest hug. She planted kisses all up and down my neck. You would have sworn by the way she was kissing me and how her mood suddenly shifted that I had proposed to her raggedy ass. I felt like somewhat of a shitbag for giving her a gift that I clearly intended to give my daughter, but hey, guess the universe had different intentions for it. Although I was pressed for time, I was taken back a bit by the fact that it was so crazy to see how easy it was to use a piece of jewelry to distract a woman's mind.
So look, I really gotta head back to work, but what is this Ruth Chris's place?
She asked, as she couldn't keep her eyes off the fake-ass bracelet. It was actually cubic zirconium and it was on sale for $75. Damn, you never heard of Ruth Chris? It's a nice steakhouse, I said, giving her a fake-ass smile. They have a location in downtown, right off the river. I wanted to treat you to a romantic night.
Oh, wow. This just really made me feel so differently about you,
she said as she stared at herself in the mirror, swaying side to side as if she were a model. I grabbed her and began to make out with her as if we were two teenagers about to fuck for the first time. We kept kissing, but then Lisa suddenly pulled back away from me.
Damn, where was all of this just a minute ago?
Shit, I don't know, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. But look, let me do what I gotta do and then I'm gonna swing by the crib later tonight and pick you up. Can you get a sitter for your kids?
Yeah, I can. I'll just call my sister. She ain't got shit else to do anyways,
she said. We chatted for a few more minutes and then I led Lisa to the door to see her off. I'll call you when I'm done, okay?
Okay, baby,
she smiled as she strode out of the door. I quickly locked it and then flew over to my living room where I had a small office set up. I yanked my phone out of my pocket and dialed Candace, another homicide detective who worked in my unit. I didn't want to bother with Jake and I didn't want him prying into my shit. Candace and I were cool. Real cool. We actually used to fuck around with each other, but we had to stop because she was married. What a shame, though, because her pussy and head game was spectacular. I never met a woman in my life who could suck a dick the way she did. I had to snap out of a daze, reminiscing about our good old times. The phone kept ringing until she finally answered.
Hey, what's up, Colvin?
Detective Whitaker, what's up with you? Feels like I haven't seen you in a minute. You been avoiding me?
Funny you should mention. I was meaning to talk to you.
Why's that? I asked with a curious brow.
My husband is away for 2 weeks on vacation. I was, wondering if you wanted to hang out?
I chuckled. We'll see about that, but are you sure? Remember the last time?
Yeah, well, I'll make sure we have a bit more privacy.
Okay, well, let me know. But in the meantime, I need your help with a pressing matter.
And what's that?
Don't tell Jake either.
Uh-oh, what the hell you got going on?
I scuffled through the notes I had sitting on my desk. So, you know I just closed out that crazy rape case?
Yeah, I heard. Still kind of fucking crazy that woman was able to kill that motherfucker like that. How in the world was she able to do that?
You know, sometimes I wish you were my partner. I told Jake the same thing. The old bitch's story isn't adding up at all. It's just too sketchy for me. You won't even believe what we found in her hamper, too. What's that? The woman had a fucking pair of stockings filled with tangerines. The end was tied up. Damn. Like some thin line between love and hate shit? Bingo. So you're saying this woman may have beat herself the fuck up? But what about the rape kit? Well, we haven't gotten back the lab results yet, but the lieutenant already had me close out the case and move on. Oh, God, but you aren't... Yeah. I don't know about this. I know you're a good detective and all, but is this case really worth your career if the lieutenant finds out you're doing sneaky shit behind his back? You know, I really don't care at this point. I'm pretty sure once I put 2 and 2 together, the lieutenant will reopen the case. Okay, so what do you need from me? This Percy dude. I didn't do enough digging, but I want an employment history on this guy. I want to know exactly how my victim, Miss Washington, met this man. Okay. I then heard Candace typing away at her desk. So, I'm pulling up the case now. His full name is Percival DeAndrew Jacobs. Yep. Okay, well, let me run his social and then I'll hit you back in about 15 minutes. Okay, perfect. I'll be here at my desk waiting patiently. I can't believe you're doing this on your day off. You really owe me big time, too. I smiled. I got you. Don't worry. Candace and I chatted some more and then she hung up. Chicago police contracted with an outside background check agency to get basic background information on suspects and victims. In this instant, I would have done so with Mr. Percy, but since the lieutenant wanted me to go ahead and get the investigation over with, I obviously didn't have the time to do so. In fact, he'd already assigned me to a new case. While I waited her phone call, I went and made a quick breakfast, then jetted right back to my desk. Just before I was about to sit down and devour a bagel, Candace was calling me on my cell. Damn, that was quick. Yeah, well, Mr. Percy wasn't that hard to dig information on. Why is that? Damn, did you not run his name or license first to see who the man was? Nah, I didn't bother. Wow, lazy. Anyways, he's an ex-felon. He spent some time locked up for armed robbery, but before that he worked at a nursing facility out in the suburbs. What's the name of it? Mount Sinai Long-Term Health, out in Lombard. Lombard? Damn, that's all the way out in the western suburbs. Yeah. Mount Sinai Long-Term Health, I said as I jotted down the name on a piece of paper. Do you know how long he worked there? Quite some time, about 6 years. He was a CNA. A male CNA. That's interesting. Why? Never thought men gravitated toward nursing careers. That's sexist as fuck. I got 2 male cousin nurses, and one of them started off as a CNA. Shit, there's good money in nursing. True. Anyways, thanks, Candace. I owe you a lot. I'm about to ride out to this nursing facility. Once I got off the phone with Candace, I Googled the nursing facility. They were about a good 40 minutes outside of the city in a suburb called Lombard. I'd been there a couple of times when I needed to go to the mall. Soon as I got the phone number to the location, I called them up and asked to speak with the director of human resources. Within seconds, I was connected to an individual. Dorinda Clark speaking. How can I help you? The woman answered the phone. Good afternoon, Miss Clark. How are you today? I'm fine. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? My name is Detective Michael Colvin. I'm with the Homicide Investigations Unit within the Chicago Police Department. I'm a lead investigator working on a case. Oh, okay, she replied, sounding a bit confused. Well, how can I be of service to you? An ex-employee of yours who used to work there, Percival Andrews. Yes, I just got off the phone with someone to confirm his employment history. Right, that was our outside background investigations unit. I'm calling to follow up with some more information. Oh, I just don't like the sound of this, but ask away. Well, not to disclose too much information, but Mr. Andrews is the lead suspect in a current murder investigation. Oh my God! Excuse me? Please tell me something bad didn't happen to Percy. He was such a wonderful man when he worked here. Everyone loved him. It was just so unfortunate what happened to him. My eyebrow raised out of curiosity. Excuse me? Did you already hear what happened to him? No, not at all. What I meant was him getting locked up over that crazy crime. I just know he didn't do it. I still believe to this day he was framed. I can't wrap my head around why he would do something like that. That just wasn't his personality. Percival was an outstanding person. Well, I hate to break it to you, ma'am, but Mr. Andrews broke into a woman's house last night and raped her. The victim luckily found a weapon and killed him out of self-defense. What? Yes, ma'am. No, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Percy was a wonderful young man. He wouldn't harm a soul. Oh, Lord, I just feel so bad for him and for his partner. His partner? I was now confused. Perhaps he did have a spouse or girlfriend of some sort. He had a girlfriend or a wife? Suddenly, weird silence came between us. Sounded like Miss Clark didn't know how to muster up the words. Damn. What is it, ma'am? Not too many people knew this, but... But what? Percy he's gay. Or was gay. My eyes swelled with shock. Are you certain about that, ma'am? How would you know that? Oh, God, I really shouldn't be having this conversation. I could really get into a lot of trouble, Miss Clark said. How do I even know you're a police detective? This could be just anybody. I can meet you at your office in an hour. She agreed, and without hesitation, I grabbed my wallet, keys, phone, and stormed out of my apartment to go have a conversation with Miss Clark. Chapter 29. Vernita. Child, soon as I left the house to let them Mexican boys clean up my place, I headed straight to some random-ass hotel over in the South Loop. It was nice, too. I had no idea what the name of this place was, but as soon as I hopped out of Paulette, I ran straight to the front desk and had them to put me up in the first room they had available. The room was gonna run me like $300 a night, but I didn't give a damn at this point. My sanity mattered more than money. Besides, I'd be damned if I was gonna stay up in some bed-bug-infested shit. Baby, Vernita does not fuck with no motherfucking motels. I'll let them young raggedy hoes that sell they pussy for $40 stay up in those rat and roach motels. Soon as I got off the elevator on the 4th floor, I scurried down the hallway and dashed to my room, 408. Within seconds, I found the room, swiped the key card to let myself in, and then stormed in, letting the door close behind me. I quickly locked the door and took a huge sigh of relief. Yes, Lord. The lights weren't on, but sunlight peered in through the windows. I walked over to the queen-size bed and threw all my bags and shit on it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, those goddamn demonic visions of Clarence, Alice, and Percy appeared again. I gasped and was just about ready to dash out of the room. However, at this point, I knew it was all fake. Those visions were nothing but the devil. I was convinced. Satan thought he had one over on me, but he didn't realize he was messing with an anointed and appointed child of God. I was too blessed to be stressed. So with that being said, I took a deep breath and flew down onto the navy blue carpeted floor, right on my knees, and went straight into deep prayer. Father God, I come before you right now in a time of great need to get these visions out of my mind. Swaying back and forth, I kept praying as hard as I could and as loud as I could to stomp out the craziness in my mind. At this point, it seemed like the only thing that was going to work was nothing but prayer. While I cried out to the Lord, asking him to help me get these crazy demonic visions and voices out of my mind, I couldn't help but still see those motherfuckers laughing at me. Percy was laid up in the bed, fully naked, but his head was hanging onto his neck with a bare piece of flesh. I didn't want to look because the sight was so traumatizing and gory. Then Alice, she was sitting down rubbing her head while she ate sunflower seeds. What in the hell? And of course Clarence was standing in the mirror looking at himself. I closed my eyes shut and focused on nothing but the comforting words of the Lord. Victory is mine. Victory is mine. Victory today is mine. Oh, yes, I told Satan, get thee behind. Victory today is mine. I had to keep singing my favorite gospel song to myself to simmer my nerves down. So many crazy thoughts ran through my mind as I paced the hotel room floor. The entire room was dark, but that didn't matter because bright, blinding flashes of the past kept dancing in and out of my head. The crazy, vivid visions and voices kept coming and going, but for some odd reason, now I was able to mute the hell out of them. "Thank you, Jesus! Thank you!" I wailed and began to cry. But I was crying the biggest tears of joy because I began to feel a sense of calm again. "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Oh, I want to thank you. I started speaking in tongues and the Holy Spirit began to cover me. Child, I don't know what came over me. Well, I guess I did. It was nothing but the Holy Ghost. But I suddenly exploded into a praise break. The more I danced on the floor, the more I could see that those crazy thoughts were leaving my mind. God was telling me my past was my past and I had a glorious future to look forward to. God was still in control. Nothing but the devil was after me, and now the Holy Ghost was slaying him. "Get thee away from me, Satan! I rebuke you in the name of Jesus!" I kept yelling to the top of my lungs. Child, I didn't care if the people next door heard me. I had to get those demons away from me, you hear me? Tears swimming down my face. I calmed down once more. Standing frozen in the middle of the hotel room, I looked around. Nothing but serene quiet could be heard, minus the distant sound of a vacuum cleaner in the hallway outside of my door. The voices were gone. The visions of those motherfuckers were gone too. Those demons left. Yes, Jesus. My hands then began trembling with a sense of freedom. My body began quaking with joy. I need to call Dr. Jackson. I'm done with her ass. I've had enough of her. My purse was sitting on top of one of those nice mahogany oak dressers in the room. I dashed over, grabbed my purse and pulled my phone out. I had that funky, know-it-all young bitch on speed dial, too. She was definitely going to get an earful from me. Couldn't believe her pissy pussy ass had me on this crazy medication, making me see all types of weird shit. Once I hit dial, the phone rang and then some seconds later, her ugly-ass receptionist picked up. I didn't like that big bitch either. Fat ass always had an attitude every time I went up in that motherfucking office. "Dr. Jackson's office, how can I help you?" "Yes, I need to speak to Dr. Jackson, please," I demanded with the utmost nastiness laced up in my tone. I wanted this big hoe to feel all the heat I had. She can't come to the phone right now, but I can leave a message, dear." "Baby, put Dr. Jackson on the motherfucking phone right now." "Excuse me?" "Yeah, ho, you heard me right. I said put that raggedy-ass bitch on the motherfucking phone right now, and I ain't playing." "Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to calm down and stop cursing at me. Are you a patient?" "Yes. Why the fuck else would I be calling?" "Ma'am, I am about to hang up." "Baby, if your fat ass hang up on me, I swear on my dead husband's grave I'm gonna come up there and snatch that cheap-ass dollar store wig off your neck. Now put Dr. Jackson on the fucking phone right motherfucking now." "Goodbye, ma'am." Then the bitch hung up. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, the fuck you didn't. I couldn't believe that heifer would hang the fuck up on me. Did she know who she was fucking with? I didn't have time for any of this shit today. But since this how these hoes wanted to play games, I was gonna run right down to that doctor's office and have a word face-to-face with Dr. Jackson, along with that nasty fat bitch sitting behind that damn front desk. It was already pushing 2 p.m., and all I wanted to do was rest my nerves before I went over to Alice's house to help Sade and the rest of the family with funeral arrangements. The stress of even dealing with last night was still etched so deeply in my mind, but now I was over it, completely over it. Honestly, I was glad I had Percy out of my life, and now all I wanted to do was just move on from everything and be there for Alice's family. More importantly, I really needed to talk to Lamar. I rushed back over to the dresser, grabbed my purse and pulled out my keys. Just as I was about to head out of the door, my phone began buzzing. I pulled it out of my purse and saw that it was indeed Dr. Jackson's office calling me back. I quickly answered. Yeah, bitch. You got the right one today, ho.
Miss Washington, this is Dr. Jackson. What is going on?
That was Dr. Jackson, and she sounded very concerned and frightened by my tone. Baby, I'ma tell you what the fuck is going on. I was just about to run down to that office of yours and have a word with you about this damn medication you got me on.
Vernita, please just sit down for a moment and take a deep breath. It sounds like you're having another breakdown. Please, just relax. We don't want you to get all worked up.
Bitch, don't tell me to take a deep breath. I went off as I once again began pacing the bedroom floor. All types of hell was seething in my bones, and now I didn't even want to have the conversation anymore with her ass over the phone.
Vernita, please, just calm down, honey. That's all. I'm here for you. Just tell me what's happening.
Out of nowhere, I couldn't help but cry.
That medicine, it's making me go crazy. It's making me see dead people.
What's wrong? Did something happen, Vernita?
I killed someone. I didn't mean to do it, but he pushed me. I killed him.
Dr. Jackson took a deep gasp, then said,
Vernita, where are you?
I'm at a hotel room. He tried to rape me. I had to defend myself.
Vernita, please, just relax, dear. Please tell me which hotel you're at. Do I need to send someone to pick you up?
Suddenly, I stopped crying and got angry all over again. My eyes exploded wide with fury. No, that nigga crossed me the wrong way and I killed him. And I'll kill anyone else who crosses me the wrong way. I've done it before and I'll do it again. I swear to God.
Vernita, honey, please, just throw away that medication. That's the first thing you should do right now.
Dr. Jackson demanded while she constantly tried to talk me down and get me to stay put. But at this point, I didn't want to hear anything else she had to say. I managed to get the voices and crazy images out of my head with the power of prayer, and it worked. I didn't need no crazy pill or medication from these motherfucking doctors anymore. They were trying to kill me. I was convinced now. They were all trying to kill me.
Miss Washington, I am here to help you. I just really need you to calm down and relax before you hurt yourself, honey. That's all I'm trying to do at this point. I want to know what's really going on, dear. Please, I love you and I want to see the best for you.
She kept pleading with me. Still shaking and filled with anger, I ran over to the body mirror in the bedroom to take a quick glance at myself. The room was still dark, although some sunlight peered through the bedroom window. I turned the lights on and stared at myself in the mirror. Oh, how I looked so terrified. What in the hell was going on with me? Why was I doing this to myself? I was losing all my damn marbles. Why was I even going off on Dr. Jackson like this? Why did I curse out that receptionist like that?
Are you still there, Vernita?
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Jackson. I slapped my forehead and closed my eyes. Shaking my head, I stood there for a moment in disbelief that I was experiencing all this. Everything around me was so surreal, and I didn't even know if I was in reality anymore. Everything seemed so real and so fake at the same time.
Vernita, just take a few deep breaths and listen carefully. You are probably experiencing some sort of psychosis. We need to get you into a hospital as soon as possible, and you just mentioned some moments ago that you may have harmed someone. Is this true or is this a hallucination?
I don't know. I don't know anymore, doctor. I gotta go. I can cure myself. I might be up in age, but I can cure myself.
Vernita, please. It sounds like you're beginning to experience the first stages of dementia, maybe even Parkinson's disease. These types of psychotic breakdowns are common for people with neurodegenerative disorders.
Hearing the doctor utter those words instantly fired me up all over again. Oh no, baby, ain't nothing wrong with me. It ain't nothing but this goddamn medicine you gave me. All of this medicine. I was fine before I started messing with all of this stuff. The first medicine that made me a sex addict, then this other medicine got me seeing dead folks. Oh, hell no. I ain't trusting not a single word any of you doctors have to say.
Okay, please, Vernita, I understand.
You don't understand shit, bitch. Now, I said what I had to say. I gotta go. My friend's funeral is coming up and I gotta help with the arrangements.
What friend, Vernita?
Alice, my friend. I told you about my friend.
Vernita, please. We've talked about this before. We need to...
I don't want to hear nothing you gotta say. I interrupted her in a roar, and with that I immediately hung up. Young dumb bitch had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. I swear, they just be giving people degrees for any motherfucking thing. What in the hell did she know? Talking about Parkinson's disease. Bitch, I ain't over here shaking and shit. She had me all the way fucked up. I knew I had to be making a lot of ruckus, and it wouldn't surprise me if the hotel staff or even security came running to my room to see what was going on. But I didn't give a damn. I tossed my phone back onto the bed and stood in the mirror for a moment. Beads of sweat ran down my face. My mascara was running down my face. My eyes were still watery, but now they were intensely red from all the crying and yelling. I looked a hot-ass mess, and I'd be damned if I was gonna let this foolishness get the best of me. Bitch, boss up. Boss the fuck up, Vernita. Don't let these motherfuckers drive you crazy. You are a bad bitch. Bad bitch. The biggest smile then came across my face. You know what? I'm finna go get me some dick. Fuck this shit.
Chapter 30. Detective Mike Colvin.
There's this feeling of looming joy you get when you assume you're close to solving some puzzle or some other game of mystery. It's that sensation rising deep up in you that gives you slight confirmation you are just about done solving some shit. But just when you think you're almost finished, almost done solving some shit that makes you feel like you're some Albert Einstein-level genius, there's always that one puzzle piece that suddenly derails your victory. Well, that thrilling joy swam through my head right before I met up with Miss Clark. However, after a probing 30-minute conversation with Miss Clark here at this nursing facility, my quest to solve the mystery to Miss Washington was derailed. I was more confused than ever. Why? Because this nigga Percy was gay. Yes, gay. Like, gay. There was just no other way to describe it. And what was Miss Clark's proof of Percy's sexual preference in men? Health insurance. When he worked at the nursing home, Percy had a conversation with her about putting his partner on his healthcare insurance plan. Seemed like, after all, Mr. Andrews did have a significant other, and his name was Markel Vickers. Exiting through the double doors of the nursing home, my mind was drawing blanks as to what my next move was going to be. Something told me I needed to get in contact with Mr. Vickers. Miss Clark did tell me she'd met this Markel individual once. Said he was a nice-looking young man who was in great shape and worked as a fitness trainer. She couldn't tell me the name of the gym, but she did tell me that it was probably a gym not too far away from where Percy was living at the time. When we initially ID'd Percy as the suspect the night he was killed, we found out he lived down in South Shore. However, when one of the other investigators within my unit went to the apartment building listed on his ID, the landlord of the building told us that Percy hadn't been living there in quite some time and that he had been evicted. With no further trace of where this man could have been living or staying, we just left it at that. I did explain to Miss Clark in great detail what happened to Percy, and she was just completely stunned. Told me she couldn't believe anything because Percy was such a down-to-earth, caring and praying man who'd give his shirt off his back during the middle of a freezing blizzard if someone else needed it. Something wasn't adding up. I trekked through the parking lot, fiending for a square. The sun was still out, yet the temperatures were dropping. Roaring winds were cutting through this leather jacket I had on. Shit, I probably should have put on a thicker coat, but whatever. I didn't give a fuck about freezing. The only thing I cared about at the moment was cracking this case. Speaking of which, I needed to call up Jake and ask if those results came back from the rape kit. Hopefully some nicotine would put a blaze in my brain cells and make me start putting shit together. But back to Mr. Andrews. Other than the armed robbery record, which turned out to also be related to a home invasion, I had no reason to believe that this Percy guy was a violent rapist, especially now considering that the man was gay. I mean, you can't put shit past certain people, Hell, everyone was capable of possibly committing some crazy-ass crime, especially under the right circumstances. But so far, all I knew about this Percy individual was that he was a nice, unassuming, closeted gay man who out of nowhere committed 2 crazy-ass crimes. One related to robbery, one related to rape. Let Miss Clark tell it. He wasn't capable of any type of foul play. I got back into my car and checked my cell phone for missed text messages. The first message I saw was from Candace. She texted me some information about Percy. He had been in and out of the foster care system for all of his childhood. Never graduated high school, but he had a GED. Other than serving a stint in prison, this man managed to hold down stable jobs all of his adult life. Why all of a sudden would he decide to get caught up with Miss Washington? What was the extent of their relationship? Then I saw I had a missed text from Lisa. Are we still on for tonight? She attached a picture of herself smiling. I text her back. Yeah, I'll hit you up when I get done with work. I threw my phone in the passenger seat and chucked up the car's engine. Idling for a moment, I had the urge to call Jake and tell him what I found out. I also had the urge to dash back over to Miss Washington's place and ask her some more questions, because I just needed to know the full details of her relationship with Percy. Yeah, I know I wasn't supposed to be digging deep like this, and I could possibly get in trouble if Lieutenant found out. Nevertheless, at this point, with the new information, I had to ask these questions because not only was my hunch still there, but now on a scale of 1 through 10, that feeling was coming in at a strong 100. Something was off. Big time. Time was of the essence, so with that being said, I quickly threw the car in reverse and headed out of the parking lot, hoping to hit the E-way ASAP. It was pretty close to 3 now, and there was a likelihood traffic was going to be a bitch, but I just had to go ask Miss Washington some follow-up questions. Hopefully she was still home. Hell, she should be. That was if she really was a traumatized rape victim. Shit. Most of the victims of rape or any other form of extreme trauma who I'd interviewed over the years barely left their houses, even after they'd been through a horrible situation. It was something so revealing about that smile Miss Washington had earlier, too. Although I was starting to feel very fucking tired since I hadn't been sleeping nearly 2 days, I was energized more than ever. The truth was inching closer and closer, and I knew this case was just going to get reopened once I solved another piece to this crazy-ass puzzle. I made my way onto the expressway, hoping rush hour didn't begin yet. To my luck, 290 was virtually empty. Just that quick, I forgot I needed to follow up with Jake about those rape kit test results, so I reached over to the passenger seat, grabbed my phone, then dialed Jake. Within seconds, he answered the phone with a laugh, then roared. What the fuck are you doing calling me, Coven? You're supposed to be asleep. I can't sleep. I got something to tell you. Dude, get a bottle of Jack, smoke a cigar, and call it a fucking night. You're stressing yourself out, my guy. The job isn't that serious. Whatever. Something isn't right, Jake. Look, don't tell the lieutenant this, but I just left Mr. Andrews' last place of employment before he got locked up. Something's not right. Oh, God. What the fuck are you doing, man? Do you really want to get in trouble, brother? Jake, the man was gay. I told you something wasn't right. My intuition never fails me. Dude, I'm telling you, I can't be wrong about this one. What? Jake shouted. And how in the fuck would she know that? When he worked at this nursing home, he tried to get his partner onto his health insurance plan, but because they weren't legally married, he couldn't do it. Crazy thing was, she still had a health insurance application of his, and the dude was even listed on it as a domestic partner. I'm telling you, something isn't right. I just know it. Okay, well, how does this change much? Jake asked, as I could hear him tapping what sounded like a pen or pencil on his desk. Besides, what the fuck are you doing, man? You know you don't have the lieutenant's permission to be going out of your way to have fucking conversations with individuals over a closed investigation, he said, sounding as if he was whispering. I guess he didn't want anyone to hear what he was saying. That was his way of protecting me. If someone else in the unit would have heard this conversation, they probably would have marched right to the lieutenant's office to snitch. And I wouldn't put it past anyone because I wasn't that much of a well-liked individual in our unit. Other than Candace and Jake, Everyone else loathed the fact that I had an extreme work ethic. Sorry, I couldn't help the fact that I did my job and I did it with conviction. Listen, Jake, our suspect spent years working at fucking nursing homes all throughout Chicago. Sure, he did a stint for armed robbery, which to a degree is starting to sound very off character. I'm gonna look more into that, but this man knew our victim pretty well. Even she said it. She's not telling the full truth about the situation. I'm not buying her story at all. Look, just do me a favor and just see if those test results came back from the rape kit. All right, let me see if lab added the rape kit results, Jake said. Speeding through traffic, I waited impatiently like a kid on Christmas Eve. I just knew once he opened those results, we'd have all the evidence we needed to corroborate the fact that Miss Washington wasn't some all-out victim of sexual assault. Bingo. They added them to the case notes. Let's see what we got here. Jake muttered. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Here, at the bottom, it reads, there was no trace of the suspect's semen found in the victim's mouth or vagina. However, this is not conclusive that there was no attempt at sexual assault. The victim's bruising inside of her thighs is consistent that there was at least an attempt at rape. So, essentially, we have an inconclusive rape kit. Yeah, but come on, Colvin. What the fuck does that even prove? You and I know that rape kits don't mean shit. And just because semen wasn't found doesn't discount the possibility of penetration. Hell, for all we know, the suspect could have used a condom. But there were no traces of latex to suggest that. So a condom definitely wasn't used. Okay, but what exactly are you getting at here? Put 2 and 2 together. Suspect goes over the victim's house, and there's no screaming or yelling heard for the duration of the night. Nobody in the neighborhood, let alone the complex, hears anything. Her neighbors live close by. Then we discover our suspect is gay. Yeah, but what about the old white guy next door? Jake asked. Remember he said he didn't hear a word? He had no idea what was going on. Right, but he did say that he suspected something was off because he heard loud crashing here and there, but he didn't want to get involved in the woman's business. I shook my head. Yeah, but come on. I'm going to get in contact with this significant other, too. Look, Colvin, just stop while you're ahead, okay? Why are you gunning after this 76-year-old woman so hard? Besides, so what if the suspect was gay? How do we even know that's the truth? What if he was lying to get healthcare benefits for a friend? What if he was bisexual? We don't know the full extent of this man's sexuality, and we won't get that now because our suspect is dead. Bro, I'm gunning after the truth. But now that you mention it, there's even a remote chance our victim may have actually been in some sort of relationship with the suspect, I said. Ew, no. God, no. That woman is literally old enough to be the suspect's grandmother. That would be terrible. Oh God, that's fucking disgusting. A young gay or bisexual guy having sex with an older woman? Dude, go to fucking sleep. You're losing your shit. Jake, think about this for a moment. This woman drives a fucking high-powered Mustang. She's widowed. She has no children. Mind you, I don't know if you noticed, but the woman's house reeks of fucking weed. Did you also not notice some of the wardrobe she had in that hamper? Nothing about that woman's house gave off humble, church-going grandma vibes. This woman probably has a thing for younger guys. I put my money on it. And even if she did, how does that change this already closed investigation? Like, you are really pushing it. What if he didn't rape her? What if they had a huge argument and she ended up killing him? And what evidence do you have for that? I don't have any, but I'm sure a confession would suffice. Oh, God, you are really fucking pushing it, Jake barked. So, with no fucking evidence at all, you mean to tell me you're going to accuse this woman of outright homicide? There's something deeper to this story. I'm sure of it, bro. I can't fathom why a young guy like Mr. Andrews would form this years-long friendship with a woman who's literally decades older than him. It makes no sense at all. But it actually makes all the sense. Yeah, look, I'm gonna start working on this new case, but Colvin, you really need to drop this shit and move the fuck on. You're fucking pushing it. Like, you're asking for more than a department move. You're asking to get fucking fired. Yeah. Look, go ahead and work on that case. I'm gonna continue digging.
Colvin, what the fuck are you doing?
Jake barked, but before I could continue letting him shout his bullshit at me, I ended the phone call. Honestly, Jake was right. I had no idea what I was really doing at this point, and once again I could hear the words of the lieutenant fire off in the back of my mind. Let it go. Stop being so fucking obsessed. But obsession was what made me good at my job, and the lack of obsession is what made some people just absolutely suck at good police work. With that being said, as crazy as it sounded, I was speeding my ass right back over to Miss Washington's place to ask that woman some more questions. In fact, I was going to ask her 1,000,000 questions, and if she didn't like it, then oh fucking well. With the day fading into late afternoon, I needed to get to this woman's house as soon as possible before Lisa started blowing my phone up again. Last thing I needed was to run her some more game. That would have just been a complete asshole move on my part. 20 minutes later, I was now idling on the side street, right in front of Miss Washington's townhouse. The cleaning crew that she'd hired to clean up her place was still there, but I didn't see her car parked out front. Perhaps she went to go run some errands. But who the fuck was running errands when their ass was just in the hospital not too long ago after being raped? Looking out the front passenger window, a debate was going off in my mind if I should go inside and snoop around. That was definitely against the law, but at this point, I kind of didn't care. If she came back and called me, I'd just run her some crazy excuse. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that just would have been stupid for me to do. I couldn't just waltz up into someone's house without a warrant. Not only would that cost me my job, but that would definitely land me behind bars. I had to think of something else. But with time quickly passing and no idea where this woman was, I had to at least make an attempt. I sat in the driver's seat some more, contemplating my next move. Fuck it. I turned the car engine off, yanked the keys out of the ignition, and rushed out of the car toward the driveway. But before I could make it to the door, I heard someone yell out, "Sir, are you the police?" I turned to my left and saw an older white man cautiously making his way toward me. "Yes, I am," I responded. "How can I help you?" I'd instantly recognized him. He was Miss Washington's neighbor.
Hi, I'm Dan Kilpatrick. I'm Vernita's neighbor,
he replied, extending his hand toward me. I shook it. I'm Detective Colvin. How can I be of assistance?
I'm concerned about Vernita. I've been meaning to say something for quite some time now, but I'm thoroughly concerned about her welfare. She hasn't been the same for quite some time now. I don't know what's going on with her.
Instantly, my brow rose out of curiosity. Care to explain? Mr. Kilpatrick, probably in his mid to late 70s, gripped his waist and pursed his lips as if he was trying to fight back a confession. From the flat look on his face, I knew that old-ass white man was about to tell me something that would help me further drill down just exactly who this woman was.
I think Vernita has very bad dementia. I think she may even have Parkinson's disease. I'm not quite sure. I've been trying to help her out here and there. We used to be really good friends, but this last year and a half, I've noticed her entire condition has been changing. Then, I don't know if you all were made aware of this, but she was recently hospitalized. I found her passed out after she almost burned down her house.
My face instantly twisted with surprise. Hospitalized? Do you know why she was admitted or what ended up being wrong?
No, I don't know at all, sir, but my suspicion tells me that Vernita either has Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. I think she's been diagnosed but has just been in denial. Earlier this morning, when she came back from the hospital, I tried to spark up a conversation with her, but she was going off on the taxicab driver who dropped her off. She told me everything was fine and just brushed me off, but as I watched her go inside of her house, I heard her speaking to herself. I've tried my best to ignore everything, but something tells me that she's just not well. At all. Everything she's doing reminds me of my deceased wife.
A frown came across Mr. Kilpatrick's face, and then tears swam down his wrinkled cheeks.
Judy, my wife, died from Alzheimer's, and I see the signs in Vernita. Something's just wrong, and I know it. She needs help, sir. I just fear that she also might be showing signs of hallucinations.
I was truly taken aback, and then my mind began to drift off into different possibilities of what may or may not have happened last night. What do you mean?
Even before all of the craziness last night, from time to time I'd see her talking to herself in the driveway. It was like she was having full-on conversations with people. Often I didn't want to say or interrupt her. I didn't tell anyone about this last night. I felt so bad that something could even happen like this,
Mr. Kilpatrick said, sobbing between his words. I'm glad you told me this, Mr. Kilpatrick. This is very helpful. Do you have any idea of where she could have gone? I asked, as all I kept thinking was how everything about Miss Washington was just so strange.
No idea. All I know is I saw her storm out of her place with a bunch of bags in her hand. Looked like she was carrying some luggage. Then she hopped in her car and took off.
Does Vernita have any friends or family members?
Not that I know of,
Mr. Kilpatrick replied as he wiped his face free of tears. So Vernita never talked about romantic acquaintances?
No, not at all. Other than her husband, and I'd only met Clarence once before he turned ill.
Interesting. So you never saw any mail come by?
No, not at all. Well, actually, now that I think about it, from time to time I'd see some young fellow come by. One time I saw him come by with another fellow. But when I'd see him, he'd carry dumbbells and other exercise equipment with him. Perhaps it was her fitness instructor or something. I know Vernita often exercised at the health club over on 47th Street.
A light bulb instantly went off in my head. I had to get over to the gym on 47th Street. The LA Fitness? I asked.
Yes, the LA Fitness.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have to get going. I came by to check on her, but I see she isn't home. But she left the cleaning crew here by themselves? That's interesting.
Mr. Kilpatrick shrugged his shoulders. Well, I have to get going. My stomach is killing me and I got a roast in the oven. Thank you so much, Detective.
Mr. Kilpatrick gave me a nervous smile, then walked back over to his driveway. I watched him go inside before I proceeded to make my way up Miss Washington's driveway and toward her front door. I rang the doorbell, but I'm sure the sound of what sounded like high-powered vacuum cleaners drowned out the chiming. I waited for a moment to see if someone would come to the door. I looked around and then exhaled, knowing I was possibly committing career suicide by entering this woman's house without a search warrant. Fuck it, I grunted, grabbing the doorknob and opening the front door. Guess it was my luck that the door had been unlocked. Once again, that deep intuitive feeling began to fire off in my core. As I cautiously walked inside the house, the sound of the vacuuming became more pronounced, damn near cracking my ears. Nonetheless, looking around the townhouse, I was amazed at just how lavish this place was on the inside. The woman had this place completely decked the fuck out. It didn't quite hit me just how much luxury this woman was living in when I arrived on scene earlier this morning. I glanced over into the living room, taking in the expensive leather couches, the high-end entertainment center, and other pieces of furniture that looked like they were imported from somewhere in Europe. Shit was a tad mind-blowing. According to my notes, the woman was a retired DMV worker. I didn't know what her deceased husband did for a living. Nevertheless, nothing about this place screamed that it belonged to a woman who processed driver's license applications for a living. Perhaps her deceased husband was the one with more refined tastes. Who knew? But all of this was very much still a mystery. Here you have a woman married to a man for decades, but then he dies, presumably from natural causes. They had no children, no identifiable next of kin, no family, friends, or associates. Miss Washington, oddly enough, was a lone wolf, but then again she did mention a friend, and this woman was recently deceased, apparently. Now that I thought about it, Miss Washington was probably at her friend's wake or funeral. Perhaps she decided to spend some time with this friend's relatives. Who knew? I made my way past the kitchen and laughed when I saw a fruit bowl filled with tangerines sitting on the countertop. Shaking my head and chuckling, I trekked down the hallway as I made my way toward the master bedroom. As I got closer toward the bedroom, I saw the two Mexican guys dressed in white jumpsuits furiously vacuuming the entire bedroom floor. Damn. Now that the blood and gore from earlier this morning was gone, the bedroom looked completely different. Looked like a presidential suite up in the damn W or some other upscale hotel in downtown. I didn't want to disturb the guys, 'cause they looked like they were deep into work, and if they were anything like me, I hated to be fucking distracted. But I had to know where Miss Washington went. I gently knocked on the side of the door, and suddenly the two men turned around and looked at me. They both turned their vacuum cleaners off and then pulled N95 masks down from their mouths.
Excuse me, but who are you?
One of them asked. They both looked like they were no older than 30. Hey, guys, I'm Detective Colvin with the Chicago Police Department, I said as I pulled out my badge and ID and flashed it to them. Do you know where Miss Washington went? The young guy shrugged his shoulders.
Seemed like she took off to go stay with someone or something. Don't know, but she told us to get her place cleaned up as quickly as possible and lock it up when we're done.
She had bags and stuff with her?
Yeah.
Did she make mention of when she'd be back?
Don't know.
The same guy responded, once again shrugging his shoulders. Okay. Damn. Well? I paused for a moment and then awkward silence filled the room. Well, I'm gonna get going, I told them and began to proceed back down the hallway. However, a sudden thought came to mind. Damn, this lady really trusted these two guys to be here by themselves? Wait, I'm confused. Excuse me, one more thing. So she just took off and told you guys to clean the place up? How are you going to lock up?
She gave us a key,
the other guy responded. Interesting. My gut feeling began to grow in intensity. Really interesting. Anyways, I'll get going. Thanks for the information.
Hey, detective?
One of the guys called out to grab my attention.
She's kind of weird, bro. Like, fucking weird as shit. Before she left out, we heard her talking to herself. It was almost as if she was having a full-on conversation with someone else in the bathroom.
Was she on her cell phone or something? Both of the cleaners looked at each other, then they looked at me as if they'd seen a ghost.
No, not at all. She said she was on the phone, but when she walked out of the bathroom, she grabbed the cell phone off her nightstand. It was strange as shit. She might be crazy. She didn't even tell us what happened.
Really? My eyebrow lifted with more curiosity.
Yeah. So, what happened?
Well, I guess you all do have the right to know, but she was raped last night and then she killed the alleged perpetrator with an envelope opener. That's why there's blood everywhere. But looks like you guys did a pretty good job, I see.
Fuck, bro. I told you she was crazy as shit.
The other guy laughed.
Let's just hurry up. I don't get good vibes from this chick.
I chuckled. I don't either. The two guys quickly turned their vacuum cleaners back on and went right back to work. This time, they seemed to be putting in 100% more effort to get the bedroom spotless as quickly as possible so they can get out of there. Interesting how even they picked up on the woman's crazy vibes. More proof in the pudding that Miss Washington was definitely missing a few screws in her head. I exited out of the bedroom and made my way back down the hallway. A part of me wanted to check out the other rooms in the house. Fuck it. I opened the first door off to my left. It was a guest bathroom. Nothing of interest in there. I took a couple of more steps and opened another door that too was on the left. The door opened. I strolled into what looked like a guest room. Nothing but a single queen-size mattress sitting on top of a wood-frame bed sat in the center of the room. Although the lights were off, I noticed walls were painted baby blue. Odd color choice. Maybe at one point this bedroom was occupied by a young boy or kid. Then again, Miss Washington didn't have any kids, let alone grandchildren. I walked deeper into the room and then over to a sliding door closet with a body mirror attached to it. I slid the closet door open and quickly scanned the small closet up and down. It was completely empty. Not even a single hanger was in sight. I quickly closed the closet door, then dashed out of the room. At this point, I definitely was treading on thin ice by searching this woman's house with no warrant. And even if I wanted to get a warrant, I needed a justifiable cause. And a justifiable cause I didn't have. Only thing I had in possession was just this hunch. This hunch had better lead me to a fucking pot of gold. Otherwise, I was going to be out of a pension. Although my gut was telling me Miss Washington was going to be away for quite some time, there was a part of me that kept envisioning that any moment she could come bumbling through her front door and catch me. It would definitely be over for me. Old ladies like her were professionals at complaining, and despite the fact that she'd have to call up a long chain to reach the lieutenant, old people had all the fucking time in the world to get in contact with the right head person. Shit was indeed a risk, but there was just something that just kept compelling me to search the fuck out of this woman's house, even if it meant that I was committing career suicide. I made my way to another door toward the end of the hallway on the right. Before I opened the door, I looked down toward the master bedroom just to make sure I didn't have those two guys staring at me, wondering what in the hell I was doing going through the woman's shit. The last thing I wanted was for them to report back to her that I had come to her house unannounced, and that they witnessed me snooping through her shit. Then again, they probably wouldn't even give a damn, given just how spooked out they seemed by her. I cautiously opened the door and peered in the dark room. It was completely empty. I looked back down the hallway again one more time just to make sure I didn't have curious eyes on me. All clear. I strolled in and rushed over to another closet. I slid the door open and this closet too was empty. Damn it, I grumbled and quickly slid the closet door back closed. I rushed out of the room and then closed the door. Shaking my head out of frustration, I zipped past the kitchen, making my way toward the door. However, my eyes caught hold of another door between the stove and another closet door that was probably a pantry. I froze. There wasn't a door leading to a garage. Maybe it was a bigger pantry? I didn't know, but once again, my curiosity was boiling over like lava from a volcano. A debate went off in my conscience as to what my next move was going to be. My unblinking eyes were enslaved to the doorknob. Fuck it. I dashed over to the door and opened it. Although the room was dark, bright light coming from the kitchen allowed me to get a partial glimpse of what exactly this room was. And indeed, it was a pantry. Shelves were installed to the walls and they were lined with canned goods, boxes of cereal, paper towels, and other typical dry goods. Miss Washington had enough food and other items to survive an apocalypse or a natural disaster. Her ass must have been one of those extreme couponers. People like that got on my fucking nerves. Motherfuckers like that were always buying unnecessary shit. Just because it was on sale for a penny didn't mean you needed to get it. I quickly scanned the room and then to my surprise there was another door. Damn, this house is a fucking maze. I walked inside the pantry and I glanced up, noticing there was a small lighting fixture in the center of the ceiling. I looked over my shoulder and saw the light switch. I cut the light on and then walked over to the other door. I paused for a moment, debating whether or not I should yet again take another dive down this rabbit hole. Damn. Well, I've gone this far. Might as well see what the hell this lady got up in her house. I grabbed the doorknob, slowly opened the door, and yet again, to my motherfucking shock, I stood staring down a dark staircase. I began to proceed down the stairs and then rubbed the side of the wall to see if there was a light switch. There was, and I turned on what was a small ceiling light that immediately lit up the entire staircase. Nausea growing within me, I descended down the staircase. The sound of my footsteps stumping against the hardwood steps echoed in my ear as I got closer and closer to the bottom floor. Once there, I stared off into nothing but a dark room. I pulled out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight app to illuminate my surrounding area. Then I saw another light switch. I flicked it on and let out a deep breath when I realized that I was in a virtually empty basement. The walls were painted a light sea green. The only piece of furniture in the room was a single shelf that was lined with books. I walked deeper into the basement, wondering if there'd be another door to journey through. There was one. However, from the rumbling I could hear emanating from it, it probably was just a boiler room. I strolled over to the door, grabbed the doorknob to open it, but the door was locked. I noticed you needed a key to gain entry. That boiler room had a weird putrid smell coming from it, and the smell wasn't something similar to a dead body. Shit, I'd be able to recognize that smell from 1,000 miles away. The smell was moldy, almost a bit fishy. Perhaps there was some rotting wood in there. Besides, if Miss Washington was some crazy serial killer, which I knew she wasn't, she wouldn't store the bodies in her house. Nah, she was the type to dispose of dead bodies in a vacant property somewhere. I don't even know why I was thinking like that. The woman was damn near 80, and so far I knew absolutely nothing about her. I didn't even know why I was allowing my mind to think she was a murderer. I was really taking things too far now, but man, that hunch. It was just growing and growing the more I looked around this room. Something in here was trying to grab my attention. I could just feel it. I scanned the room, and then my eyes landed on that shelf. I walked over and noticed the entire shelf was lined with books that were probably collecting decades' worth of dust. Scanning each section of the shelf, nothing really stood out to me. That was until I got to the second to last part of the shelf, and I noticed a laptop, an expensive-looking MacBook, sitting vacant. That wasn't really what stood out to me, though. What really set my alarms off ringing in my head was a splatter of what seemed like blood on the laptop. My gut feeling ramped up in intensity, and my intuition was telling me to grab the laptop. All the evidence I needed was right there on that laptop. Grab it, Mike. Grab the fucking laptop. This old bitch. I grabbed the laptop and rushed over to the light switch to turn the lights off in the basement. I ran back up the staircase, and before I exited out, I turned the staircase light off as well. Definitely didn't want to leave any trace that someone had been down in her basement. I exited out the pantry, rushed out of the kitchen, and just before I made my way to the front door, I looked down the hallway and noticed the two cleaners were still going at it. They were completely undistracted and probably didn't even realize I was still in the house. Perfect, I mumbled to myself and then flew out of the front door. I popped open the trunk and threw the laptop on top of my shit. I then hopped in the front seat, chucked the engine up, and sped off, making my way back to the apartment. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I was going to get forensics to check out the blood on this laptop.
Chapter 31. Vernita.
My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. I popped my fingers as I screamed the lyrics to that song. Baby, this tune was my jam. I love me some Kaya. Her ratchet snaggletooth ass. Baby girl sure knows she needs some dental work, but she knows she can make some nasty music. I had to get the hell up out of that hotel and get back to my old new self. I'd be damned if I was gonna let all these crazy hallucinations drive me to insanity. So on that note, I was making my way through downtown to go check out a bar or a tavern so I can get my motherfucking drink on and hopefully get me some dick. Honestly, at this point, Vernita was willing to let a white boy get a feel for these here sugar walls. It was almost 5 p.m., and that meant that pretty soon a bunch of good-looking white men were going to be flooding all the bars and taverns for happy hour. Honestly, I was tired of dealing with niggas. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my black men, but sometimes I just didn't want to have to deal with all the drama and downright fucking bullshit those niggas made you go through. Sometimes the dick just wasn't worth it, especially considering everything I went through with Percy. For right now, I just wanted to go to a good bar, drink some bourbon, meet me a fine-ass white man that looked like Tom Cruise, and get my fat, juicy pussy sucked and fucked on. Although it was a tad chilly today, I had the drop top pulled back as I glided down the street. Light gusts blew through my hair. The streets were crowded with all sorts of people who looked like they were in a rush to make it to the train or bus. The sound of taxicabs honking their horns filled the air. I usually hated driving through downtown, but I was just so relieved to know I wasn't hearing any of those crazy voices, let alone seeing those crazy apparitions.
The devil was surely a lie, and I'd be damned if I was going to let him get the best of me. Although I knew I was about to engage in some sin for the evening, God knew my heart and he knew I was a faithful child of his. I had to do what I had to do to make myself feel whole again. I had no idea what bar I was going to go to, so as I slowly drove down Michigan Avenue, I turned off a random street and found the closest parking garage. That was something else I absolutely hated about driving in downtown. Parking was so expensive. I pulled up to the gate and, lo and behold, some young, muscular, light-skinned nigga with tattoos running all up and down his neck and arms hopped out of the booth, then walked up to the driver's side window. "Good afternoon, ma'am. How long are you gonna be here?"
Hey,
I replied to his sexy ass, smiling and licking my lips. "Child, I don't know. I'm thinking for a few hours."
"Well, it's gonna be $30 because there's an event going on."
Just that quickly, I became pissed. $30? I spat back to him. "Now, young man, you and I know that is a ripoff. What kind of event is going on?"
"Some concert over in Millennial Park,"
he said nonchalantly. Although I was angry as hell, I just went ahead and dug in my pocketbook, pulled my wallet out, and handed the young fine-ass nigga two $20 bills. I took a quick scan of him as he fiddled with some notepad in his hand. Looking down at his jeans, I saw his fat, long dick resting on the side of his leg. Baby, that dick looked like a Coca-Cola bottle up in them jeans. I had no idea how old this boy was, but he was probably pushing 25 at the minimum.
"All right, here's your receipt. Place your sticker in the window,"
he replied. I looked up and instantly gasped. Some old, ugly-ass white man with craters all up in his face was extending his hand out to me. "Who are you? Where did that other boy go?"
excuse me?
The old-ass white man replied, looking confused.
What young man? I've been standing here the entire time."
No, there was a young black man who was just standing here."
"No, ma'am. No black man works for this parking garage. Is everything okay?"
Not saying anything back to him, I just yanked the receipt and decal out of his hand, rolled the car window up, and then drove through the gate. Oh, Lord, my mind was playing tricks on me again. But perhaps because I was so horny, I was just imagining folks. Then again, I was deluding myself. I was getting a tad scared again because obviously that young man wasn't real. My heart thumped with anxiety, and something deep down in me told me that I really needed to slow my roll and check into a hospital as soon as possible. I quickly deadened that dreadful thought as I didn't want to deal with these damn doctors anymore. They were the worst. The absolute worst. So, after burying the anxiety in the back of my mind, ignoring the possibility that something was truly wrong with me, I slowly drove up the ramp leading me to the second floor of the garage. God damn, I grumbled as I kept seeing each parking spot was occupied. This entire garage was parked to the brim. Now, making my way up to the third floor, I continued driving until finally I found a spot all the way toward the back. But to my luck, I noticed that the spot was close to the elevator. Thank God, because I noticed earlier my hip was a bit sore, and if I planned on getting some dick tonight, I couldn't fuck with no damn stairs. I needed all the strength in my ass and hip muscles to take a good pounding. I pulled into the spot, and for a second, I just sat back and closed my eyes. I began to drift off, hoping that those hallucinations and voices were truly over. Lord, please bring me through this fire, I prayed, rubbing the side of my head. Just as I was about to turn the car engine off, my cell phone began ringing. My phone was connected to my Bluetooth system in my car, so I instantly saw Shardae's phone number flashing across the screen. Just then and there, I became sad all over again. Damn, it just totally slipped my mind that Alice was gone. I didn't know how I managed to forget about everything that just happened. But I guess because I was so stressed out from my own situation, I just totally forgot about Alice. Oh, Lord, what in the world was I doing right now? I should have been over Alice's house helping Shardae and the rest of the family with the arrangements. The phone kept ringing, and a part of me contemplated whether or not I should answer. I truly needed some nasty sex just to get my mind off of things. All of this was just too much for me. Just as I was about to ignore the phone call and get out of the car, guilt instantly slapped me in the face. I hit the answer button on the steering wheel. "Oh, Sade, girl, I've been meaning to call you. How you holding up? I was just out and about running errands and whatnot."
Hey, Miss Vernita. I was just calling to check on you because I hadn't heard or talked to you in a while. Is everything okay?
She asked. I suddenly became confused. Wait, what are you talking about? I just saw you a few days ago.
Miss Vernita, we haven't talked in a while. It's been a few months. What are you talking about?
Sade, I know you're going through it, baby. It's gonna be all right. God is still in control.
Miss Vernita, I'm so confused right now. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Baby, Alice is in a better place. Know that for sure. She was a praying woman. She loved the Lord. I know it's hard, baby, but she's looking down on us right now. Believe that. Do you pray?
I know Mama's looking down on us, Miss Vernita. And yes, I pray.
Do you need me to come over and help y'all out with the funeral arrangements? Who got the body? I don't want my friend going to any old okey-doke funeral home. Some of these people will put too much makeup on the body. Damn shame. Half folks are looking like they in a circus or something. Oh, and what church did Alice belong to? 'Cause some of these churches don't do people right.
Oh, no. Miss Vernita, is everything okay?
Sade, why you keep asking me that? I'm fine. Are you okay?
I'm fine, Miss Vernita, but why do you keep asking about Mama? She's been dead for years, Miss Vernita.
What are you talking about? Girl, stop playing with me. Alice just died.
Miss Vernita, I think you might be losing your memory. Mama's been dead for nearly 5 years.
What?
Yes, Miss Vernita.
My mouth dropped. Staring off at nothing in particular, I was trying my hardest to register the words that Sade just dropped on me, but my mind began to go blank. I didn't know what else to think at this point. I couldn't even formulate the words. I gotta go, Sade. I got errands to run. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ain't nothing wrong with me. You just take care of yourself, child.
Miss Vernita, do you want me to come by and help you out? It sounds like you might need some help around the house. Have you been going to the doctor?
Alice just died. Why you messing with me? She just died. I yelled out as tears dripped down my cheeks. I started to get really nervous, and then as I tried my hardest to ponder over what Sade was saying, it was starting to make sense. Oh, Lord. Alice has been dead. Her funeral was years ago. This entire time I had been having full-on conversations with her and she really wasn't even there. Now that I thought about it, all the memories I had of her were all jumbled together. Hell, I didn't know what was the past or present.
Okay, Miss Vernita, just calm down. You don't sound too well. Let me come by and help you out. It might take me some time to get there, but I can be there in 2 hours. I just gotta let Lamar and the kids know.
What are you talking about, Sade? Lamar? You messing around with your mama's boyfriend?
No, Miss Vernita. Lamar is my husband, remember? You were even at our wedding on the cruise. Remember? I can send my brother over to check on you.
I could hear Sade cry as she continued to plead with me that I needed help. Why was she messing with me? I just knew I wasn't dreaming up none of this mess. I think she was fucking with me. I just knew it. I may have been hearing things and seeing folks, but all of this right here had to be some joke. But then again, maybe it wasn't. Oh, Lord. I looked at myself in my rearview mirror. Lord, I was ill. I was really losing my mind. Now silent, I just sat in my seat, thinking hard about everything. Oh, Lord, I was losing my mind.
Oh, Lordy, Lord, make it go away. Make it all go away. They coming after me.
Miss Vernita, just make it home safely. I'm gonna be there soon. Sade begged, as she began talking to what must have been her children in the background. I started to feel very nauseous, and a wave of forgetfulness began to drown me out. I could hear Sade keep talking to me, but at this point her words were sounding all like mumbo-jumbo. Okay, I'm gonna go on now, dear. I ain't feeling too well. I told Sade and then hung up the phone. I sat back in the car for a second just to try to gather my thoughts. Everything was so confusing. I looked in the mirror and didn't even recognize my own damn self. I didn't even know my own name. In fact, I didn't even know where I was at. Why was I here? Why was I in this parking garage and not back at my home? In a daze, I didn't know what to do next. I was getting terrified. I took a glance of myself once more in the rearview mirror, but instantly gasped when I saw my deceased mother in the back seat. Mama? I shook my head and closed my eyes. I looked again. She was gone. Oh, how I missed my mother, and my father, and even Clarence. Child, I was just ready to go home to be with the Lord. Tears swelled in my eyes as I shook off the thoughts of dying. Okay, child, I need to get home, but I don't even know how to drive this here automobile. I fiddled with the keys in the ignition, and just as I was about to pull out of the parking spot, my phone began ringing. Just like that, I snapped back into reality, and I knew exactly where I was at. I stared off and tried to recollect where I was at again, just to be sure. I was in downtown, just about ready to go out to drink and meet up with someone. My name is Vernita Ernestine Washington. I was born on May 26, 1943, at St. Luke's Hospital on the south side of Chicago. Okay, maybe it was just that medicine making me forget who I was. It had to be. I didn't have no damn Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. It had to be the tumor. The phone kept ringing. Oh, hell! I grunted when once again I caught myself in a daze. I stared over at the car radio console screen and saw Mr. Kilpatrick's name flashing. How in the hell did his nosy ass even get my phone number? I didn't even talk to that man like that. Then again, I must have given it to him. The phone kept ringing, and I sure as hell didn't want to answer it, let alone be bothered by him. But it just kept ringing. He was adamant. I hit the answer button on my steering wheel. Hello?
Vernita, where are you?
Mr. Kilpatrick, how'd you get my phone number?
Vernita, the cops are back at your place again. A bunch of them. They found 3 bodies in your basement. The cops are looking for you.
Bodies? What? What are you talking about, Mr. Kilpatrick? Stop messing with me. I don't like these here games y'all playing on me. First Sade, now you? Y'all making me really upset.
Vernita, please, calm down. Please. The cops are all over the place. Where are you?
He asked as he screamed into the phone. I can't take this shit no more. I swear I can't. My mind was beginning to see flashbacks of my life. Everything was all jumbled together once more, and then I drew blank. I got out of the car and just began to aimlessly roam around the dimly lit parking garage.
Chapter 32. Detective Mike Colvin.
It was almost close to 6 when I finally made my way to Lisa's apartment. After I left Miss Washington's apartment, I jetted straight home and threw on the nicest outfit I could scrounge up without needing to iron. I was tired as fuck, but gassed up knowing I had the final puzzle piece in putting everything together with Miss Washington. That old bitch was going down for sure. I sent Lisa a text and told her I was outside, ready to pick her up for our date tonight. A few minutes later, she rushed through the front door of her apartment building. My mouth flung wide open when I realized she was dressed like she was about to go to the fucking mayor's ball or some shit. Damn, I felt kind of bad because it was obvious she'd never been to a really nice restaurant before. Clad in this very revealing red dress, I had it in me to tell her she was a tad overdressed. Lisa stayed over in Washington Park, which wasn't too far away from my crib over in Woodlawn. Although this part of the South Side was a bit safer compared to other sides, Washington Park definitely had its rough spots, and unfortunately, Lisa and her kids stayed in the roughest. Once she hit the sidewalk, she took deliberate steps toward my car. I could see she had on some tall pumps, and one misstep would have had her collapsing to the ground. I got out of the car and then opened the passenger door for her. "You look nice," I said, smiling as I helped her in. I took a quick glance at her hand and noticed she had the bracelet on her wrist. Damn, now I was starting to feel a bit bad.
Oh, wow, really? She said. Why do you have that smirk on your face? Am I overdressed or something?
Nah, not really. I lied. The last thing I wanted to do was make her feel out of place, and then we'd have to possibly waste another hour for her to find a more appropriate outfit. Fuck it, yeah. Ruth's Chris was a nice restaurant, but it damn sure wasn't some fancy schmancy place. I got back over to the driver's side, hopped in the car, and began to put my seatbelt on.
Oh my God, I meant to tell you. I looked up Ruth's Chris Place, and it is nice. I ain't never had a man take me here before. You are truly different,
Lisa commented as she stared at herself in the visor mirror, making some adjustments to her glued-in lashes. Honestly, I was a bit underdressed. I had on a pair of jeans, a polo, and some basic-ass black dress shoes. Damn, so you really never been there before? I asked, feeling kind of bad that in all the years she'd been dealing with the niggas in her life, none of those clowns ever took her to a nice restaurant.
No, I haven't. But I'm glad you're the first, though, she said, smiling right back at me.
She leaned over and began planting kisses all up and down my face and neck. I looked at her, and then both of us began to make out like two horny-ass high schoolers. Now my dick was starting to get hard, and a part of me wanted to just scrap this date night, take her back to my place, and finish what we started earlier. Damn, baby, you making my dick so hard right now, I moaned as I ran my hand between her thighs.
Yeah, well, feed me and I'll fuck your brains out.
Oh, for sure. We continued to make out, and I didn't give a fuck that we were out on the side of the street where a bunch of people could have been observing us. Just as I was about to pull back and take off, my cell phone began vibrating in my pocket. I wanted to ignore it and keep making out with Lisa, but I just had the urge to answer the phone. Sorry, I quickly apologized as I pulled away from her and snatched the phone out of my pocket. When I saw it was the lieutenant calling me, I knew I had no other choice but to answer. I swiped right to answer the call, and before I could greet the boss, I heard him yelling,
Colvin, where the fuck are you at?
Sir?
Colvin, you need to get your ass down to this old lady's house right fucking now.
I gulped. Fuck. I just had a feeling I was in trouble. But how? And why? Sir, what happened?
3 bodies, Colvin. 3! All in Miss Washington's basement. Get down here right now. I don't care where you're at and what you're doing, but you need to get down here ASAP.
What? My eyes exploded with surprise and terror. Sir, say that again?
Yes, you heard me motherfucking right. 3 fucking bodies. Just get your ass down here right now. Where are you?
I'm right around the corner, over in Washington Park. I was about to...
I don't care. Get here, now.
I looked over at Lisa. She had a look of disappointment etched on her face. Okay, I'm on my way, I told the lieutenant, then hung up.
You know what, Mike? Fuck it. I'm done with you,
she growled, and quickly snatched the bracelet off her wrist and threw it at me.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
Nigga, whatever,
she said, shaking her head.
And don't buy the next bitch some cheap-ass jewelry. Fucking clown. And your dick is little, too.
She spat as she quickly opened the car door and rushed out, making her way back inside her apartment building. Although Miss Washington's townhouse was literally a 6-minute ride around the corner from Lisa's apartment, seemed like she lived an hour away. Time was slowed down. My mind was completely empty. How in the hell did I miss 3 bodies? What the fuck? I had a million questions swimming through my mind. I was trying so hard to piece together everything, but I couldn't. Nothing was making sense. At all. I pulled down the block near Miss Washington's townhouse and was completely stunned to see that half the damn force was out and about. There were at least 50 cruisers parked down the block. Half of Hyde Park's residents were on the street as well. I got closer and parked near a deli. I hopped out and noticed everyone literally had looks of curiosity painted on their faces. Walking closer to the row of townhouses, I noticed some unmarked brown vehicles were parked off to the side. That had to be the feds. I approached a group of officers, ones who I had recognized from being here earlier in the day. They were standing guard in the intersection of the street. The entire area had literally been roped off, once again.
There's the man of the hour,
one of the officers said to me. Where's Lieutenant? I asked as I kept my eyes glued to the townhouse.
He's inside,
the officer, some tall, lanky white dude, uttered. I didn't know his name. He was just a regular beat officer. Taking my time, I strolled over to the entrance of the driveway. Although by now it was getting darker, nothing but blue light emanated from all of the patrol cars, illuminating the entire block. Nausea bubbled within me as I took cautious, deliberate steps up the driveway. I looked over to my right and saw Mr. Kilpatrick talking to some other officers. He was crying like he just found out his wife had been murdered or something. All of this shit was so surreal. Just as I was about to walk through the townhouse door, Jake and the lieutenant just so happened to be walking out.
There he fucking is,
Lieutenant growled, shaking his head out of disgust.
Let's have a conversation in private, Detective Colvin.
I looked at Jake and he just lowered and shook his head as he walked away, not saying anything. God damn it. What in the fuck did he tell the lieutenant? Boss and I walked over to his squad car and got in. Once the lieutenant slammed his car door shut, he looked over at me and asked, "Why were you over here earlier?"
Sir, I gulped. Just answer the fucking question. Why were you over here, Lieutenant? You were supposed to be off. I gave you explicit instructions to take your crazy ass home. You closed out a case and you were supposed to be off for a week. Why were you using department resources for your own private investigative purposes?
Sir, I already told you that this case wasn't a done deal. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but
Don't say another fucking word, you fucking retarded motherfucker, Lieutenant interrupted. You think you can solve every fucking thing, but you can't. You don't know shit.
Sir, please let me explain.
Don't explain shit to me, he interrupted again. I got 3 badly decomposed bodies found in this woman's house. And worst of all, you were seen coming in and out of this woman's place when you were supposed to be home. I want to believe you don't have shit to do with those bodies, but now you got internal affairs all over my shit, and your shit now. Are you fucking stupid? Sir, detective, get the fuck out of my car and stay as far away from the station for the next 2 weeks. You are suspended, pending an investigation. But sir, and don't try to contact anyone, not even your lousy-ass partner. Truth be told, I should have had you and Candace fired for fucking on the job. I immediately went silent. Sir, please. Yeah, you didn't think I knew about your violation of our fraternization policy, huh?
Please, sir, if you would just let me explain, I begged, but from the look on his face, I knew I couldn't say shit else at this point.
Get out, he barked, pointing toward the door.
With nothing else to say at this point, I followed the lieutenant's stern instruction and got out of his squad car. Fuck this fucking job, I grumbled to myself, shaking my head. I quickly made my way through the thick crowd. A few officers tried to start up conversations with me, but I didn't want to hear shit. I kept my eyes laser focused on the sidewalk as I headed back over to my car. I hopped in and sped home within 15 minutes. Once I got parked on the side of the street, I popped the trunk open, grabbed Miss Washington's laptop, and swiftly made my way inside my building. Once I got inside my apartment, I stormed over to my desk and sat at Miss Washington's bloody laptop. Then it hit me. Fuck! I didn't have the charge for the laptop. I flipped the computer open and tried to power it on, but the laptop was completely dead. Fuck! God damn it! I couldn't just let her get away with this shit. I had no idea why those bodies were discovered, let alone where Miss Washington was. But all I knew was her ass was guiltier than a motherfucker and needed to be strapped to an electric chair, ASAP. The last 2 weeks felt like 2 months. Time moved slower than molasses oozing down a tree. I spent most of my days locked up in my bedroom, catching up on much-needed sleep. There wasn't anything for me to do but sleep. Lisa wasn't fucking with me anymore. No one from the station was returning my phone calls. Even Jake wasn't talking to me. The only person I'd managed to talk to was my daughter, and our brief 15-minute conversation didn't even go over well. Today, however, I was hoping to get some reprieve. I got a phone call from the lieutenant earlier telling me that today I was scheduled to have a meeting with our unit commander, along with the commander from Internal Affairs. I was nervous as shit because this sounded like this was the end of my run in homicide. As much as I was dreading this awful meeting, I was actually relieved because a transfer out of the department was probably what I needed in this particular juncture in my life. The lieutenant didn't give me much input on the exact nature of the meeting. All he told me to do was make sure I dressed as if my job depended on it. So, that being said, I stood in my bathroom mirror, scanning my black suit jacket, making sure I didn't have a single trace of lint on it. I adjusted my maroon tie, making sure I had tied it correctly. I couldn't even remember the last time I put on a tie. I checked myself one last time in the mirror, then made my way out of the apartment to my car. About 20 minutes later, I arrived at the station, ready to get this shit over with. As I made my way out of the car, I threw some sunglasses on, adjusted my suit, and slowly walked through the parking lot, already envisioning a future in traffic enforcement. It was a somewhat warm Wednesday afternoon, and the heat beaming from the sun was making my underarms sweat profusely. This was exactly why I hated dressing up in professional attire. Shit was very uncomfortable. I didn't understand how other detectives and other higher-ups dressed this way all the time. My meeting with the lieutenant, the unit commander, along with Internal Affairs, was scheduled to start in 5 minutes, over in the east wing of the building where the Internal Affairs Division was located. I strolled into the office and made my way over to the conference room. I walked inside and was immediately hit with the presence of everyone. "Good morning, gentlemen." I greeted them and then tightened my lips. "Have a seat, detective." Commander Orwell replied back, enthusiastically with this Joker-like smile. He was an older white man, probably in his early 60s. Everything about him was tight. His face, his stiff hair, the weird slits he had for eyes, even his posture. Everything about him reeked asshole, and I knew he was going to tear me a new one. I glanced over at the lieutenant along with our unit commander, Commander Jenkins. They didn't say shit to me. Both men, two stern-looking brothers, just gave me a menacing stare. That was my cue to not say shit else. Sit the fuck down and let the bullshit begin. As soon as I sat down, Commander Jenkins, a nigga who almost reminded me of Denzel Washington, cleared his throat and said, "Detective Colvin, we brought you in because we want to discuss a number of things, principally your future with the Chicago Police Department. This is another reason why Commander Orwell from Internal Affairs is here." "I understand, sir," I replied, somewhat nervous. "Good. I'm glad you do," Commander Jenkins said. "But before we get started, we wanted to give you some updates into the situation with Miss Washington and the 3 bodies discovered in her residence." "I'm glad to hear. Is she a lead suspect?" I asked. "No, not at all, Detective Colvin. And for that reason, this is why you are here. You broke a number of laws and department protocols, one of them being using department resources to conduct your own outside investigation. An investigation that netted absolutely nothing of value." He continued, "In your absence, the rest of our law-abiding police detectives, along with the assistance of the FBI, conducted some very awesome investigative work. And in just an hour, we are announcing that we have a suspect, actually several, in our investigation." Although I couldn't see myself, my face fell flat, and the anxiety I already had in me was now turned up to level 10. "Detective, the suspect in your original investigation, Percival Andrews, I understand you were convinced that he was an innocent man, and that Miss Washington, who unfortunately now is hospitalized and whose health is rapidly declining, must have killed him. Do I understand this correctly?" I didn't like where any of this was going, and this motherfucker was already drawing up several conclusions that I hadn't even yet arrived. "Sir, I had an inkling that Miss Washington wasn't telling the full truth about what happened that night, the night she alleged Mr. Andrews physically assaulted and raped her. I would have further pursued the case based on several details, but—" I looked over at Lieutenant. "But my superior officer informed me that I needed to close the case. And yes, I admit that I overstepped my boundaries, but I was getting closer to the truth. Well, with all due respect, Detective, you were far from the truth. Mr. Andrews, along with his longtime partner and confidant, Markel Jacobs, were part of a large burglary ring, and unfortunately, they took advantage of Ms. Washington. How? I was confused. Were you aware that Miss Washington had recently been diagnosed with a severe neurological complication? No, I wasn't aware. Yes. Miss Washington suffers from stage 3 dementia. She had no real relationship with Mr. Andrews other than the fact that he'd check on her from time to time while he and others took advantage of her. She also suffers from severe hallucinations. Family friends would come and check on her from time to time, but for the most part, Miss Washington had no idea what was going on behind her back. She's a completely innocent victim in all of this. I'm confused, sir. She seemed very lucid to me when I spoke to her. How did her condition just suddenly deteriorate? Detective, let me make this very clear. Miss Washington has nothing to do with what I'm about to tell you. The 3 bodies found in her basement were also associates of Mr. Andrews and Mr. Jacobs. Rhodessa and Ricky Clark were a married couple. They were well-known drug traffickers from the Memphis area and had recently moved to Chicago some years ago. Also, another associate of theirs, Juan Gonzalez, was a part of this burglary ring. We were able to use forensics to ID all of these bodies, luckily. Mr. Gonzalez used a moving company to stake out houses. We've also arrested several individuals associated with the moving company. As for our lead suspect, Mr. Jacobs, the FBI apprehended him in Atlanta. He's on his way back to Chicago as we speak, Commander Jenkins explained. Wow, I'm shocked. I just don't know what to say, I replied. I was stunned. I didn't see any of this coming. I was just at a loss of words. So, I assume then that this case is closed? I asked. Yes, this case is officially closed. Great work done, of course, by our law-abiding homicide detectives, Commander Orwell replied. And on that note, we need to segue this conversation to your future with the Chicago Police Department, Detective Colvin. Can we please have your badge and gun? My mouth flung wide open. Why? Because effective today, you are terminated from the Chicago Police Department, uttered Commander Orwell. And you are also ineligible to receive your pension. Just count yourself lucky that you aren't sitting up in a jail cell.
Chapter 33. Detective Mike Colvin. A year later. Mike, this is my 3rd time telling you that you have to get in the corners. You have to dig deep and pull back all the equipment. This shouldn't be that difficult. I found a roach in the corner this morning. If the regional manager would have come by and did an inspection, you could have cost me my job. Rachel, this nasty fat white bitch, was once again grilling me for not doing an effective job at cleaning the kitchen. A year after I got fired, I had an extremely difficult time finding a place that would hire me. In exchange for receiving at least a partial pension, which I wouldn't have access to until I turned 60, I had to agree to not use the police department as a reference. That pretty much disbarred me from getting security gigs and shit. So, with no other real experience, I ended up working as a line cook at this whack-ass hipster vegan barbecue restaurant up on the north side. Such a silly-ass concept. I hated this fucking place with a passion, too. Only reason why I took a job here was because these crackers were paying close to $20 an hour. Their food tasted like shit. Sorry, Rachel. I'll do better next time. I apologized as I stood there feeling pathetic as fuck. Unfortunately, Mike, there isn't a next time. I'm gonna have to let you go. Can you please go ahead and clock out for me? What? All because I missed one spot? Mike, that one spot could have gotten us in trouble with the city. And please, lower your voice. We have customers in here now. I looked around and noticed that a few people were staring at us. I didn't give a fuck, though. This fat bitch was just looking for an excuse to get rid of me. I knew her chunky, spoiled milk-smelling ass didn't like me from the moment she laid eyes on me. Man, fuck this job and fuck you.
I yanked the hat off my head and apron off my shoulders, balled them up and threw them onto the floor. Make sure you send me my check in the mail, too.
Mike, get out. Now.
Screamed Rachel as she pointed toward the exit of the restaurant. Bitch, you ain't gotta tell me twice. This place sucks any fucking damn way. Who the fuck eats vegan barbecue? Weird-ass white folks. I stormed around the kitchen counter and made my way outside toward my piece of shit Elantra. Since I got let go from CPD, I sold my Charger and downgraded to a used Hyundai with 80,000 miles on it. I hopped in and chucked up the engine. I needed a fucking cigarette to cool my nerves. I slapped a Newport in my mouth, lit up, and sped out of the parking lot. Bitch-ass motherfuckers. An hour later, I was back at my apartment. Once inside the building, I walked up to my unit and saw I had a 7-day notice from my landlord. I was late on rent once again. I checked my bank account earlier and only had $500 to my name. Ain't no way in the hell I was going to be able to come up with $1,200 to pay my rent this month. I needed to hit up someone to borrow some cash, but I didn't even know who I was going to bother to call. I virtually had no one to rely on. In fact, no one from CPD was fucking with me anymore. A part of me wanted to call my ex-wife and ask her if she could help me out. She came to my aid not too long ago for some other stuff, but her new bitch-ass husband, Mark, gave her grief. I yanked the notice off the door, then rushed inside my apartment. I couldn't believe this was my life. All because I simply was trying to do the right fucking thing. Every day I woke up, I relived the entire day those bodies were discovered in that old bitch's house. I just couldn't believe that I was so fucking off. As crazy as it sounded, I still had that hunch. Something wasn't adding up. But I had to shake that shit out of my head and figure out how I was going to get this money to pay my rent this month. So, with no other choice and no time to waste, the next best thing I could do was sell a few electronics I had up in the house. Hopefully that would put hundreds of dollars in my hands once I listed these shits on Craigslist. I had a flat screen TV in the living room, another one in my bedroom. Then I had 2 old laptops that I currently wasn't using. I also had 2 old iPhones. I flew into my bedroom and began looking for the laptops. Last I remembered, I put them in my closet. I dug through boxes tucked away in the back of the closet, but as soon as I pulled out the 2 laptops, my eyes widened with surprise when I realized I still had Miss Washington's MacBook. I forgot I even still had the shit up in my house. Shit, how did I forget that? Then again, since that day I was fired, my life had went through so much turmoil that the last thing I had on my mind was the fucking laptop. Then on top of that, with all the guys that got busted for that burglary ring, there was really no point in digging any deeper into Miss Washington. But there was just something about everything I couldn't let go. There was something. Pausing for a moment, I looked at the side of the laptop and thought maybe I could find a charger on Amazon or an electronics store to power this shit on. I pulled out my cell phone, went to Amazon.com, and searched for a charger that may have been compatible. To my luck, I found one, a used one that was going to take about 3 weeks to get here, if I ordered it now. A debate went off in my head. Just let it go, Mike, just let it go. The case is over. You're not a cop anymore. The case is closed. Nah, nigga. This is the case of a lifetime. That bitch is shady as shit. Fuck it, I groaned once I hit the order button. Now back to other personal business. I scrambled to get all the electronics I could sell. An hour later, I was getting hit up left and right from motherfuckers off Craigslist. Thank God, because getting evicted would drive me over the edge. 2 weeks later, the package from Amazon arrived. As soon as the driver dropped off the package, like a maniac man, I rushed downstairs to the stoop, grabbed the package, and then ran back up to my unit. Once inside, I quickly opened the package and then made my way over to my desk where I kept the laptop. The blot of blood was still visible on the back of the laptop, and that was still very much evidence in the event something useful was on this laptop. I plugged the charger into the laptop and pressed the power button, hoping the MacBook would turn on. The keyboard lit up. Yes! Within seconds, the desktop popped up. Damn, Miss Washington didn't even bother to password protect her damn computer. Then again, that wasn't surprising, and there probably was no need for her to do that. The desktop was virtually empty. She had 2 folders, one titled Finances and another was titled Webcam. I clicked the Finances folder and immediately a bunch of PDF files popped up. I opened them one by one. It was a combination of bank statements, credit card statements, bills, and receipts she saved just to have electronic documentation. Damn, for an elderly woman, I didn't think the old hag would be technologically inclined enough to keep everything on a laptop. Then I stumbled upon 3 separate life insurance policies. My eyes widened with shock when I saw the amount of money that had been paid out to her. She had as much as 3 $1 million policies. I jetted back over to her bank statements and became even more surprised once I took a deeper dive into her bank accounts. This woman was rolling in some serious cash. Shit was making me so damn angry. Here I was, my entire life ruined over her ass, and apparently, she was languishing away in some nursing home sitting on millions of dollars. Such fucking bullshit. With nothing else of importance to look at, I closed out of the folder and scrolled over to the webcam folder. I opened it up and was immediately slapped with what looked like thousands of recordings, all coming from the small camera embedded in the top center of the laptop screen. I chuckled, wondering what in the hell this woman was recording. I clicked on one video and let it play. 20 seconds in, all Miss Washington was doing was clicking away at the computer screen, talking to herself. Nothing important. She was just rambling to herself. There had to be something in these videos. So now that I was unemployed and not really thirsty to begin another job search just yet, I made up in my mind that I was going to spend however long possible to go through all these videos. They all went back to 2015. Why was she recording herself, though? Seemed kind of odd, but then maybe she clicked on something inside the computer that turned the camera on, and she was unknowingly recording herself. 2 days later, and virtually getting little sleep, I was now about 600 videos in. Every day, Miss Washington had the same routine. She'd log in and just stare away at the computer. Every now and then, it seemed like she was talking to herself. It was about 10 a.m. in the morning, and I was fucking starving. I got up out of the bed, holding the laptop in one hand as I trekked down the hallway into my kitchen. My eyes glued onto the computer screen, and the volume cranked all the way up. I made myself a bowl of cereal with one hand, then went into the living room. With nothing on but some boxers, I sat the computer down on the coffee table and slowly ate my Fruit Loops, hoping one of these videos would give me some deeper clues into this woman's life. I clicked the next video, and this time, she seemed different. Looked like she was crying, but she didn't seem sad or depressed. She seemed enraged, like she had just got done cursing someone out. She was rocking back and forth in her computer chair, mumbling to herself. I could barely make out what she was saying, so I quickly placed a bowl of cereal down on the coffee table, grabbed the laptop, then held my ear up to the speaker. "Don't feel bad, Vanita. Don't feel bad. Just calm down. It had to be done. It had to be done. That nigga slept around and fucked your best friend. Fuck him. Fuck him. He was gonna die anyways." What the fuck? I sat there in complete shock. And yeah, I killed that hoe too. Both of them motherfuckers can be together now. In hell. Fuck Clarence and fuck Alice. Gonna have a motherfucking baby behind my back. All this time I trusted that motherfucker, and this is what he do to me? Fuck them both. And fuck Sade. Fuck 'em all. And she ain't getting not now dime out of me. Nothing. Bitch can get all the money she can from her sorry-ass husband, Lamar. Sorry-ass nigga. Couldn't even survive in the NBA. I went back and replayed everything she said. Once I confirmed everything I just heard, I shot up from the seat, grabbed a pen and piece of paper and wrote down the names Clarence, Alice, Sade, and Lamar. I clicked off the video, then searched her computer for each individual name. Clarence's name was found in several documents, most of which related to money and life insurance. That was obvious, though, since that was her husband. But who in the fuck was Alice? She said that was her best friend. I looked up Alice in the search bar, and the only thing that came up were 2 PDF files. I opened it, and it turned out to be Southwest airline tickets. One was for Miss Washington. The other was for an Alice Brown. Made sense. They were friends and were probably going on vacation together. I looked closely. They were flying to Fort Lauderdale. I opened the second PDF file. This time I was staring at cruise tickets. But then something else struck me as odd. I further scrolled down the PDF file and saw there was another cruise ticket attached. It was for a Jarquarius Miller. I wrote down that name as well. I looked back at the video and jotted down the date of the video. It was from September 5th, 2014. I pulled out my phone and typed in Alice Brown, obituary, Chicago. A few results came up. I clicked on the first result and was taken to a website belonging to R&R Funeral Home right here in Chicago. I saw a picture of an older, fair-skinned woman who looked like she was probably in her mid to late 60s. The obituary read, Brown Alice, 67 years. Peacefully passed into eternal life on September 5th, 2014. Loving mother of Sharday Tompkins, Paul Tompkins, and Janice Tompkins. Dearest grandmother of several grandchildren. Alice was a lifelong resident of Bronzeville, Chicago, Illinois. An avid bingo player, she loved her trips to the Bahamas, Jamaica, and Florida. She will be greatly missed, but we know she is resting in the sweet arms of Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I knew it. I knew it was something to this fucking old bitch. She fucking killed her friend. I couldn't contain myself as I started pacing the living room floor. I didn't know what it was, but my gut feeling told me to look into this Jarquarius Miller name. I typed his name into my search bar on my phone, and the first fucking thing that popped up was an article from ABC7. Then everything fucking gelled together. This little nigga was charged in an armed robbery and home invasion that resulted in the death of Alice Brown. There was video evidence of him pushing her down the stairs inside of her house. Then it hit me. I remembered this case. I didn't work this case, but everything was coming back to me. In fact, this was a case that Candace herself had worked. Fuck. I had it in me to call Candace, but unfortunately both of us were fired and she stopped talking to me. I glanced back at my phone and saw another article. Inmate killed in riot at Joliet Prison. I clicked it and read this nigga was killed in prison. Joliet Prison. Joliet Prison. Joliet Prison. There was someone else who went to Joliet Prison. Then this entire puzzle came beautifully together. As mysterious as it sounded, it all pieced together in my head. This had to make sense. It sounded crazy, but I could see it all playing out in my head now. Percival Andrews was at Joliet Prison too. He was there for 5 years. Miss Washington probably found out her husband was sleeping around on her years ago with her best friend, Miss Alice Brown. She probably found out and commissioned Mr. Andrews to kill Alice Brown. Miss Washington probably then used Jarquarius to kill Alice. But why would they go on a cruise? Oh, because he was going to push her over the cruise ship. But then that fell through. So he broke into her house and pushed her down the stairs. He was probably going to snitch on Miss Washington, but Mr. Andrews decided to take matters into his own hands. That was why Miss Clark said he was such an outstanding citizen. He fucking set himself up to get arrested and serve time in prison to get at Jarquarius. I stood in the middle of the living room, stunned, completely stunned that I may have just solved the craziest crime ever. And it all made sense. Miss Washington didn't want Sharday, the secret love child, to get her hands on Clarence's life insurance money. Either I was completely crazy or the smartest man alive. Silent, I stood there thinking about everything that happened over the year. My eyes became watery. I lost so much thinking how my detective hunches were both blessings and curses. I solved a lot of cases. I brought closure to a lot of families. But there were times I was wrong. Completely wrong. In this case, even with the video confession of Miss Washington, was this even real proof she committed a crime? I had no other evidence. Shaking my head, I grabbed the laptop off the coffee table, clicked out of the video, and then scrolled through what had to be at least 100 more videos. I clicked a random video and let it play. I saw Miss Washington once again at her computer, clicking and typing away. She had reading glasses hanging over her nose. Then out of nowhere, I could hear a deep voice shout out, "Where you at, bitch? You ready for some dick?" I gasped once I saw none other than Mr. Andrews walk into the room in the background. This nigga was completely naked, and his dick was already hard.
Hell yeah, I'm ready for some dick.
Miss Washington laughed.
Bring that dick over here.
Mr. Andrews got closer and closer, and once he was a few inches away from Miss Washington's face, she spun her head around, grabbed his dick and stuffed it down her mouth. Oh, shit. Without thinking and completely blown away from what I just saw, I dropped the computer on the ground. I blanked out for a second, but then I quickly looked down and saw that the computer literally shattered into 3 pieces. Fuck! No, no, no!
Chapter 34. Detective Mike Colvin.
I couldn't let this shit go. I refused to let this woman get away with multiple murders. Blood was on her hands. I didn't give a fuck if she was damn near 80. Wrong was wrong, and she was gonna pay for what the fuck she did. Call me paranoid, call me delusional, call me whatever the fuck you wanted, but I had everything solved. Unfortunately, no proof. I was gonna get proof, though. I knew that what I was about to do would get this woman to confess. It was a crazy idea, but I knew I was gonna get my motherfucking proof. On a semi-sunny late Sunday morning, I strolled through the Orland Hills nursing home to pay my dear friend, Miss Washington, a visit. I checked in at the visitor's desk and was told Miss Washington was currently at the chapel for church service. From the sound of it, I thought the chapel would have been some separate space on the nursing home's ground, but I was told it was just a conference room on the opposite side of the building. Once I got directions to the chapel, I made my way over there. As I walked closer and closer, I could hear the rumbling of gospel music pour out into the corridor. I'm coming up on the rough side of the mountain. Now that song right there was some old school country gospel music. I ain't heard that since I was a little boy when my grandma used to drag my ass to church. Boy, did I miss those days. Didn't have a care in the world. Not even a single responsibility. I'd spend my summers down in Mississippi fucking all the country hoes. I stood near the frame of the door and peered in. There were about a good 5 or 6 people in attendance. I scanned the room and there Miss Washington was, slightly bobbing her head as she sat in a wheelchair. A voluptuous black woman with a jerry curl dressed in a purple polka dot dress was at the front of the room near a podium blowing her pipes to the gospel song. Gosh, she sounded so horrible, but she was good enough to get the elders in attendance moving to the tune. Soon as the woman finished the song, she prayed, then concluded the church service. A young Latina woman dressed in nursing scrubs who sat off in the corner walked over to Miss Washington and began to roll her out of the room. Miss Washington looked completely gone. She was just a mere shell of herself. The nurse wheeled Miss Washington closer to the door, and I just stood there hoping the woman would instantly recognize me. Feet away, Miss Washington lifted her head and her eyes instantly widened. Although apparently her dementia by now was severe, that look in her eyes let me know she still remembered who the fuck I was. Nathaniel! It's my brother, Nathaniel! Miss Washington reached her arms out toward me.
No, Miss Washington. That's not your brother.
The nurse laughed and looked at me.
Sorry about that. She does that from time to time.
I actually am related to her. I can take her back to her room if you want.
Oh, are you? How are you all related?
I'm actually her brother's grandson. I'm Mike. Nice to meet you, I said, extending my hand out to the nurse.
I'm Dominique. I'm so glad Miss Washington has company today. Her goddaughter just stopped by not too long ago, and she brought these good brownies. They were so good. You just missed her, actually. And yes, you can take her back to her room. But actually, after church, I usually take Miss Washington for a walk outside in the park.
Oh, okay, well, I can do that too, I said, producing the fakest smile.
Oh, great. I need my lunch break already. I'm hungry. Thank you so much,
the nurse said, then took off down the hallway. I leaned down into Miss Washington's ear and whispered, "Let's go for a walk, my favorite great-aunt, Vernita. We got a lot to discuss, don't we?"
Nathaniel, you brought some of them ribs for me. Boy, you know I loves me some rib tips. How is Pauline doing?
Miss Washington squeezed out through her parched lips. Not saying anything back to her, I rode her down the hallway and then we made our way outside into an open courtyard park. The nursing home had a nice, well-paved trail with a quaint Japanese garden centered in the middle. A few other nursing home residents were outside, and they too were accompanied by nurses and others who were probably friends or family members. As I kept pushing Miss Washington, she kept rambling off at the mouth, talking about people who I didn't know anything about. We got toward a part of the trail where there was a cement picnic table along with matching stone chairs. I rolled Miss Washington next to the table and then sat down in one of the seats.
Pauline made some good chitlins, too. She make 'em spicy. I want some hog-head cheese. Did you bring any with you, Nathaniel?
Bitch, stop playing fucking games with me. You must think I'm stupid.
Pardon me? Don't use that language around me, Nathaniel. I'ma tell Mama.
I know you killed your husband. And you killed Alice. You killed Percy, too. You even had Percy to kill that boy in prison.
Nathaniel, stop it. Stop right now.
I pulled out a flash drive and stuck it in Miss Washington's face. You thought you were slick. You don't have fucking dementia. You're faking it. The moment those bodies were found, you started faking it. I know you are. But you are really fucking slick. Miss Washington's eyes exploded with shock and her mouth hung open.
What's that? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah? You know what the fuck I'm talking about now, bitch. This is what we call a flash drive. I got a hold of your laptop down in your basement and went through all those webcam videos. I spent weeks combing through your shit and then discovered all of your videos. I went through each fucking video and stumbled upon that video confession of yours. Then I saw the airline tickets, the cruise tickets. It didn't take me long to figure it out, bitch. I dug my index finger into my temple. I'm a genius. I'm good at what the fuck I do. From the moment I laid eyes on your crazy ass, I knew you were on some other shit. Yeah, you may have some health issues. You might be hallucinating here and there, but your ass ain't demented. You are very much conscious of what the fuck is going on.
Take me back to my room right now,
Miss Washington screamed out. Then she started yelling for help, but her cracking voice could barely get loud enough to grab someone's attention. You can scream all you want, Miss Washington. I growled as I stood up and began to walk away. But I'm sending this over to the police, ASAP. Truth be told, the flash drive was completely empty. I was just using it as a rouse to see how she'd respond.
Okay, so you got me. You figured it out. Yep, I killed Clarence. I had Percy to poison him. And then I had one of my older little boo things to kill that fat-ass bitch, Alice. I'd be damned if her and her raggedy-ass daughter were gonna get their claws on my motherfucking money. Especially considering all the shit I had to put up with Clarence. And yeah, I killed Percy's ass. After I found out what he and Markel were doing behind my back. Those slick niggas thought I was dumb. They were playing all sorts of games on me. So what the fuck you gonna do? Have me arrested? Put me in prison? You are a bitch-ass nigga for even digging through my shit like that. But who would believe you? Baby, I got the dementia. I have a tumor in my brain. And I have psychotic hallucinations. Nothing that comes out of my mouth can be trusted. Shit, sometimes I don't even trust my own self. I don't even know what's real or not real.
I slowly turned around. Mouth dropped out of shock. I just kept shaking my head. Yep, see? I knew it. Honestly, Vernita, I don't want to put you in prison. You've already lived out your life.
So what the fuck you want from me then, you hoe-ass nigga? Let me guess. Money? Because I know your dumb ass lost your job, meddling in places where you didn't belong.
Now that you mention it, you damn right I want money.
How much?
I want $250,000. That's all I need to get up out of the current jam I'm in. I don't even want to go back to work. Fuck that bullshit-ass job. Miss Washington went quiet, and her breathing became hard.
Fine then, but on one condition.
What's that?
Give me some dick.
I scrunched my face in surprise. What? From who? Oh yeah, this bitch was really out of her fucking mind. Fuck this shit. I needed to walk the fuck away right now and just drop everything.
Yeah, Detective Colvin, you heard me right. I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine. You give me some dick, and I'll give you all the money you need. Besides, since you've seen the videos, you know what I'm capable of. I want some dick. I've been up in this nursing home now for a year, playing with my pussy at night, and I'm sick of it.
I want some dick. Bitch, you are crazy. I scoffed at her idea. Baby, this is all an act. I still got some sense in me. Now look here. If you want the money, you gonna have to do right by me and give me some dick. So what the fuck you gonna do? I stood there for a second, shaking my head. Are you serious right now? That's all you want? And you will give me the money? Yes! I'm serious, motherfucker! Now what you gonna do? I don't know. And all I would have to do is fuck you once? Yup. I'm not playing either. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you was working with some serious wood. I knew I was gonna ride that motherfucker one day too. And wow, looks like the Lord works in mysterious ways. She laughed her ass off as she sat in that wheelchair. Now that I thought about it, did this old bitch even need a wheelchair? Was this all part of her act? Shaking my head in silence, disgust gripping my insides, I knew I really didn't have absolute proof of her crimes, other than this verbal confession. And even if I wanted to use what I found on her laptop as evidence, the truth was I technically stole the laptop out of her house, and any evidence found on the laptop would have been thrown out of court. However, Ms. Washington didn't need to know that. Neither did she need to know that the laptop was broken. And if all I had to do was fuck her once to get this cash, then goddammit I might just take her up on her offer. What the fuck are you doing, nigga? Really? Are you that desperate for money? My conscience was eating me the fuck alive. I couldn't even believe I was really considering this as an option. But with no real job prospects and bill collectors calling me all the fucking time, what the fuck did I have to lose? I took a deep stare at Ms. Washington and almost wanted to throw up knowing that I had to put my dick up in her just to get some money. This was some worthless ass shit, but at this juncture in my life, a nigga had to do what he had to do. So fuck it. Besides, who's gonna know about it any damn way? Okay, well, where do you want to do this? I asked, ready to get this party started. I probably needed to get high as fuck and drunk just to even do the shit. Sign me out of this nursing home and we can get a room at the Holiday Inn up the street. I pass by it every day when they take us on our day trips. Okay, let's go then. But I just want to know one thing. Just tell me, was I right? Ever? Ms. Washington tilted her head to the side, then smiled. You got it right, sweetheart. Now go on and roll me back to my room so I can get my belongings. You smoke reefer, by the way? I might just start today. And when we get in the car, I want to stop by the liquor store to get me some Hennessy. I walked over to her and began rolling her down the trail. Good, 'cause I'm gonna need to get fucking drunk to do this. Boy, don't do me like that. Don't knock what you haven't tried yet.
Chapter 35. Vernita.
Child, life was so crazy. After Mr. Colvin agreed to break me off some dick in exchange for minding his motherfucking business, he snuck me out of the nursing facility, and now we were making our way over to this Holiday Inn not too far away from the nursing home. It sure was nice outside today, too. God was showing up and showing out, you hear me? After we hopped in the car, as I requested, we made a first stop at a nearby liquor store so I could get me a bottle of peach Hennessy and a pack of Russian Creme Backwoods. Soon as we got in the car, I popped that bottle open and went straight to drinking. I couldn't wait to get some of that brown liquor down my throat. Baby, I hadn't had me a good drink in nearly a year. And child, I had a big bag of reefer I was gonna light up once we got inside the room. From time to time, I'd convince Jarvis, one of the young boys who worked up at the nursing home, to buy me some green. He was reluctant at first, but I paid him extra to help poor Miss Vernita out. Looking out the window, I was starting to feel like I was on cloud number 9. I was feeling so good right about now. I couldn't believe how it seemed like everything fell into place. Although Mr. Colvin was one shady motherfucker, I couldn't help but take advantage of the situation. He just better do right by me and give me what I want. If not, I already had a backup plan for his ass. If he backed out on me or if the dick ended up being trash, I was gonna accuse him of raping me. Nigga thought I was dumb, but I was pretty sure he had a backup plan in case things didn't quite pan out the way he expected. These brownies sure is good. I didn't even think Sade's ugly ass could bake like that, I mumbled as I tore through these gooey double chocolate fudge pecan brownies she whipped up for me. I reopened the Tupperware container sitting on my lap and then asked Mr. Colvin if he wanted one. Sitting behind the steering wheel of the car, he looked over at me and gave me a firm no. You sure? You might need to put a little something in your stomach before you dig up in this juice box. Baby, I can fuck for hours, I told him. I'm sure, he responded nonchalantly, keeping his eyes attached to the road. He better change up that mood real quick and get some pep in his voice. Since we'd been in his car, he had been pretty silent. I could tell he was uncomfortable with the idea of giving me some dick, but he was gonna learn today that an old nasty bitch like me can suck and fuck just like any of these young hoes out here in the streets. And since he was gonna get this money from me, he better be ready for a fuckathon. Okay then, I'ma finish out the rest of these brownies cause that food at the nursing home is nasty as shit, I said as I pulled out another brownie and began munching away. I was just so surprised Sade could bake. Since I had been in the nursing home, Sade had been visiting me more often to check up on me. I felt kind of bad because obviously I had to play up that I was really out of my mind. We couldn't have normal conversations and talk about her life, her kids, and what she had going on with Lamar. Gosh, these brownies sure was good. Too bad her mammy wasn't alive because I just knew her fat ass would have loved these brownies. Child, that heifer was capable of eating an entire pan of brownies by herself. Rotten ass hoe. To this day, I still couldn't believe she and Clarence fucked around with each other behind my back, then the bitch got pregnant. That was so hurtful, especially considering I couldn't have kids. That would drive any woman to go crazy. That type of betrayal would never leave my memory. I thought about what they did to me every goddamn day, and that was probably why I kept hallucinating all that shit despite the fact that I got rid of her ass and Clarence years back. Motherfuckers. So you just gonna keep faking it until you die? Mr. Colvin asked. Why does it matter to you? How do you live with yourself knowing you did what the fuck you did? He came to a stoplight, then looked at me. You better not try to off me too, he said as he pulled up his shirt and revealed his gun. My eyes widened out of fear. I should have seen that coming. I don't want to hear none of that right now, Mr. Colvin. I just want to feel good. I haven't felt good in nearly a year. Now please, no more of that negative talk. You killing the vibe. Yeah, whatever. You just better make sure I have my money. Hush up now. You'll get your money. Yeah, but I still want to know why. Just because your husband slept behind your back with your friend? And what about Mr. Andrews? Yeah, I done did some things. Crazy things at that, but that was only when you crossed me the wrong way. Now please, I don't want to talk about none of that right now. He just shook his head and kept his eyes on the road. Baby, let me tell you something. Life was surely a roller coaster. I have had my fair share of ups and downs. I've had plenty of good times and obviously a lot of bad times. Nevertheless, nothing was gonna ever stop me from living my best life. Now, I knew something wasn't right with me. Turned out the tumor had grown a bit bigger. The hallucinations I had been experiencing had become more intense, and even my memory went to shit. Those medications weren't helping either. However, by the grace of God, I knew deep down inside nothing was seriously wrong with me. That day I passed out in the parking garage, I swore my life had descended into absolute chaos. Once again, those doctors got their hands all over me and began diagnosing me with all sorts of ailments. I would have fought my way out of that hospital, but when I found out that the police and the FBI had been all up in my home, it was best for me to play into being sick and demented. And I had been doing just that for the past year, to keep those motherfuckers out of my business. Obviously, except for Mr. Colvin. And now that Mr. Colvin knew about all the skeletons buried deep up in my closet, I'd be damned if I was going to go out spending the rest of my days shacked up in some prison cell. No, ma'am. Ain't nobody got time for that. Mr. Colvin could try to guilt-trip me all he wanted, but I had not a single bone of remorse in my body. Like I said before, they should have never done me what they did to me. How dare Clarence sleep behind my motherfucking back and have a baby with my best friend? And as far as that raggedy fat hoe, yeah, I paid that little boy to push that fat bitch down the stairs. And when his little dumbass got slick and threatened to snitch on me, I had Percy get his ass. And Percy, well, honestly, some things I just couldn't remember in detail. I think that night I killed him, I had been hallucinating. Honey, my memory was shot to shit now. But I could tell you right now, the only thing that was real was the prospect of getting my walls tore up. You seem a tad nervous. You nervous? I asked, chuckling. I won't bite, I promise. I might be almost 80 years old, but this pussy don't act like it. You ever been with an older woman? I asked Mr. Colvin. He shook his head no. Well, there's a first time for everything, I said to him. Some minutes later, we pulled into the parking lot of the Holiday Inn. Mr. Colvin found a spot close toward the entrance. Just before he turned the car engine off, he looked over at me and said angrily, like, I'm really not playing. I want my motherfucking money, Vernita. You ruined my life and I ain't got shit now. If you're fucking with me, please believe I will run straight to the cops and show them everything. Whoa. Look, you ain't getting nothing from me until I'm done. You understand me? Just fucking relax. You ain't acting all irate right now for no fucking reason. Are you a motherfucking faggot or something? Bitch, don't call me no faggot. Well, what's the problem then? Pussy is pussy. Man, fuck this shit. I'm not fucking you. That's some nasty shit. Got me all the way fucked up. Don't even know what the fuck I'm thinking. I'm in a really bad place right now, but this shit right here ain't worth it. Well, take me back to the nursing home then, nigga. Yeah, I sure fucking will. And bitch, you're going to jail. Fuck this shit. Nigga, they ain't gonna believe not a goddamn thing you saying. Besides, I'm calling your bluff. Motherfucker, you don't have the balls to run down to that station and run your mouth. First of all, you broke into my house and stole that laptop. Besides, nigga, I've been diagnosed with late-stage dementia. I got medical records to back it up, ho. Ain't no prosecutor in their right mind gonna believe your weak punk ass. Soon as I said what the fuck I said to his bitch ass, he lowered and shook his head. Yeah, bitch nigga, you think I'm dumb or something? Now what you gonna do? You want the money or not? This ain't right. He howled out like a hoe-ass nigga. This ain't right at all. Stop all that fussing. Boy, you don't even know what my body look like. Don't let that wheelchair fool you. My hip might be giving me some issues now, but I keeps my body in shape. My body looks better than the rest of these scalawags on the streets. Oh, God. This is fucking disgusting. I ain't fucking no old-ass lady. Mr. Colvin cried out, punching the steering wheel of the car. Stop making all that motherfucking noise. Fuck is wrong with you? I'm about to throw up. He quickly grabbed his mouth, opened the car door and leaned out into the parking lot. Then I heard the sudden sound of him barfing up whatever the hell he had up in his stomach. This nigga was doing the absolute most right now. Some seconds later, he slid back into his seat and wiped his mouth. It ain't that serious, Mr. Colvin. Just drink the damn Hennessy, and when we get inside, I'll roll up this reefer. Jarvis got some good shit, too. After Mr. Colvin got us a room for the night, we quickly made our way to the second floor and down the hallway toward the room. I threw my Louis Vuitton travel bag down onto the bed and then went over to the window to close the blinds. Of course, I didn't want the world to see all the nastiness I was about to unleash. I marched back over to the bed and opened up my bag. It was packed with a change of clothes, some soap, perfume, toys, and even some lingerie. I was gonna show this nigga what the fuck I was capable of once I got in the mood. Give me that liquor. Mr. Colvin barked as he stood near the bed. Where is it? The bottle was inside a plastic bag next to my bag. I grabbed it and handed it to him. Won't you go get some ice? Make yourself a drink and just relax. I'ma change and then roll this reefer up, I told him. I'ma just drink this straight to the head, he said, and without hesitation he popped the bottle open and took a huge swig. My face twisted with disgust. Damn, save some for me at least. I'm not even that tipsy yet. He screwed the cap back onto the bottle and sat it down on the table. He got in the bed, laid down and covered his eyes with his forearm. Shaking my head, I let out a chuckle as I grabbed a pack of cigars from out of my purse and grabbed a Ziploc bag of weed from my Vuitton bag. I placed the cigars and reefer on the desk near the television. Before I opened up the reefer, I needed to make sure no one in the damn hotel smelled this stuff. Baby, this shit Jarvis got for me was loud as fuck. I flew over to the bathroom, grabbed a towel, and then rushed over to the front door of the room. I tucked the towel deep into the bottom of the door to ensure no smoke would escape the room. I marched back over to the desk, sat down and began cracking the cigar open, dumping the guts out into a nearby trash can. Then I broke that weed down and stuffed it into the cigar. I rolled up the nicest, fattest blunt I could. I shot up from the seat and went over to my pocketbook still on the bed. I pulled a lighter out and immediately lit up the blunt. Damn, you really gonna smoke in here? Are you fucking nuts? Mr. Colvin asked sarcastically, staring at me as if I were crazy. Still laying on the bed, he just shook his head as if I was out of my mind. Boy, stop being a pussy, I said back to him as I took 2 strong pulls and then reached over to pass him the blunt. Fine, he uttered as he leaned over, grabbed the blunt from my hand and placed it between his lips. I thought this was your first time smoking reefer. You lied to me, I said. This is my first time. Well, slow it down, partner. You gonna be spaced the fuck out. He took a long pull, then immediately started coughing. Pounding his chest, he wheezed like he was having an asthma attack. I told you. Pass it back to me. He passed the blunt back to me, and I took another 3 pulls. I passed it back to him and said, I'm gonna get changed. Be right back. I rummaged through my Vuitton bag and quickly grabbed my lingerie, hairbrush, and makeup kit, and then made my way into the bathroom. Once inside, I quickly took off the blouse and jeans I had on. Then I unhooked this bra and slid out of my big-ass panties. I didn't need to take no bath either because my pussy stayed fresh and clean. I made sure of that. I then slid into my sexy-ass lace-hollow steel prop bra. Although I hadn't worked out in quite some time, baby, my titties were still sitting upright and were still firm. I guess that jazzercise and water aerobics did something. My areolas were looking nice and right, too. Hopefully Mr. Colvin was a titty sucker because I sure wanted my nipples sucked on. Then I slid into this matching thong. Luckily, I had just shaved. The thong was exposing my bare fat-ass pussy lips. I spent the next 10 minutes or so doing my makeup and my hair. Once I got done, I double-checked myself in the mirror. Showtime! I danced out of the bathroom, making my way into the center of the room floor. You ready, Mr. Colvin? I asked when I saw that he was still laid out on the bed almost as if he was napping. Ain't no time for sleeping. Wake the fuck up, nigga. He took his arms off his eyes and then spun his head around at me. He sat up in the bed. His mouth was now flung wide open. Damn. I stood there for a second, perplexed by the look on his face. I didn't know if he was saying that because he was disgusted or because he liked what he saw. Damn what? I had to ask. Wow. I must be tweaking or something. Damn Hennessy got me bugging out. Suddenly I smiled. Nah, nigga, you ain't tripping. What you see is what you see. Now stop playing and get out of those clothes so I can gobble on that dick. He cautiously stood up and then proceeded to take his shirt off, his eyes glued to me. I just stood there with my arms folded as I analyzed his torso. He was a bit on the thick side since the last time I saw him, but I didn't mind me a little thickness. Sometimes those skinny boys ain't nothing but bones, and bone on bone was some uncomfortable fucking. He didn't have any tattoos. His chest was full of hair. Then he slowly unbuckled his pants and slid them down along with his boxers, instantly exposing his long yet soft dick. Damn, you ain't even hard yet and that's all you? My mouth flung wide open. Yeah. Baby, his dick was beautiful. It was long, uncut, and matched his skin tone. He had some long, big balls, too. Baby, I was about to be sucking on those nuts all night. Thank God he didn't have much pubic hair either. I hated when these Negroes didn't trim their shit. I didn't like sucking dick while pubic hair was getting all up in my mouth, cutting up my lips and whatnot. Well, lay down, 'cause I'm gonna show you how a dick is supposed to be sucked, I exclaimed as I strolled up to the bed. He laid down and covered his eyes again with his forearms. Now in the bed, I slowly crawled in between his legs. My eyes were glued to the dick. Once I arrived at the dick, I planted my head in between his legs and began to dance my tongue from his taint, up his balls, and then up his shaft. I held his dick in my hand and began to stroke it as I licked on his nutsack. You like the feel of that? Hell yeah, he moaned, his words a bit slurred. Sounded like that reefing liquor had his ass gone, child. Then he chuckled. What's funny? Damn, I can't believe I'm doing this. Well, believe it, I said, and without hesitation I began to slurp on his shaft, soaking it up with as much saliva as I could. Mr. Colvin thought this was just going to be a one-time affair, but once I blessed him with this nasty, sloppy head, I knew he was going to be crawling back to me for seconds and thirds, maybe even fourths. You already know how Vanita put the magic on these young boys. They can't resist.
3 hours later.
You like that, baby? How them walls feel? I purred as I slowly rolled Detective Colvin's long, thick pipe. This was just the medicine I needed to bring total healing to my body. Baby, I swear I had been struck by lightning because electrifying tingles shot down my spine as I took in all of his 8 inches. Child, I was just assured that my coochie had done dried up, baby. But my juices were soaking up this here hotel bed. That maid was gonna have to change out this mattress, you hear me? I couldn't keep a count, but I knew I had to have come at least 10 or 11 times. Hell yeah, shit. Keep riding that motherfucker, groaned Mr. Colvin as he bit his lip and kept his eyes closed. See, I knew I'd turn his ass into a believer. Look at this nigga. His ass was enjoying every single motherfucking second of this pussy. He and I both were enraptured in so much bliss. In fact, his fuck game was so on point that it was making me quite dizzy, actually. I wouldn't never thought some dick would have me feeling like this. Damn near psychedelic. If I died today, child, this was truly the way to go, you hear me? Grinding harder, I wanted him to knock my uterus back. My hip was a bit sore, but luckily that reefer and Hennessy was making my mind ignore the slight pain. I was creaming so much on his dick and I wanted to get a taste of myself, so I hopped off the dick, got on my knees and began to slurp up all of my cum off his veiny dick. Oh, whoa, slow down. Mr. Colvin barked as he tried to pull my head up off his dick. But just like that, suddenly something wasn't feeling right. I started to get kind of nauseated. I clutched my chest. Felt like my heart was quivering. What's wrong? Mr. Colvin asked as he immediately shot up looking at me with concern. Oh, I'm just a tad dizzy. I gotta use the bathroom, I told him as I got up out the bed. I took a few steps. I stopped and looked up at the ceiling. Then everything became dizzy. The light in the room suddenly became blinding. I stumbled a bit more and then just fell out. I couldn't produce any words. Then a bright white light grew in intensity in my eyes and I felt beckoned to it. This had to be it. I was dying. Baby, I done got me some dick, then died. What a way to get called home to glory. I felt myself going up to yonder. I tried to make out the words, but I couldn't say anything. My mind was beginning to draw blanks. Half my body felt numb. But then the light, which was so warm and welcoming, turned dark. Dread set in. I knew I was gonna die. No, I can't die. My chest felt tighter. I had to live. Everything was starting to blend together, and I could feel life slowly fading away. I looked over to my right and saw Mr. Colvin rush over to his pants pocket and pull out his phone. He began dialing a number. Hopefully he was calling 911. He stood there, and when I was able to focus in on his face, right then and there something was off. His eyes became evil slits. He looked at me and said, "Sorry, Vernita." I tried my best to formulate words, but I couldn't say anything. The tightness in my chest increased in intensity. "Hey, Sade, it's me, Mike. I think the brownies worked," I heard him say. "Once she's out, I'm gonna dress her up and then bring her back to the nursing home, put her in the bed, and lock her room door from the inside. But let me get going because I gotta get there ASAP. That way her body doesn't start to look crazy." My eyes exploded with terror. They set me up. They killed me. I knew it. I knew something was off. Mr. Colvin hung up the phone and tossed it off to the side of the bed. "Fuck, I gotta piss. Shit, hurry the fuck up, Mike." He then stormed past me and dashed into the bathroom. I don't know what came over me, but I suddenly mustered up the energy to move. I slowly crawled toward his jeans in the center of the floor and grabbed a hold of them. That motherfucker. To my luck, that shady nigga's small pistol was resting comfortably inside the right pocket. I pulled the gun out, cocked it back, and then turned over on my back. The moment he rushed out of the bathroom, he froze like he'd just seen a ghost. I raised my arm, aimed it at Mr. Colvin. "Shit," he blurted out, and before he could take cover, I pulled that motherfucking trigger. The sound of the gunshot popped in my ears, and for a second I blacked out. I reopened my eyes and saw Mr. Colvin now lying in the floor, completely motionless. Y'all ain't getting shit from me. I managed to squeeze out. A sudden heaviness overcame me and darkness swept me away.
Epilogue. Vernita? Vernita?
I slowly opened my eyes to the sound of a soft, angelic-sounding voice. My vision was hazy. I couldn't make out anything. Then I heard the sound of what had to be hospital machines chirping. I was alive. The Lord done spared me. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness of the cold hospital room, I saw a young black woman hovering over me.
How do you feel, sweetheart?
Well, where am I? I painfully squeezed out through my parched lips, my voice scratchy.
You're in the hospital, dear. You're a survivor. You are an incredible woman,
said the doctor as she gave me a wide grin. What happened to me? I asked as I scanned the room and noticed that the doctor wasn't the only person in the room. That trifling bitch Sade, her husband Lamar, and her kids were also in the room as well. A police officer was also standing guard. Some tall, handsome Denzel Washington-looking man walked over to me and said, "Miss Washington, I'm Commander Jenkins with the Chicago Police Department. I deeply apologize about everything that happened. We believe that—"
Sir, with all due respect,
the doctor interrupted.
I don't think it's the right time to have this discussion. Ms. Washington suffers from late-stage dementia, and what you say may end up being very traumatizing. We also need to conduct some more routine tests.
I deeply apologize, said Commander Jenkins. He looked over at Sade and Lamar. Folks, I'll be out in the waiting area to follow up with the Orland Police Department. I'm so sorry for everything. Then he walked out of the room.
On that note, now that Miss Washington is awake, we're gonna need to run these tests on her now. If you folks don't mind, can I have some privacy with her?
The doctor said. Sure thing, doctor, Lamar said, and then grabbed his kids. He glanced over at me and his entire face was flat with expression. Sade stood up and stared at me.
Can I just have a brief moment with her, doctor? I'll make it brief.
I just want to pray for her," she said. My eyes turned to slits, knowing that bitch was lying right through her motherfucking mouth. "Okay, but please, make it quick. The neurologist will be coming soon," the doctor said, and then made her way out. Now it was just Sade and I in the room by ourselves. An awkward silence filled the room. "So you're not gonna say anything, bitch? After all the shit you put me through?" Sade growled. I looked at her and said with boldness, "Baby, I'm like that Tupac. I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. But I'm strictly dickly, ho." Sade suddenly exploded out of her seat and rushed out of the room without saying anything else. "Yeah, that's right, bitch. Oh, raggedy, nasty-ass bitch," I barked. I couldn't even believe she had the audacity to be up in this hospital room, acting like she was here to look after me in a time of need. Even though I resented the hell out of her, she didn't have to kill me, especially when you consider the fact that her no-good-ass mammy set me off to do what I did in the first place. I didn't know what she put in those brownies, but I guess the Lord wasn't gonna let the devil have his way with me. God wasn't through with me just yet. But I tell you this right fucking now. If that whore thought she was gonna get her claws on my money, then she better think again. She wasn't gonna get shit, and I'd already done seen to that. Why? Because when I was diagnosed with cancer and found out I was gonna die, I had got all my affairs in order and left a secret will in my safe. All of my shit was going straight to one place and one place only. My church, Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church, where the Reverend C.N. Miller III is the presiding pastor. So whatever fucking shenanigans Sade and that motherfucking Mr. Colvin had up their sleeves wasn't gonna work any damn way. Although by now Sade was probably seething with rage, contemplating her next move, I just sat up in the hospital bed and increased the morphine drip running through me. A big smile came across my face because for the first time in a long time I felt a sense of relief. All my burdens were lifted off my shoulders. Why? Well, for some odd reason my memory came back in full focus. Everything was so clear now. And I had one thing on my mind that was so vivid. It was so clear I could see it like it happened yesterday. And that was the night of Sade's wedding on that raggedy-ass Carnival cruise. Baby, I didn't even fuck with Carnival cruises like that. I was a Royal Caribbean cruise riding type of bitch. Uh-huh. Yeah, Sade, I ain't like shit about your raggedy-ass wedding, but I'm glad I did what I did. That's right, ho. I'm so glad I fucked your husband on your wedding night. I laughed to myself. And now that I think about it, his dick wasn't even all that. So have at it, ho, with them ugly-ass kids of yours. But you know what? That Lamar could eat the hell out of some pussy. I know that for sure. The nice black doctor strolled back into the room, and this time, some short white man with a bald head was to her side. "Hey, Miss Washington, I'm Dr. Schilling. We're gonna run some tests on you now." Pauline, I want some hoghead cheese and saltine crackers. Run up to the store and go get me some. I blurted out, faking like I don't have the dementia. "Don't worry, Miss Washington. We're gonna take really good care of you," the doctor said, and all I could do was lay back and just laugh. But just when I thought I was feeling good, my mind began to draw up blanks once more. Everything became fuzzy again. Where am I? Where's Mama?
This has been Old Thot Next Door, written by Quan Millz, narrated by Karma.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.